starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search. I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
A very, very warm welcome to all my Southeast Asian brothers and sisters. My name is Permasneeze, and I'm joined by Crasheroni, and I could not be more excited. We're back for the Dream League Season 22, and we're in Southeast Asia this time. Put the Southeast Asian boy back in his region. Why don't you? Neon Esports versus Talon on the docket. That'll be our first game for today, but, I mean, you look across the bracket. It's stacked all around, Crash. Yeah. Bro. These are gonna be lethal for sure. The main problem is that Southeast Asia, unlike China, they're fighting for 2 slots. We already got a 0 race secured yesterday. We're finding out who is gonna be the last one today on another one of our streams. But Southeast Asia, 8 teams, 1 slot. 1 slot! Southeast Asia representation at an all-time low, man. But at the same time, each one of these teams look bristling to take the cake.
Yeah, I'm super first game coming up today, right? Neon, Talon. I don't necessarily have a favorite going into the series. Do you, Sneeze?
That's the thing. These 2 teams, it feels like the potential is just right there. You know, the crazy thing about Dota Pro teams and how they sort of rise to prominence is that there's always that little pocket moment where everyone starts looking at them a little bit. They're like, does this roster have what it takes? Are they going to be a Spirit? Are they going to be an OG? That's kind of the feeling. Not necessarily for these 2 teams, but they're right there on the cusp, it feels like. And the stories for both are so interesting as well. For Neon, I think it was, what, half a year ago at this point, or 1 year, they brought in a South African import, used to be a mid laner, now converted to a POS 5, and it's been very successful, right? Castaway has been the standing, I guess, the anchor for the team in the captain position on that position 5. On the flip side, Talon, that was a name that everyone was talking about up until this season, where, you know, roster changes, transfers, and then everyone's saying, oh, this roster's a downgrade. Well, you know, they kind of beat your previous roster. So, Chuan as well, coming in from Alliance, bringing in that perspective from Western Europe. There's so much to talk about.
Yeah, and so much to talk about, that game to talk about, as well as we're getting into the draft.
Yeah, we absolutely
It's going to be a really good one. Talon, they've been a lot of stuff in their pubs, right?
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of hoodwink, actually, from Yokum.
Yeah.
Right, we've seen a little bit of like Treant from Ponyo, which Treant has fallen out of favor a lot recently. That's safe to say.
Yeah, as compared to some of the other picks that we're already seeing banned out here, the Chen and the Nature's Prophet. Chen, obviously a very big castaway special. He loves his Eng, loves his Chen. You know, not afraid to just try and run at you and end the game real soon. Speaking about that Yokum hoodwink, it's actually crazy because a lot of these teams, especially the madness of the qualifiers across the different regions lately, they haven't really had time to grind pubs quite as much, or at least the less degenerate ones. But Yokum, he's been gunning it on the hoodwink every single game. Arcane Gleipnir, and I think we saw it was Ari on OG really pull this out and show us, you know, even though this hero isn't really in the meta, if you're, you know, using your spells right, making use of the scurry positioning, you can get so much work done.
Yeah, hosts are always going to look for reasons to play hoodwink, and
True.
Honestly, this isn't the worst patch to be right. If your spells, they're very strong. I've even been seeing a little bit of like Mage Slayer hoodwink.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
crazy. Right? Like
yeah,
going Radavato's Mage Slayer. Like, what?
You just get hit by a straight... Imagine getting hit by a straight Acorn and suddenly your giant meteor does like half the damage on Invoker or something. That's like the saddest feeling ever. But yeah, I mean, a bit more about this Talon lineup. I think a lot of people who might not have necessarily been following Dota 2 throughout the off-season after TI, you know, you're looking at this lineup, you're like, wait, where's 23 Savage? Well, that's Aurora now, okay? So we've had a whole sort of switch up. You know, everyone was saying, oh, you know, this roster is a downgrade. Then they came out, actually beat Aurora in some other qualifiers as well. So these guys are clearly worth their salt. I think specifically for me, I'm looking at WS. He's a really standout Malaysian offlaner who's largely been in mostly smaller regional Southeast Asia stacks, right? He recently got a chance to prove himself on the Boom roster trying to qualify for TI 2023, and ever since then it feels like he's just been on the up and up. He plays very aggressive, reminds me of JT maybe 2 to 3 years ago.
5 seconds remaining.
Great patch to be playing super aggressive offlaners, right?
Oh,
In
yeah.
your face offlaners. This is the maybe you can make an argument a few years ago with the blink meta. Maybe at that point it was in your face, but this isn't in your face. It's like get in my face, push you back into the face kind of hero.
Yeah. You're,
Right.
we're gonna meet face to face somehow, whether
Yeah.
you like it or not. That's what this Magnus pick is saying right now. But already a
10
lot of
seconds
repositioning
remaining.
tools across both sides. Now this bench isn't necessarily a shocker.
5
It's been
seconds
almost
remaining.
like the default, in the same way that in some metas, a lot of carries, when they don't really know what to pick and they need a game ender, they go for the Terrorblade. It feels like this bench is just so stable, brings so many tools to the table. The BKB piercing disable, the ability to sort of build into these auras very naturally, like the Vlads, like the Boots of Bearing, amplifying some of these early game ending potentials as well.
I'm a real big fan of this Magnus and Eventual Spirit combo because what you
10
like, you
seconds
just kidnap people
remaining.
so far away that
Talon
bench can't
esports,
swap
turn
them,
to ban.
right?
Yeah.
So if you get a good
Talon
harpoon,
esports,
skew,
turn
you know,
to pick.
ags, whatever, like horn
Radiant
toss you're
team
building
pick.
on a carry, they're gone,
Yeah.
right? They're out of the fight.
Yeah, one of the things I really like with the Magnus is somebody else that can go in, which is why the Magnus Ember Spirit combination really speaks out to me. You talk about, okay, once the Magnus pulls you all the way back, it's too far away for your team to do something. You know
10
that bench is
seconds
just
remaining.
bumming it down to try and get that swap off. But if you can have someone, whether it's the mid
Radiant
lane or
team
another
pick
core or support,
Talon
that can walk up, threaten or silence them, suddenly that's not feasible, and then you get a 2-for-1 special. Speaking of a 2-for-1 special, heating things up here, Lina techies, they're about to get explosive.
Now, this could be the mid laner for Neon, right? We could be seeing Ken play the Lina, which very familiar with the Ken Lina.
Absolutely.
But
10 seconds
you know, it
remaining.
could be a CDR Lina too. I feel like that's really out of his wheelhouse.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
I love the potential. I want to run enjoy the Techies 5 with the one Lina. They have crazy kill potential, right?
Yeah,
Venge,
absolutely.
LSA, Dragon Slay, Fiery Souls. No matter what you level on Lina, you're going to be outputting a crazy amount of damage with the help of Venge. Same thing with the help of Techies, right? Going to be a crazy lane no matter what they want to do. Even if they run the Lina mid, now all of a sudden you're not confident to run the Magnus mid on the side of Talon, so we're probably going to see lane mag. But then Neon can just run the safe lane Lina, and you still get the Mag Lina matchup. Like the Lina was just such a good pick here for Neon.
Yeah, absolutely. Directly answers the Magnus as well, because we're in sort of an economy where we're seeing a lot more of these Magnuses take a bit more of a supportive
Talon
stance. Sure, you might still go
esports,
for
turn to pick
minor
this
carry
sword.
items like, you know, the Echo Saber, stuff like that, and the Harpoon eventually, which is what you really want to grab. The Lina, just the base distance that she wants to keep from you in the lane is so far apart. Even if you Lion Stun and use your Shockwave, she's still going to be a little
10
bit far away
seconds
for you to
remaining.
try and get a good skewer, and the Venge, we haven't even considered that yet. So
Radiant
yeah, completely
team
agree with you.
pick.
Beautiful Lina pick, but there is that Faceless Void and Jakiro combination. Chrono and damage into it all in one boot.
Void pick here, right? Akashi, I haven't seen too much Void from him recently, but I mean, right? How
10
can you not play
seconds
Faces
remaining.
Void?
True.
That's just like
You just
that's
have
like
to.
a go, right? It's like an offlaner not playing Centaur. It feels wrong.
It does, it does. And another very prolific offlane hero at this point, it's gonna be Mars. Now, one thing I want to talk about Neon is a potential sort of weak spot, right? The rest of their team has had some time to gel together, but JG actually comes in as a replacement
10
for Raging
seconds
Potato. It
remaining.
was just about 1.5, 2 months ago where the team was honestly looking really strong with
5
Raging Potato in the
seconds
offlane,
remaining.
and then
Talon
due to some
esports,
unlisted personal
turn to
issues, it
ban.
seemed like they had this
Talon
swap out.
esports,
Now,
turn to
JG is no
ban.
stranger to these team members on Neon Esports. He's played with a couple of them in Made in the Philippines, as well as Xerxia Gaming. But, you know, JG, for those of you who know, used to be a position 1, position 2 player. He's now making that switch to the offlane. So he's not a stranger to playing core. It's not that bad. But I
10
think in
seconds
some of the
remaining.
Neon performances where they have looked a bit weaker, it's their opponents capitalizing on
5
JG's
seconds
weaker
remaining.
early laning stage, or, you know, just kind of routing him in the team fights and stuff like that. That might be something of a concern, especially when you're facing up against Jakiro Faceless Void.
Yeah, it's not going to be the easiest lane for Mars this time around, and it's not going to be the easy team either. Caught by a stray ice path, and you're all of a sudden stops. You know, like you get caught with a chronosphere as well. Like Mars, like Void just doesn't care about. Not going to be hitting you from your front if you're in chronosphere. He's going to turn around and hit you from the back. It literally doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Like
I think
chronosphere is the end all be all this game.
Yeah, that's the team fight situation, but that's if he can get there. Just yesterday, we saw as well, a Faceless Void really have a rough time. It didn't look too hot, going 0-5, and I mean, that's that confidence pick, right? At the end of the day,
Yeah.
even in the lane, Mars and Techies, they can chain stun you and have a ton of burst damage to really wreck you. I believe that was over in China, where eventually, even up against the odds in the
Radiant
team fight, you
team
just land
ban.
these killer chronos. And this is once again a Faceless Void into a Venge pick, right?
Yeah.
This is something that used to be like, oh, are you asking to lose? He's just gonna swap you out of Chrono. But if you kind of know how to take that advantage and basically nullify the
seconds
Vengeful
remaining.
Spirit, have someone either deal with her, or who knows, maybe even use that as a bait to set up
5
beautiful
seconds
RP.
remaining.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Talon's approach to the team fight is as we're nearing the last picks. Neon Esports could still be missing a carry or mid, still undecided on where they potentially want to put this Lena, and on the Talon side, it seems like a similar situation. They could either put this Magnus in the offlane and the mid as well.
And with Talon overall lag on, they're gonna have to show their hand, right? And that's gonna
Yeah.
let kind of, well, they only seconds, but they've got time to exactly what they want to do with their Magnus. Whether it be you want to run it up against the Lena or you feel safer running it in the off lane.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out as well. I mean, right now, you can bet your bottom dollar that Akashi, I'm sure he's a great player in his own right, but he is booting up that G2 IG versus Aster replay of Monet on that Faceless Void and just getting himself mentally prepared to be brutalized in this lane. Because Shakira's a great bodyguard, but if you're just able to connect on a single spear from Mars, that's just the easiest setup in the world. The Ice Path can't come out fast enough for that. Night Stalker is the final ban here, so Neon Esports seem to be covering sort of more generic bases in terms of what kind of concepts they don't want to deal with in the draft instead of a specific lane-to-lane matchup. The Night Stalker might also be alluding
10
to
seconds
them protecting
remaining.
his safe lane Lina. Both these supports rely on
5
sort of really
seconds remaining.
getting a surprise from the back line, right? Whether it's a swap or whether
Yeah.
it's a explosion on your head, being able to spot that out just kind of ruins everything. And unlimited vision, perfect for the two team fight heroes of Faceless Void and
Absolutely.
Magnus. Okay.
Absolutely. Could be a hero like Puck as well. That's what Neon
True,
want to
true.
go for.
Oh, the double silence refresh on Dark Ascension is one of the silliest things ever added. I mean,
Oh,
I'm a
God.
Night Stalker. Dude, don't get me wrong, I'm a Night Stalker fan. I love walking in the day and stalking in the night. But it's like, at that point, it just feels like a bit too much stalking. It feels borderline illegal. If someone called the cops on you, I would, like, if I was stalking that much at night and someone called the cops on me, I'm like, okay, you got me. You're right. You
That's
know I
fair.
deserve it.
That's fair. At that
Right,
point.
that's fair,
Yeah.
right? Ember Spirit last pick though
Okay.
comes through, and it is gonna be Lina. Very red themed in the cause of Neon Esports, but understandable, right? They have a tall task ahead of them, and they really need to burn everything down before Talon get to that late game stage. I can't help but feel like as the game goes later and later, it's
10
what you say,
seconds
Crash.
remaining.
This Faceless Void feels like that be all end all.
5 seconds
Talon, they know what the
remaining.
mid lane now, so the ball is in their court, right? They could go for pretty much any. We have really no idea what they're going for with the Clink span. It doesn't really show too much either, right? It's not a protection ban. It's definitely just a targeted ban toward.
Yeah, literally, it's just like CDR loves bringing his bony boy out whenever he can, and it is going to be a Viper. So that stability and somebody to basically act as that front line. That's kind of the issue with Faceless Void and Magnus, and I think we talk about this a lot because it's a very common combo, right? Both these heroes want someone to front line, want someone to give them vision. Now, this Viper isn't something that Chuan hasn't played before in that sort of matchup against Geek Fam in the Dacha qualifiers. They were, and DreamLeague most recently as well, they were picking that in the last position up against Mars. So maybe favoring a bit of that, I would assume the break coming out from the Nether Strike. I think it's a great quality of life change because it at least ensures that you have that break on somebody for a set amount of time. And the only thing I'm a little scared about is if the Viper somehow gets swapped or speared back into the rest of the Neon Esports team, it could be tricky. But I think overall, I'm liking the Talon draft here. What about you, Crash?
Yeah, I'm definitely favoring Talon just a little bit. Viper actually has a lot of potential this game. I know we saw an offlane Viper fall completely flat yesterday.
Yeah, no,
But-
that was rough.
Like I personally, like maybe I'm a little favored towards the Viper because I learned the game on this hero. But the
Okay.
Viper versus any melee hero matchup mid is such a hard matchup. Like Ember is not going to be having a good time mid against Viper.
Yeah, Ken is gonna have to really get creative in this lane, and I mean, I'm sure this isn't his first rodeo. I feel like as a serial Ember picker, you kind of need to know how to deal with these Huskar Viper matchups. And I'm not saying deal with as in win, because that is physically not possible unless Chuan literally just slips up and drops his keyboard. But I think there is an option where you can try and get creative, maybe drag the creeps or ask for additional help, get some early ganks in, maybe from Bombi on the techies. I mean, Bombi on the techies, or rather, he used to go by Xiaobonbon. I think this was the hero that he really made his name on, even back in RSG. So I'm excited to see him bring it out again. No surprise that it's Grandmaster.
Well, I mean, I think that just is exactly why his name is Bombi. It's a techies. He's a techies player. Why would you not name yourself that?
True. One of the sort of only remaining bastions of Vietnamese Dota in the Southeast Asian scene. I miss the days of 496 gaming. Bring it back. Some of these.
Oh man, how many years ago was that?
I'm so sad. I'm living in the
Oh my
past, dude. I
God.
love okay. I got a special place in my heart for the Vietnamese and the Mongolians. Like, I feel like they bring a blend of Dota that's so exciting to watch. And for now, I mean, Bombi, I think he's been able to really prove himself on what seems to be the highest tier of Southeast Asian Dota so far, and I'm excited to see what he can do in this game, because realistically speaking, there is a lot of initial stun, and he is always going to be that follow-up in this game, right? So it's really all on him. He has the potential to just completely ruin the Faceless Void's game from the get-go, and then just start running away from there, rotate mid, help Ken out as well. Yeah, this is a lot of work for this techies to do.
Need the rotations desperately.
Oh, Stitchy. They got a little too comfortable. They thought, oh, Mars backing up, it's fine. Denied. Talon, 2-1 on the runes. Not the biggest of deals, but just a cheeky, nice little play, and maybe a bit of a sour note to start this best of 3 off on.
It looks like we're going to be seeing Venge lane with the Lina. Which means, so like we talked about, right, the kill potential is absolutely there, right? One stun into LSA, the Wave of Terror with the fire. It is a lot of damage, especially on a really squishy hero like Lion.
Yeah, and speaking of kill potential, it's already started. Chuan starting the auto attacks out onto Ken. This is Viper gameplay, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely what you came here to see. It's so exciting. Yeah, I mean, that's just going to be Ken's whole problem to deal with throughout what feels like the first 4 to 5 minutes until rotation comes through. And I can't help but feel like between Castaway and Bombi, they're going to be a little bit busy trying to help their side laners, because if they leave, this Ponyo Jakiro can really put some hurt onto JG.
Yeah, like we kind of talked about, like there is the potential that Akashi does not talk about the Mars, right? Cares about the techies Mars, sure, right? The damage, the blast off, just the stuns coming out from the side of Neon. Could mean trouble for Akashi, but as long as Ponyo's there, and as soon as Bombi leaves, no cares. He does not give a shit about anyone in his lane at that point. That's just free farm for the Faceless Void.
I mean, actually, now that we're talking about the Faceless Void being burst, it almost feels like that's the name of the game, because sure, you have decent magic damage from your supports, you got a ton of magic damage coming out from the Viper, and if he transitions to the right clicker as well. But it really feels like Akashi has to be that guy this game, right? And if you're able to burst him down with a Venge Stun into Mars Arena, into, just all the Lina magic damage / auto attacks in the world, there isn't really a game for Talon. Like, they can't actually 4v5 that situation. So I really foresee that as we go into the later stages of the game, or even in our first items, it'll be reflected that way. That maybe Akashi focuses a bit more on survivability, just making sure that he can take that extended fight, keep the time box going, and actually stay alive long enough to quote-unquote tank for his team.
It's an interesting tanking Faceless. I mean, you're right though, right? Like, you're absolutely correct. The name of the game for Faceless Void, but so I do want to harp on a little bit of what you said there. I think that Talon, they still do have the 4v5 potential if Void gets wrecked in lane, and they need to make the 4-hero roundabout, right? As long as Magnus has a good time in lane, that's going to be their savior in the mid game if Void doesn't have a good game. Because as long as you're running around with Mag, Lion, Jakiro, that is a lot of kill potential, right? RP into Macro Pyre, Lion, keeping them in there as well as the Viper. It's a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think right now, Yokum's doing a really good job at spacing out and making sure he's just not getting out-muscled by these two relatively long-range laners, right? Venge as well as Lina. You get caught by a stray stun, it's an easy LSA setup, boom, 20% of your HP left. As Tron continuing the pressure out on this mid lane. Ken, for what it's worth, he is doing okay on the CS. In fact, doing pretty damn well, 15-5. It comes at the cost of his resources, but the fact that he's even going even is pretty sick.
Yeah. You're surprised to see more tanks or another South being called out. You just a little bit more.
Yeah. WS as well. Yeah, doing just fine. I mean, I say that until some of the harass starts coming in. And WS actually dropped him a little bit low. I think they should be fine here, but yeah, I mean, really scary stuff, you can tell. Castaway even has to back up south. Meanwhile, topside Bombi, is this going to be the first blood? Burning away to the damage. It's actually going to be at the bot side. Yokum gets cut down by Ken on a beautiful rotation by this mid lane Ember Spirit, but they're able to take down Bombi up on the top side. So 1-for-1 trade across the map.
Just the supports is not a big deal, but I think the really big deal there is Ken getting first blood.
Oh, I don't know whether this is as big of a deal, but the fact that the fully resourced up courier on Ponyo just gets killed off there, he is going to be slightly ineffective in this lane for a while. That's the problem with the Mars, right? If you're not at like 80% of full HP, you show up, you're dead meat.
Yeah.
Oh, you're hot.
Okay, so Lina, what do you think about this Lina build that we've been seeing a lot of, right? It's pretty much BOT's Leipnir. And it's a little weird, right? Because Lina, for the longest time, has been focused around Aghanim Scepter, right? That's been the Lina this patch, or not most recent patch, 7.34 into 7.35.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's too surprising. It just kind of harks back to what Lina was before the Flame Cloak sort of got introduced and found prominence. And it was a bit more of a meme item. TP into the mid lane, Chuan getting set up on Ken. This is the help that he needed, and he's gonna get that kill. This is not part of the plan, even though the Viper's doing well in the CS. They're supposed to be winning this lane, and Chuan unfortunately takes a tumble.
Radiant's courier.
Where was the help from Talon? I feel like that was a really slow engagement from Neon and Talon. They weren't willing to rotate anyone.
Yeah, I mean, Yokum just comes back into the lane. I believe he TP'd bot, went back to that area where he just died to the Ember to get a D-ward off or set up some vision so they could see the potential rotation coming. And, I mean, we saw Ponyo, the result of the courier dying, right? Yes, he has the TP, but he's thinking, I literally have 100 mana. I come in and dual breath one time. I have no resources for the Ember. I'm not going to be able to get anything done. And at that point, I mean, your Viper's already like, what, 50 HP? It kind of feels like a lost cause. And now, it's not the end of the world. The Viper still, you know, 1 or 2 early deaths isn't the worst. But if this happens a few more times and Bombi's able to connect, things are going to get really rough.
Yeah, you know, Viper is this hero that really propels himself through the early game. And Spirit, he's had a good game himself. Viper is not known to be this ganking hero. Right, like you're pretty much a sit in lane, force the enemy out, and make sure that they're having a horrible. None of it's happening really. Ken's been having a day.
Yeah, we're starting to see some of the lane play come into effect here. What we were mentioning about the Lina, the base range that she keeps away from her opponents. This Magnus Lion combo, sure, you have a lot of setup, but it's just not enough to close that distance. And now Ken sneaking around, looking to contest for the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. This is a very aggressive move. They found WS in the tree line, but there isn't any further lockdown. They're just going to walk up here and flush that Lion away from his own Wisdom. This is so painful for the Talon lineup.
I wish mid laners did this a little bit more, actually. I really think that securing the on your mid laner is actually quite a good thing. Especially when you've got a hero like Ember Spirit who's so low committal. Right, you walk over to that Wisdom Rune, and then you just remnant back to the mid lane, and it's like nothing ever happened.
Yeah, it is like nothing I've had. What Wisdom Rune? I don't know what you're talking about. That's what Ken is saying to them right now. Like, I just outlaned Chuan. And honestly, that's kind of what... now, the Viper is garnering a bit of an advantage, but this is to be expected, right? I'm a little bit worried at this point because it feels like if both supports from Neon converge onto him and we see Talon not respond in time again, Chuan's game could very quickly go down the drain.
Yeah, Viper, he needs items. Right, like Viper is not a hero that you can go around without any item. What the items are going to be for Viper this game, because like we could see the old school, like, right, Dragonlance, like Hurricane Pike kind of build. There's the possible like Rod of Atos, which I've seen a little bit of, right? It tanks you up a little bit.
Atos kind of
later on. It's a little weird of an item, but it's kind of good this game. I don't mind it.
Yeah. That's what I mean by nutty, my friend. That's he's about
I'm
to go
allergic,
crazy.
so that's bad for me. Hold on.
Oh no, right, my bad. Sorry for not being
sensitive. That's death.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I mean it would be death for some of these more basic calls as Yokum finding Ken out, but it's an amplified damage Ember Spirit. You sure you want to fight, buddy? Magic Missile gonna finish the deal on that Lion. Now looking towards Ponyo, they don't have any additional spells to cast on this Jakiro though. They'll be able to walk free, but this is, I mean, despite getting the shield rune on Chuan, the aggressive potential and the ability to set up kills favors the Ember in such a big way, especially when you're backed up by bench techniques.
And we see the net worth here too, right? Ember Spirit is being favored quite heavily.
I mean, all three calls on Neon are being favored over Talon right now. 2k gold lead at this early stage of the game does not really bode well. I mean, we talked about Talon sort of having that late game timing, but it feels like Neon, if they keep this trajectory going, they're going to slam it home in what feels like 25 to 30 minutes.
And they've got quite a decent building hitter in the form of Lina. I know you don't normally think Lina is like the hero, but it's such a low committal hero when you're fighting on these towers, right? Just because of that crazy attack range. Pair that with the swap as well, it's golden.
Set up onto Akashi, Arena Spear. This is what we're talking about. Too much burst for the Faceless Void to handle. Nothing in the back pocket to try and prevent that as well. Nothing like an infused raindrops. And honestly, even if he did, I don't think it would have mattered. So good setup there from Neon to get that kill, pressure him out. You know, false sense of security from staying up there only against JG for too long.
Yeah, much needed kill too, right? Void at the time was top of the net worth. Not anymore. That's the WS, but it's always good top net worth here. That never feels bad in a game, especially if you want to use these big cooldowns to kill them. Sure, why not? Like, what is arena mad point in the game, really?
Yeah, I mean, similar to what you said, I think they're also thinking about the late game Void situation, and they're like, the longer we can delay that, the better, right? It's like, JG has like a increasing panic timer the longer you leave him looking at the Void just free farming away. He's like, guys, it's been 3 minutes, he's still hitting creeps, can we do something about this? I know I feel that panic as an offlaner sometimes, you know, you see that, okay, you know, late game, it's gonna be a bit rough for me to do something against him because Mars is very much a one and done type hero. He wants to get in, cast his spells, burst someone down, and really control the team fight. Later on, Void just gets so tanky for you to deal with, but Ponyo, he's the one caught out by this aggressive rotation. Ken finds another one in their jungle. 5-1 for Neon right now.
To say, but I think Ponyo and Talon, they're kind of okay with that. That gank was definitely meant for Akashi, but Akashi, right, he's farming in this top little strip where he's pretty darn safe, right? It's a lot of commitment that far, especially under the tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of mentioned this before. It's gonna be a long while before Neon can really feel comfortable breaching that deep into the side of the Talon map. For now, though, the calls on Talon, this is kind of what I was worried about. You mentioned WS needing to have a decent game. The Viper struggling a little bit. Now, he's doing pretty well because he's decided to go a bit greedy, right? He's maxed out the Empower instead of going for the early Skewer and the Shockwave build, which is usually used to just kind of secure more kills in the lane. Oh, Arena catches him right on the start of that Skewer, and he doesn't stand a chance. Just as we talk about WS, it's almost like we reminded Neon, deal with him, and they absolutely do.
And this is going to delay that Blink Dagger timing, and this is kind of the problem with rushing Blink Dagger on Magnus, is it leaves you susceptible to a lot of ganks, right? You've got an infinite amount, like you've just got a bunch of gold on you that you're not doing anything with. And to be fair, Echo Saber doesn't feel too good of a build-up when you're behind like this anyways, so I guess you're kind of screwed either way.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward go there. Ken missing the initial slight change, but the bombs, so much damage. They'll get the Chrono onto Bombi and spear back, holds back the Faceless Void for now. A beautiful swap, buying a bit more time for their techies, and an RP onto the Mars. Meanwhile, Akashi is dropping low. He's desperately trying to survive, and it looks like he'll be fine. He actually gets the timer off, and Ken isn't able to connect. One last little fleeting Remnant, the auto attack. The poison damage is enough. Chuan cleans him up, and despite the Talon heroes being so low, they got what they came for. They answer back, and they save Chuan.
That's a much needed kill on Ken. Ken is now a lot further behind than he'd like to be, right? We already talked about how Ember Spirit didn't have the easiest time in lane. Now missing out on a few key ganks, right? Instead of ganking the Void, you're ganking the... You get the kill, but it still doesn't feel too good, right? You'd rather be having that much higher priority kill. And then same thing here, right? You miss the kill on the Viper, you miss the kill on the Void. It just is starting to not feel very good for Ken.
Yeah, I mean, Ken's got to be kicking himself there because the initial sort of go from top of the river, if he just landed that slight chains, Bombi's connection would have been clean, right? But not having that initial bit of control just allows the Viper to crawl away at that very, very low move speed. They'll still continue to aggress though. A lot of ultimates used, and Talon, they're feeling uncomfortable if they need to take a fight again without those tools. Still aggressing forward, finding Ponyo, Spear, and Rebuke. It's so easy for JG. Just cleans that one up. Chuan, you gotta watch yourself. Swapped into the arena. That's not where you want to be. He's still standing his ground though. Very, very tanky on the Viper and starting to rip away on the Mars. Meanwhile, the rest of Talon have come through and found CDR on the backline. JG, he's burning down to the poison, and WS, one auto attack is all he needs. No, make it a shockwave. The time dilation will actually be the one getting the last hit, but Castaway and the gang, they've gone a bit too far. And Talon, even though they don't have the ultimates, it's a beautiful delayed wraparound to catch Neon with their pants down. Double kill for Akashi.
I have no idea what CDR was doing there, in all honesty. That was really weird from CDR's movement, right? Like, you are so far behind the rest of your team. You're kind of wide, like, in the middle, like, in the open, with nowhere to go at that point. Your team is so focused on getting the kills that you're like, CDR's in the backline like, hey guys, anyone?
Yeah, that's just kind of more than anything great recognition from Talon, right? Because I don't think you expect them to want to take the fight with their ultimates down, especially. You think about their mid engagement where they came out on top. Chrono, RP, Finger of Death, literally everything at the kitchen sink thrown, and that's kind of the traditional weakness of the Faceless Void Magnus lineup, right? You don't have your ult, okay, it's time to go, and you can't really blame Neon for doing that, but just that gold lead. It's getting a lot more even now, 8-6, and it's time for Talon to be the ones to make this aggressive move. Looking for CDR in the triangle. Seems like he's wise to it, though. Not sure whether it was spotted out by a what. Yeah. They know that Talon are on the hunt now with all their cooldowns back up, and they'll be the ones to start pressuring this tier 1 tower.
It should go down pretty free. I don't think Neon really want to defend this. Especially like you said now with the ultimates up on the side of Talon. There should be reason to fight here on Neon. Especially when you should recognize at this point, Talon, they just routed into your triangle. They probably have.
Yeah. You can't really choose to approach from there, and the angle coming from the bot side of the map to this tier 1 is a little bit awkward, especially when you want to get that connection with an arena. And they're just going to give this one up. It's not the biggest of deals. This was bound to happen, especially if JG not rushing that Blink Dagger, right? He's gone for an immediate BKB, which almost feels necessary this game. So you can't really blame him for sort of just wanting to wait out that last component. All of the members on Neon packing up in their own ways. The Mage Slayer complete for the Ember as well. That's going to increase his survivability by a long shot.
Man, it's kind of crazy. JG was so close to a Blink Dagger. At one point, he had like 1,800 gold. Yeah, he didn't commit for it.
Oh, they spot Castaway. I don't know whether this is how deep they want to commit. Swap back as well. Gladiol reveal ripped apart. That's not the thunder that you were looking for. Ponyo now starting to get run down as well as Ken chains them all up. Body blocks another. These two supports don't stand a chance. And Talon, they come a bit too far forward. This is why you can't breach that area all willy-nilly. Where was the Viper in that situation?
Farming.
Yeah,
Viper doing what he can to farm up his Manta.
Yeah, and it's not even his fault because it would take him a literal 1.5 years to travel to that location that you guys just... I don't know. That really felt so over-aggressive from Akashi leading the charge like that.
Yeah. Like Akashi, but who's going to be your frontline? WS, right? He's kind of the counter-initiator on the Magnus. With the blink and the... He's not ready yet to harpoon someone in and skewer them back. That's not WS's job right now. And if you don't have vision in the area, what's WS doing, right? Like, he can't go in for a blink skewer back. You've got on the counter initiation from the Magnus.
It kind of feels like they got baited by their own timing here as we hear a Viper Strike come out. Yokum pump faking that thing up. That looks like they want to go on Ken instead. They aren't able to stop the TP out. The Mars just escapes right from under their noses and the Ember flies away after grabbing that kill. So altogether, Talon, starting to struggle a little bit here. It's now 4K gold lead, and to sort of complete the point I was saying, it almost feels like they're getting a bit baited by their own ultimate timings, right? They're feeling the pressure to make something happen with this chrono, with this RP, but Crash, like you mentioned, it doesn't feel like it's their time yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially now with WS, he's going for this Orchid instead of the more traditional Harpoon, which means, sure, you've got kill potential on Ken. You've got something to potentially stop the swap if you get onto Castaway. But it just doesn't feel like it's good. It might be a little bit too late at that point.
WS getting aggressed upon up here in this jungle. Beautiful blast off from Bombi. He's starting to lay the traps. They're going to start exploding, but he's a bit too deep now. Finger of Death will finish him off. I say that from Feast and a ginormous one. It's actually the Viper and the Chikiro who goes down. Beautifully played from Bombi. He knew exactly what he needed to do in that situation. Sets his team up perfectly for success. And it's another 2 kills going the way of Neon. They are absolutely trucking it in this mid game here.
I wonder if WS was just looking for too big of an RP there. Because I feel like you had RP potential at that point, right? RP skewer back or very early on in that fight could lead to at least 1 or 2 kills going your way. But he holds on to the RP, which means like, there's nothing left in the tank for you, right? The Lion, the Jakiro, they're not enough on their own. You need the RP as well.
Yeah, and I think it especially doesn't bode well, the fact that this Mars actually rushed the BKB but didn't even need to use it in the past 2 engagements. They're just feeling so far ahead. This Gleipnir build, we saw it as well, CDR. It really just catches the Void off guard in an environment where he's not anywhere. Okay, sure, he's halfway to the BKB, but you know, with this Aegis timing, they're really going to push the issue, and Akashi, he needs just a little bit more time.
Yeah. I mean, if he's only halfway there, he's living on a prayer at this point. We've got to make sure that Neon aren't ending the game before you get your BKB, or at least threatening your high ground or these tier 2 towers. You've got to be so careful that you don't lose the rest of your team the BKB. That's the point. If you have your BKB and your team's dead, who cares?
I think the most annoying thing is that if they throw out a straight Gleipnir, you essentially have to BKB as if your life depends on it. Because you don't have a choice. The LSA is going to come through, the stun from Castaway, the spear, and you're not going to get the chance if you don't immediately do it. It almost feels like you need to pre-BKB and find a chrono. But Neon, they're bringing the fight right to the Talon lineup. The divide and conquer, though, Talon, they understand that they can't really do a face-to-face situation. They're going to split up all across the bot side with Ponyo staying up top to try and de-push whatever wave comes in.
Well, actually, at this point, okay, I know I said I was questioning, but at this point, I love the trajectory now JG is going for. Right, he's like, okay, at this point, I don't need Blink. A little, not too late, but it's just like, at this point, I don't need it. Talon running, I don't need a Blink. Instead, I'm going to go for survivability, BKB already, and now it's ads next, which is going to be incredible damage amp for the Lina, as well as the Ember Spirit. This is going to go crazy.
Yeah, and I think that's been such a key defining part of this patch, right? It's recognizing what you can do with your itemization, because these aura items are just so strong, but in a way, you're sacrificing a bit of your own game, right? So we always see the successful teams in this particular patch, they are able to, I guess, coordinate their itemization and their timings in that way that, much like what Neon is doing right now, you're going to have, you already have the completed Solar Crest on the techies, you're going to have the completed Vlads on the Mars right in time for this extended push, and the Ember, looks like there's an item flying out to him right now. You know, BKB complete, a full one just sitting on the courier. I mean, Ken, he's ready to fight.
Sneeze, this is the 3rd game where we've seen an Orchid on here, and it's timed up with the enemy's BKB.
Yeah.
So, what's the point of your Orchid now? Like, what is it doing for you?
The tricky thing is, it kind of feels like with this early Magnus pick, they kind of neutered it a bit here, so you might have to hold that thought. There's a setup, but the BKB immediately, JG runs straight into the RP. I don't think that's what he wanted. Ken in some trouble, and he's actually going to go down, but they might get the return kill. Yep. Magnus doesn't stand a chance. Swap back as well. Easy onto Ponyo, but they're actually on the other side. They've already set up and found Chuan. Too slow for his own good, and the poor Chikiro can't fly away from this one. CDR with a double kill. The wraparound response is perfect from Neon. They do lose the Ember, but get a couple of key big pickoffs.
So that's what the Orchid's for. It's for killing the Ember Spirit like that.
Yeah, I mean, he did manage to get the BKB off in the end, but I think, you know, if you just get initially orchided like that, you're not really feeling super threatened. Ends up costing him in his life, but I don't think it's the biggest of deals because he can just sort of come back into the mix and keep the push going. Now, they are doing a good job on Talon of splitting these lanes, right? The creep waves, at least in the bot side, and CDR needed to sort of go back and attend to that, but that's exactly what the Boots of Travels is for.
And smoke out from Neon. Gonna try to route out this triangle area. Join up with their Lina. Maybe wait for someone to show their face mid. That's what JG's pinging at least.
Dude, the map control from Neon is insane. Take a look at their vision all across. It just everywhere is lit up, all the lanes they can see, and they know that if Talon aren't in these lanes answering, they're perched up on some little outcrop of the map. It's exactly the one they're invading right now. Oh, this could be the worst possible timing. No, they're all so low. Swap back Akashi. He has the BKB available, but doesn't want to pop it just yet. Finally forced to WS. Already going down, but the last touch finds him with a slide. Perfectly done from Ken. And Akashi has to turn around for the chrono and try and escape, but Ken's hot on his heels. The defender's gate will actually keep him safe this time round. But they lose two. They sacrifice Bombi in that chrono, but that's your timing gone. Your BKB gone. Magnus had to use the RP for that situation. And I don't... Did they even get the Tormentor? They must have, right? Yeah, I mean, Ponyo gets his Liquid Frost. Whoop-de-doo.
Oh, no.
They are coming for your base right now. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower
I would
is
definitely
under
have been
attack.
more worried about the Lion Shard, if anything, right? Like,
Yeah.
that feels so bad, right? You lose so many heroes, you use so much resources for Liquid Frost.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Oh boy. Yeah. Let's go. Dude, they kind of neutered it a little bit. At least at one point it was like a point and click like mini stun. Right now it just slows you to a crawl, which is like, okay, cool. Doesn't he already do that? It's the worst.
Yeah.
It actually makes me so sad as a Jakiro enjoyer, but I'm sure Talon, they're feeling a similar painful type of sadness here as they are 8k gold lead behind. WS and you know, Akashi, they just haven't really been able to connect. And part of that problem is because Tron, he hasn't really been a factor this game.
I feel like we haven't seen the use of all of these abilities put together on the side of Talon. We've never seen a Chrono macro, an RP macro.
Yeah.
Hell, even like an RP Lion stun. Like,
Yeah. I mean, hell, even like a Viper stand on the front lines and counter initiate from literally anyone else.
Yeah.
Like, it's all felt just slightly disconnected, but that slight disconnect isn't enough for Neon to strike. They've been so precise with how they take these engagements, and Ken, he's done a stellar job, right? Up into a losing matchup in the mid lane, he's come out on top, and this has been a great performance.
Absolutely. I think going into the next game, you're probably going to be banning this Ember Spirit. If you're not, you're going to pick it yourself. Right?
Or at
One of
least
the- but you're not
it's gonna be on the
letting
front of
Ken
your
have
mind.
this Ember again. Yeah.
For sure. Or at least trying to come out with a more cohesive, I guess, way of dealing with it, because clearly the Viper isn't your solution. Neon here. It's still going to be a bit of time before the next Aegis, but I dare say that they're strong enough to fight without it, it feels like. Although you would always like that initial insurance against the Faceless Void, in case Talon suddenly pull out a miracle of a team fight. And
Yeah.
there's no better place to do it than the high ground.
You just got to respect Chronosphere, right? Like, that's
You
going to
do,
be the
you
name
do.
of the game throughout the entire, like, as we get near to the close to the end game.
Yeah.
That's right. Void is he
True.
doesn't care about your items. He doesn't care about how much gold he just cares that you're stuck in Chrono and that he's hitting your face.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Crash, but I'm gonna need some time because I have a letter that I'm writing right now. It's an apology to JG for doubting him. Look, this guy, in the previous performances that we've seen of him, there were some of those, I guess, growing pains coming in from being more of a position 1, position 2. And even in his previous team, him and Ken always did the flexible 1-2, right? So depending on which heroes would go in the mid lane or the safe lane, they'd switch it up. So to come from that into a stable off lane, and even the itemization, it's been on point for him. He's come out on top in the lanes, he's done his job. Bombi slightly off the mark with that explosion, and they're going to be able to get out, but you can see Talon showing so much respect to their opponents. It's just Bombi alone. They don't know where anyone else is, but that's enough for them to run for the hills.
And once again, you got to ask the question. Like, that could have been a potential team fight, right? Let's say a team out there. Where's Viper? Sitting in the mid lane. Like, once again, like, I feel like Viper has not partaken in any of these fights recently.
Yeah, and honestly, good. Good. Stay out of it, Chuan. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you're ready just yet. Even with what looks to be the Hurricane Pike queued up on the docket for him. He's tanked up quite a significant amount though. I guess that's worth mentioning. But both teams setting up now around the Roche pit. 42 seconds until that spawns. And this is the chance, right? There is decent team fight from Neon, but so far they've been the ones on the front foot, able to get the initiation with Bombi as well as Castaway the swap. RP pulling the Lina back straight into the mix. She might just fall before she can pop anything, but the BKB, can she get out of here? Doesn't look like it. Akashi's found her. And now JG, the walls will protect him for now, but in some trouble. Ken caught by the Chronosphere. Is it enough damage? That's what the swap is for. Gets him out of there, and he's still doing so much work. But Akashi already finishing off 2 members and another skewer. Talon, they found the miracle team fight that they needed, and it's all off on CDR, showing on that wave. Bombi next to fall as well, and the only survivor is JG. That was as good of an execution as you could have asked for.
It just takes one, right? It just takes one Chronosphere, one RP, one skewer back. Anything that Talon can do one is going to be incredibly good for them. And we saw it time after time there. Got the RP onto the Lina, the skewer back, the ice path, hold the Lion Stun until the end. Yeah. You get the same thing again on the Ember Spirit. That's what the Orchid's for. I questioned the Orchid, but it's kind of working out.
That's kind of the issue with the Magnus, right? Into the Venge. You talk about a swap save. That works for the Chrono where he has to walk up to you. And Lina is a good gauge of where you need to be positioned. But when the Magnus just pulls the Lina way out of your swap range, you're forced to play catch up. You need to just charge in all brazenly and desperately try and get that swap. And Talon, they didn't leave any chance for it. In a funny way, even though JG's itemization has been stellar, him not having the blink there delays his ability to answer back and actually put up any sort of a defense for CDR, and that cost the Lina his life. And suddenly things flipped on its head here. Aegis for the Void, Cheese for the Viper. This game isn't quite as much in Neon's hands as it was just 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, a little too big for your britches there on CDR. I'm not quite sure what the plan. Like, bait the Lina, but you're dealing with a Magnus, right? You cannot just bait your core like that. You hell, any hero, unless it's a support. Maybe JG, Mars, right? Because then you skewer him back and will feel good.
No, I think
that's the only thing.
That was just a big wake-up call to Neon, because the one thing you can't do against a Magnus is give him vision before you get some. You need to at least make sure it's an even trade where you're holding one area of the map and they're holding one area and they're scared to run into you. Because if the Magnus runs in, I mean, WS had to buy back in that fight, right? They blew him up as a result, but he doesn't care. He's already done his job. So, you know, Neon, they need to make sure they hold these little outcrops of vision and fight around that. That's going to allow them to get those swaps, those Bombi initiations, and you wait for Talon to walk up into you and give you that info. Because every time you don't see the Magnus, that exact nightmare is going to replay itself.
Yeah, Magnus named the game Kidnapping. He's about the stalking sneeze, but Magnus, he's all about the kidnapping.
Oh my gosh, those things go hand in hand most of the time. But for Magnus, he's not. The thing about Magnus is he's not sneaky about it. He's just big bad horn just gauze you out of like existence, and you don't really stand a chance. I think JG doubling back for the Blink Dagger, that's an excellent choice there. I mean, he previously was queuing up the Hex, which would have been really good up against Akashi, catching him off guard, but I think they realize now that in these team fights, Akashi's not going to be just running up like that at any time. I say that as he's leading the charge on the smoke move, Talon. All the ultimates up, and wanting to fight in this area yet again.
It's all beautiful ward. Like, this ward is giving them so much vision.
Oh, they're gonna... Oh no, CDR. Oh! It's a good guess, but it's not the one that counts. The Lion looks to be going down here, caught up by the Gleipnir, and the Laguna gonna finish him off. It's time to retreat, Talon. This is no longer the fight you want to have. As here comes Ken looking for a punish. Gets keyword back for now, but that's what the BKB is for. Onyo, he's desperately trying to back his team up, but Chuan forced to pop the cheese. Where's Akashi in this fight? He's on the back line trying to 1v1 CDR, but I don't think you have the damage all on your lonesome. They'll try and turn it on the JG right now, but CDR, he's just doing too much damage. Turning around with the Skadi, working down the Faceless Void. No more time off for you, that's the first life. Talon, off of that failed Chronosphere, are just crumbling here. They just managed to get an advantage for what feels like the first time this game, and just as quickly as they got it, they've thrown it all away. 5-man team wipe. Okay, no, not that. WS is still alive, manages to sneak his way out of trouble. But that's 4 members flattened. If you count the Aegis, that's 5. CDR stands supreme. This is disastrous.
I know you can't see my face right now, Sneeze, but my mouth has been quite open for the past 45 seconds. I cannot believe Akashi just did that.
That
Under
is...
no circumstances do you do that.
Dude, look. If he landed the chrono, we'd be like, this dude's a god, man. He's no wonder Talon picked him up. But to gamble that, the fate of that fight on that chrono, it almost felt like even if they missed it, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. Surprise, your whole hero doesn't really do that much up against Lina, who's built to be this absolute machine gun of a damage dealer, especially backed up by Castaway. You didn't catch anyone in the chrono, you weren't able to kill any of the supports. Chuan was busy trying to even get a touch on anyone in the fight. It just wasn't a good look, and now Talon, as a result of that, they've lost 1 lane. And Neon will show that respect. They'll back up after taking the tier 3 tower in the mid, but 14k now, it's back in their favor. Neon are cementing it, and that was supposed to be an Aegis timing on the Void. What the heck?
Talon, I'm not sure what they do here now at this point. They're kind of in a position where they need to wait for their Chronosphere again, but you've lost your racks, you're losing the vision advantage as well, just because of where Neon are going to be playing. So you do just buy a gem on WS, so that's going to change that entirely. So never mind. The vision advantage is now back in your favor as long as you keep a hold of that gem.
Look, let me introduce you to something called the Void Spectrum. Okay? The Void Spectrum. Basically, based on where you are in the game in terms of how far ahead you are, how far behind you are, the Void Spectrum is introduced. The lower you are on the spectrum means that you're relying on your opponents to make a mistake. I regret to inform you that based on the Void Spectrum, they are at like, what, 0.2 or 0.1. They're no longer at the point where just landing a good chrono is enough. It almost feels like they need to rely on Neon to make a mistake, and this castaway mispositioning might be the first one for many more to come. At the end of the day, it might just be 2 supports. As the rest of the side of Neon. Okay, Void Spectrum up to 0.3. They get the ban. No. Bombi manages to escape. So, I mean, it's just one castaway kill, and that's kind of what you need to rely on, right? Neon being split up, them being segmented, them not being ready to take the fight. If you can't kill CDR in the chrono, I don't think you're killing it.
Not with like 4k HP. That's just a little bit too much.
Oh,
Bombi?
Goodness,
oh my goodness.
He just came by to like split tank it a little bit and almost lost his life in the picture. Okay.
Back
So,
to the fountain he goes.
yeah, back to the fountain. He just came out too. He's like a support life. What can you do? So it's not, look, it's not over yet as long as Void exists. That's kind of what the Void Spectrum decrees. But Akashi, I think it's safe to say he won't be doing that again.
I would like to think so.
I would like to hope so. If not, this game's gonna end a lot sooner than we hope. And I think both these teams, what they're showing here is that they are quite evenly matched. Talon really did a great job in terms of clawing and finding small openings to at least somewhat make it even. I know it doesn't sound that way just because of the 10k gold lead and the sort of fact that Neon have largely been ahead this whole game. But hanging on still here. Not by a thread, but at least by a piece of cloth. It's getting thinner though.
Yeah, Neon, they've got to start making things happen soon. And Talon, like, they're in a position where they can take this late. Like, they are happy to take this because of the Faceless Void. The only problem would be CDR. Like, you've just got to be careful of the Lina, because as this game goes later, Lina is also going to become a big threat.
Yeah.
But once again, we've talked about it, right? Void doesn't care about your net worth.
Absolutely. Well, for now, they are setting up for the third Roche. I think this is sort of their game ender move here. The amount of bombs set up in this area by Bombi as well. It's going to be so hard to penetrate and find an angle to get that same success that you did beforehand. So Desolator complete on the Mars as well, so amping up some of that physical damage on some of these targets. Not the highest armor units in the world. Ken. Next up here. Still has a BKB to use if he chooses to, and forced to commit it. And now he wants to turn around and find some action. Or maybe just back up. 84 seconds without that important tool though. It's gonna inhibit his means of taking the fight. WS jumps into a whole minefield, but he gets what he came for, fishes out the Mars, and the Finger of Death finishes him off immediately. Mars buys back.
You have to. This is the fight.
This is the fight. This is the fight. JG preserving that BKB in that fight though, so he still will have that available alongside the arena. On the flip side, you still have your Chrono and your RP. But you see immediately, these teams, they recognize they can't afford to run into each other's fields of vision. Bombi has reset up that minefield on that high ground, and they're starting out the road. CDR putting it to work right now. Is that an amplified damage on him as well? Oh, what? How fortuitous. Oh, no, it's not. It's just the mass amount of auras causing him to glow, my bad. This Aghanim Scepter though could go over to the way of the Lina, allowing her to get that Flame Cloak. Uninhibited movement will be very, very useful. It doesn't look like Talon can do anything about it.
Surprised Talon, they just kind of waited too long on their wraparound. They were kind of just sitting around in this area, and they're going to continue to sit around in this area, wait for Neon to show their face back up. Maybe CDR shows his face again like he did last time, and you get that skewer back.
Yeah, has the second life this time, but we've seen this story before. It's a nice lane mod, spotting out some of the Neon members moving forward. It's just a matter of if they want to set up this fight. Smoke up Neon. They know they need to tread lightly. WS pulling back CDR up onto the high ground. This is what you wanted. Has a second life this time around, but the blink forward from JG holds them in place, forcing the BKB out. Ken has that back up and is starting to encroach onto the Talon members. CDR, he's not stopped though. Chuan just melting. Akashi can't even get the time walk off. Where did he go? Chuan forced the TP out. He has not been able to do a thing this whole match. As the Faceless Void and the Lion crumble, and they don't even lose the first life of the Lina. And Ken, he's just done such a splendid job at splitting the fight wide open. And now they're gonna go straight onto the high ground. Buybacks might have to be forced here.
Yeah. It's not over yet. We still have the RP. We still have Chronosphere. It's not quite over yet, but it is, it's almost there.
Yeah. I mean, the one sort of thing you're playing for is the lack of BKBs on the side of Neon, but just how much can you do on Chuan? The reactive taser with the shard from Bombi being so annoying, just disarming Viper in that fight. The swap back as well. He's able to force up out the LSA, but he's in trouble. When is his HP go? The police, the last bit of damage. CDR finishes him off. They kill off Castaway, but he has that Aghanim and swaps back Yokum straight into his own death. You're gonna have to buy back on Chuan here, try and work down at least that bench illusion. All you're getting is an illusion. You haven't even gotten the main carry on his first life. And hell, you might not even get Castaway. He buys back just to refresh himself. What a stylish play here, steering them back. A bit of miscommunication, but it's not going to matter as WS just gets melted apart. Forced to buy back. This is the last stand for Talon here. But at this point, it doesn't even seem like they have the legs to stand on the RP. Where is the follow-up? They're holding on to the buyback from Void. This could be the chrono that they've been waiting for. 4 members of the side of Neon grouping up, but they still have the second life. Castaway has his second life as well. You just can't work through them as Akashi gets splattered like a damn fly. And the buyback finally comes through, but there's not enough damage. There's not enough control. They're just getting CDR machine gunned apart right now. As Ken getting a bit too over-aggressive, diving the fountain. It doesn't look like Talon are ready to give up just yet, but they might be forced to tap out. Bombi able to E-blade himself and keep himself alive for now, but Akashi should finish him off. Once that taser's done, it's so annoying. And GG is called. You can't even kill the tankies. And Neon, what a stunner of a game 1 up against Talon.
Yeah, Neon have been looking on the up and up through across multiple tournaments. I've been able to follow their journey for a few months now. And what started off as a really good team started looking rocky a little bit. And now once again, they're in full form here in the close qualifiers for DreamLeague.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we know that they've been boot camping for a little bit in lieu leading up to these qualifiers as well. And some of that team play, it's really starting to show that the communication has reached another level. Whether it's a training arc or whatnot, JG really impressed with his performance on Mars. And I'm not saying that, you know, other people might be watching, maybe this is your first time watching JG, you're like, oh, why is this caster hyping up this guy? You know, he just did his job. Well, it's not Flame, but he was for a while in the lead up that both Crash and I witnessed one of the sort of weaker links in the team. They would target him in the draft and the entire Neon game would just crumble. But the fact that he's able to stand his own ground on the Mars, set up by a beautiful lane with Bombi as well, and take that advantage early on and just run it, I mean, that was just impressive stuff. This Neon is looking hot.
Yeah, Talon, they're going to go back to the drawing board here. It's, I mean, the only thing they can do, and I think there's going to be a few key heroes that we're not going to be seeing, and I think Ember's going to be one of them.
Look, I don't think we're seeing Viper as well, and not for the same reason, right? Yeah. I just think that this has happened multiple times before. Viper is no longer that Huskar-esque pick that just wins the game anymore, right? Huskar, the thing with Huskar is that regardless of how rough of a laning stage that he has, he's always going to have the capability to, for example, take Roche. Or once he gets the armor, he becomes unstoppable. Viper isn't really that same way. If you fall behind, as we saw what happened to Chuan, it's unfortunate, but we didn't even get to see him really play Dota that game. And that's kind of the story of it. I want Talon to kind of find a hero for Chuan to be able to get active, make moves, because that's what we know him for. He loves his puck, he loves his spirits. Put him back on there, let's see what he can do. We'll be right back for game number 2 though, Talon. This is the best of 3 after all, and they're still in the upper bracket, so by no means out of this competition, but let's see whether they can come back right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Look. I'm not saying that Akashi Chrono lost the game. All I'm saying is that if WS on the Magnus is not having a good one, and if Chuan literally can't play Dota, you really only have one option. And not pointing any fingers though. I'm thinking Talon, they had a real rough situation to fight up against Permsteez and Crasheroni here, bringing you DreamLeague Season 22. This is the start of our Southeast Asian qualifiers in what is one of the most stacked regions. I feel like every region says that, but Southeast Asia is even more insane because there's literally only one slot.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about you. I would point some fingers. I would point multiple fingers, actually, Sneeze. I would probably point maybe 3 or 4 fingers.
Okay.
The one finger is reserved for Lion, though. That's one of the fingers. There are only 3 fingers left, right?
Okay,
and it's got to be in every single one of these cores.
Right. I mean,
right.
I don't know. It kind of feels like the Magnus first pick didn't really work out for them. And we called it out in the draft as well. It felt like that Lina was such a perfect answer. In the same way that Magnus can flex the mid and off lane, Lina can just meet him wherever he goes, and it just wasn't something that they really could capitalize on. The Magnus, he wants to get those kills going, wants to tag team up with the Lion to get those nice skewers back into the tower, but just never happened. Castaway, I think credit where credit is due, played a great game. I mean, the supporting cast on Leon was just splendid. I think this is something I'm going to look forward to in game number 2 as well. But I think you already mentioned there are some things that you're not looking forward to in game number 2, and that is the absence of the Ember. You were thinking that, you know, Neon Esports are not going to have the privilege of letting Ken be on that one again.
5 seconds remaining.
For now, the draft starting out pretty similarly though, and understandably so. All of these very vicious meta heroes that they don't want to deal with in the Doom, Bat Rider. The flip side, Talon taking out Castaway specials in the Chen and the Nature's Prophet. Not wanting JG to get his hands on that Timber as well. Yeah,
Chen is just one of those heroes that were back in the form of Chen being first banned, right?
Yeah.
Like remember the old school like IO Chen first banned.
So,
you know what I mean? Like it was constantly IO Chen.
Dude, I can't believe we're back in this timeline. It's kind of insane.
Lina banned from Talon, yeah, makes sense, right? Don't want to deal with that again, but once again, you're leaving the Ember Spirit in the pool, and you gave Ken a bad, but he still owned the game. So
I think it's not that. I think it's not that bad. I think the problem stemmed from the Lina, and Ken just played well.
That's fair.
Ken just played well. If Ken plays well, it doesn't matter what heroes he's on, right?
Yeah.
It's more of a. I think the Lina really was kind of like a very, very early checkmate. It's kind of like you're playing. Okay, look, this is you need to save me here because I know a lot of Dota players love chess, and I'm about to make a chess analogy, and I don't know how to play chess. But it's kind of like when. Okay, nice. We're both gonna get roasted here, but it's kind of like when you start chess and then you just in the third move, all your pawns just die. It just kind of feels like you're playing without one entire layer or one entire aspect of the game where your Magnus, his whole allure, his whole point is to get that set up and get that early advantage. The techies being snatched away from Bombi though. I like this initial start already. It's something that both Ponyo and Yokem can play and have been playing. So we've already seen what it can do. I'm not surprised to see it so highly prized.
Yeah, I think Techies has been slowly one of the most contested heroes here, or one of the most picked at least. Not banned too much, but picked quite a bit between the Chinese qualifiers and the SCA qualifiers. It's been hot for Techies recently.
Yeah, and I mean, just so much magic damage, right? I think the amplification inherently that the hero has, it's kind of like why Skyref mage players always max out the Ancient Seal. Damage amp in any shape or form is just disgusting. Right? I mean, Undying with the Flash Golem, these are all sort of the key things. You get one auto attack off, suddenly they just get disintegrated.
Yeah.
So there is a bit of, I won't say question mark, but there is a bit of counterplay inherent with the Vengeful Spirit, right? Because you want to set up on a single target, or ideally multiple targets, but whoever you're setting up on can very easily be swapped on if they're not Castaway. So that might be something that I think Talon have to keep an eye out for, maybe a secondary layer of initiation on top of the techies to really just surge forward and crush their opposition. For now, that's being taken out in the form of the Centaur and the Naga Siren, though.
I would love to see something like, I don't know, like a TA or a Puck from Talon, right? Something that can jump into the backlines and just like either deal with the Venge or in TA's case, just destroy the Venge.
Yeah, I think that was what was missing too, because they didn't really have a way of actually hitting these two backline supports, right? On the flip side, Yokem and I think Ponyo, they weren't quite as mobile and were just basically struggling to maneuver their way around the fight. Now, TA isn't something that Talon are allergic to
Talon
either. This
Esports
is an
turn
Akashi
Radiant
special,
team
and I'm
pick.
very confident that Chuan can bring it out. It will be the Mars instead. So they're going for the strategy where they're basically taking yours, right? They're saying, okay, Neon, you played really well on this particular set of heroes. How are you gonna do without them? So we have to see what Neon have in sort of the back burner of their strats here. And they
10
actually ban out the
seconds
TA
remaining.
themselves.
Okay, I think that's fair.
5
Right, like
seconds
Mars
remaining.
Techies doesn't really do much to TA in lane if it is going to be the Akashi or the CDR TA. Could be a Ken TA as well, who knows. But
CDR loves TA.
yeah, it just like TA doesn't care about Mars Techies in lane. As soon as he gets shard on Mars, then maybe it becomes a little different,
Radiant
but in lane,
team
who
pick.
cares? Just level refraction doesn't matter.
No, and I mean, not just that, right? But if you get an early meld in the lane and then you just double meld hit Mars, his lane is,
Yeah.
it's toast.
It's over.
You got Venge as well with a Wave of Terror. This guy is not going to have armor. Don't be deceived by his physical appearance. Keeper of the Light sneaking it through. I believe that was banned in
10
the first
seconds
game.
remaining.
And yeah, Neon Esports, they're able to snag that one up. Now,
5
they
seconds remaining.
played a couple of Keeper of the Light games recently, and it's clear that this is going to trend them more towards low cooldown heroes. Like previously, they paired it up with
Talon
Timber Bounty
Esports
Weaver.
turn
In another
pick.
game, it was with the Pangolier. This time, it's going to be with the Faceless Void, though. So both teams just taking each other's strats a little bit here.
In Neon, they've done this before. They paired the Coddle up with the Faceless Void, then they drafted like Chen Ember Brewmaster. So pair the Brew up with Coddle in lane. You've got a
10
great way to
seconds
proc Cinder
remaining.
Brew.
Mm-hmm.
Just solid
5
start for
seconds remaining.
Neon, right? The Coddle is going to supplement a lot of Brewmaster, like if they're going to go Brew. So Brewmaster or Weaver, Bounty Hunter, whatever they want to do. It's going to supplement a lot of their damage in lane.
Okay, hold, because we're still seeing the same thing, right? Previously, Talon, Akashi was like, I can deal with this lane. Spoiler alert, didn't really do so, right? I mean, Mars
true.
got away with a pretty... Sure, he didn't go 1 and 5 or whatnot, but he wasn't really getting the most out of that lane they wanted. He didn't really have the opportunity to say like, oh, I'm level 6 now, I'm going to threaten you with Chrono. No, JG was there, got a couple of ganks off on the Faceless Void while I was at it. The Venge is a decent bodyguard, but equally as susceptible. I don't really see anything... I mean, sure, they flipped the script, right? It's not JG on the Mars anymore, but Talon, they've kind of set themselves up for a pretty good lane up against the Faceless Void, in my opinion.
It's got to be confidence for Neon coming out of that game number 1 to be drafting this
Talon
Faceless Void like that.
Esports turn
Mhm.
The
pick.
only sort of protection you
What
have...
in the-
Whoa, what the... What year is this? Hello?
What are we... Wait, first man check...
Radiant
Like, wait,
team
roll back the calendar. What is going...
What? Okay. To be fair,
Okay.
the Alchemist isn't too crazy. From
No, the
Talon.
Alchemist isn't crazy. And when you see the
Esports
Alchemist, you can
turn to
kind of
ban.
understand the Warlock, because you're thinking, okay, I need someone to make sure this man is completely untouched, right? I just go to AFK, heal him in the lane, we push waves, I stack, Fatal Bonds, farm everything, it's vibes. But then they just
10
snap up the
seconds
face
remaining.
Storm Spirit, and the control on Talon is just
Esports turn to
lacking.
ban.
Yeah.
And this
Yeah,
is,
Warlock
I'm looking
does not
at...
provide anything.
Dude, I'm looking at Talon's recent games, and I do not see this. It wasn't on Ponyo. He hasn't been playing this particular hero. They haven't been. Yeah, okay. I figured it out.
10
I figured it out.
seconds
You know what it is?
What's that?
You know what it is? You know why we're asking what year it is?
5
Pylai
seconds
Dai
remaining.
was recently introduced as their coach. This is the most Pylai Dai ass pick I've seen in my life. You know what I mean? Like, it's like,
Yeah.
oh, I go position 7 on Warlock and secure game for my team. And I did want to talk a bit about that, because Talon recently recruited him. In a way, Chuan, coming back from Western Europe, from Alliance as well, bring a bit more of a European Western perspective. And that might be something that's influencing their drafts, making it look a little different. Now, Crash, I'm still going to be honest, though. I don't see the picture.
From Talon? Yeah. It's,
Yeah,
Radiant
no.
team ban.
So I get it, right? You don't have AA, so instead you pick Warlock. What's, you've got a lot of control into the Mars arena, right? It's just another, not bubble, but another circle to lay on top of your circle,
Sure.
right? So you get a big arena, big fatal bonds
10
in the
seconds
acid
remaining.
spray with the blast off. Throw the chaotic offering on top
5
of that.
seconds
They've got a
remaining.
lot of circles to lay on top of each other. Now, is that going to be any good? Who knows? Because we were scratching our heads a
Radiant
lot last
team
game with
pick.
Talon. We were like, okay, when are they going to use all of their team fight ultimates at the same time?
Yeah.
When are they going to macro pyre RP? When are they going to macro pyre Chronosphere? The answer to that question was never.
Yeah. I mean, that sort of, it's not that the coordination was missing. It just kind of felt like they had different ideas
10
of the
seconds
window they wanted to
remaining.
jump out of at the same time. And then what ended up happening is someone jumps first, and then you're like,
5
wait, where did he go? And
seconds
then
remaining.
2 other people jump before you're even done speaking. That's kind of what it felt
Yeah.
like watching Talon in those team fights. And things are gonna get even harder because the Storm is equally as difficult to catch as the Ember, right? You put down all these circles. There's nothing in these circles that actually stops him from zipping out other than the Techie's silence, or rather, sorry, the stun coming out from blast off. So I don't know. I'm not really feeling the most confident Talon's lineup. I'm more than happy to be surprised here and just like, oh, suddenly they show us a different side of Warlock, and it's this crazy stacking machine that can get a lot of work done.
Esports
True
turn
enough,
to
there is a lot of damage that can be amplified by the fatal bonds, right? You put the Mars Spear onto a couple of people, a couple of Techies bombs onto the fatal bonds as well. People are gonna blow up, but this Night Stalker is a perfect last pick. Somebody who can just hunt down the Alchemist while he's trying to farm up. And I don't know about you, Crash, but
10 seconds
this guy's
remaining.
stalking phases are gonna go hard.
Choose your hero.
Absolutely. Absolutely, right? You get on top of these backline supports on the side of Talon, they're dead. There's
Yeah.
nothing they can do to
No.
stop you.
Yeah.
And
It's-
there are a lot of your team fight, a lot of your damage comes out from these techies right now. Like
Mhm.
in the early games, sure, Alk is great at farming, but he doesn't do the most amount of damage. DK as well. Like the damage from Talon are kind of lacking in the early to mid game.
Look, this Dragon Knight last pick is something that they've done before to limited success, right? It hasn't really looked so hard for them, but it seems to be something that Tron feels comfortable in. And I kind of am starting to see, not the vision, it's blurry for me, but I kind of understand what they're trying to do, right? They're going to play
10
literally
seconds
around Tron.
remaining.
They are
Yep.
hoping that this Dragon Knight pick is strong enough of a
5
bastion for them
seconds
to go
remaining.
up against this Ken Ember Spirit and do what the Viper couldn't, which is start pressuring the towers, start making things happen. This is what we were discussing about the Viper versus the Huskar, where that hero in itself cannot take objectives or make things happen on the map. He's just kind of waiting for you to run into him and cry about it. Right? Dragon Knight, very different story. Every single time the dragon form is up, he's going to be hitting a tower, and if you run into him, bam, here comes the rock, here comes Yokum on the techies. That might just be what they're angling for here, Talon. I just don't know whether that tempo is fast enough up against the Night Stalker.
It could be, right, if CDR does have the bad lane that we're expecting him to have, or at least the hard lane that we're expecting him to have. It could just mean that Akashi outfarms the Void and is ready a lot sooner than the Faceless Void. Right, Alk, the same thing as Medusa, can hit kind of an incredible 25-30 or 20-25 minute timing right before the Void gets ready at the 35-30 minute mark if he has like a rough lane. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Talon, they're cooking. I'm not quite sure what it tastes like just yet. I'm still hesitant to take a bite.
Yeah.
But I see the dish in front of me, and I see the vision.
I look, they've just explained it to me, right? They're like, oh, we're gonna hit towers, man. Like, what do you want from us? And I'm just like Gordon Ramsay in Hell's Kitchen. Sometimes, it's a good dish, in theory, but it's looking a little bit too simple. Where
Prepare
Neon, it
for
feels like they
battle.
just have so much different layers and different little tools and ideas coming together in a really great way. This Storm and the Night Stalker, they're gonna surface as a hunting party throughout the first stalking phase. It's, I don't know. I mean, the fact that you have Koto Storm as well, just randomly sneaking through the draft, like he's gonna have a great game, Ken, right? He's not gonna be able to threaten Chuan so much, but it doesn't matter because he can threaten everybody else.
And I'd like to say that's where the rotations come in, but hell, Avenge Coddle rotation, maybe the Venge rotation, but not the Coddle rotation. That doesn't amount to really anything.
Yeah, so the one thing about Neon this game is that their supports aren't quite as
30
potent,
seconds.
right? You're not
Yes.
thinking of a Koto as like, oh, he's gonna run after you and just set up a perfect kill on you, much like the Bombi Techies was. But we can foresee that instead of maybe the Night Stalker, this Koto is just going to make a beeline straight for the Storm come the 8 to like 15-minute mark, and they're just going to run all around the map and make things happen. Now, speaking of making things happen, have their eyes out onto Ken. Loses quite a bit of HP just to start things off. I mean, he's going to have to ferry out maybe an additional set of tangles or something like that if he wants to stand against Tron. Forced to back up here, muscled off the rune. It is actually going to be a 2 for 2, so nothing too crazy. You'd love to get one additional one on the Alchemist though, just to, yeah, look at that GP.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Big money. Our observer knows, he immediately swapped that too. That's how you know this guy knows his stuff. Okay, starting things out here. I think mid lane is going to be a snooze fest. Are we agreed?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, unless something crazy happens, right? The techies, like a techies rotate. Okay. 4 or 5 minutes, 6 minutes comes around. These techies rotations are going to be huge.
Yeah.
Right? Securing these runes. As long as Storm is on level 6, the rotations are going to come in hot and heavy from techies.
Yeah. For now though, Ponyo has a tall task. And that tall task is actually pressuring out this duo. They're doing a pretty good job. Are they?
Yeah. Yep.
We're off to an explosive start.
Keep in mind how much damage Concoction does level 1.
No,
It's actually
look.
quite a bit.
Look, I know that, but I just didn't think that the Warlock would do anything significant enough in the late. Like, I know how Fatal Bond works, you know, the mini golems come up, exploding your face. It's fun, you know. Slacks told us all about it in that video, but I just didn't really expect Bombi to get caught out like that. And maybe a bit of a slip up to start the game off, not really what you want to set the Alchemist up for.
Yeah, First Blood going the way of this top lane. It's not something we really saw. At least I didn't see coming. At least the level 1, maybe level 2, 3, but definitely not level 1.
I was shocked. I don't know if you could tell, but I was just sitting there like I was looking around. I'm like, is this a joke? Like, is this real?
Yeah, it's actually April Fool's. Did you know?
Pranked,
Yeah.
haha. We're remaking the lobby. Okay, good one, ESL. Okay, but jokes aside here, this lane is slated to be pretty tough for CDR, but even though it's not one of his most played professional heroes, it is one of his most winning. He's at 21 games right now and at a just above around 62% win rate, which is honestly really impressive for such a... Void is not an easy hero by any stretch of the imagination, so being able to go positive on that in such a high sort of capacity is pretty impressive. We'll have to see what he's able to do. I mean, it's... The thing is, we're chalking the entire Akashi performance up to that one missed chrono. But honestly, up until that point, his chronos were pretty solid, right? He was catching 2 to 3 members every single time. He was setting up the team, and really one of the only reasons why they were in that game for so long. So, I mean, he does... I won't say has a simpler job, but at least the plan is a little bit more straightforward now on the Alchemist. Hit creep.
Yeah, hit creep, become big sooner than the faces. Void becomes big, and then run at towers.
Yeah,
right? And I think
he-
that's the name of the game for Talon right now.
I don't know, even if he chrono you, you pop a couple of pills and you are angry and you just regen everything up. It's fine.
Yep. Natural Radiance builder, right? So faces
Yeah.
Void all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
Forced to
That's
like buy an
perfect.
MKB, and it's like, okay.
It's kind of uncomfortable for the Night Stalker as well, because he might just be standing there trying to work down the support. And Night Stalker is used to having these chunky, meaty auto attacks just absolutely clobber backliners. But then if you're missing like half of them, it's just like, wait, what's going on here? Why is it a Gossamer Cake? Like, what's happening? And then you realize, like, right. Night Stalker is not going to buy MKB, let's be real. But that's just going to be something that plagues him for most of the game until he gets BKB.
So I wonder, this is my question for you, Sneeze. Who do you think is going to be buying Spirit Vessel on the side of Neon?
Oh, I mean, it has to be the Koto. It has to be the Koto. Who else? I mean, you could make an argument for Night Stalker, but I feel like that might sack his game a little bit too much. I think JG wants to go for a little bit more greedy items. For now, just doubling up on the bracers, just to stand his ground in the lane.
Magic.
Concoction again. Just gonna toss that one out. Can't afford to have a full blast because they were really closing, or at least making the distance away from him. And honestly, a bit of a quiet early game. I guess the Night Stalker lane doesn't really pop off until 5 minutes, and that's sort of coming up soon, but WS and Yokum, they haven't really been able to stop CDR from farming. I say that here comes the blast off timeout right in the nick of time. True to its name. I mean, beautiful stuff from Castaway to put a stop to that. I mean, it's just play a bit of hindrance.
And it doesn't look like Magic Missile stops the So like my thought was the only way you can stop techies from blast offing is if you catch him with a magic missile mid blast off. But literally doesn't care. He doesn't care about magic missile. He still lands anyways.
Yeah, he's stunned mid-air. You got him, but not the intended effect for sure. But yeah, I think it only works if you catch him before he lifts off the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, still good stuff there, and going to show that, you know, at least for CDR, he's very well aware that these disables can come out and he's timing them perfectly. Whether that's a mess up on Talon side is another discussion, but quick take a look at the CS. Chuan expectedly ahead, similarly for the Alchemist, doing very well for themselves here. And yeah, I mean, this trajectory, like we mentioned, the timing for Talon is a lot earlier. Is there, do you think Neon need to do anything about it? Is it going to be like a rotation or something? Well, I mean, Yokum just reveals his ward there, but yeah. Do you think Talon needs to, I mean, Neon needs to do something about this? It is the first stalking phase.
Yeah, they could, right? We've got the Elder Dragon being popped mid, so we already see, right, the two supports here, which means Night Stalker's left alone. Going to be getting his level 6 relatively soon, and I don't think we're going to be seeing any Night Stalker rotations until then.
Look, I have a premonition,
Okay.
and I'm thinking this first Tron Dragon form, they aren't really strong enough to deal with him, right? They're contesting for the rune now. They'll be able to grab it upside, or at least deny it. But this second Dragon form, this is my stunning prediction. Okay, you ready for it? My stunning prediction is that Dragon form number 2, Chuan is going to pressure this mid tower and try and take it. And if the Night Stalker isn't ready to no. Here's the part where it gets good.
Okay.
If the Night Stalker isn't ready to fight and doesn't come mid and kill Chuan, Talon will start running away with the game. You need to smack this guy down, and I feel like the only person with the power to do so is going to be that Night Stalker during nighttime with Dark Ascension.
Now that Storm Spirit's level 6 as well, you do have a little bit more kill potential on pretty much everyone around the map. But speaking of kill potential,
I mean, the combo finally coming to fruition. Like you mentioned, the supports making their way to the mid lane to address some of the pressure left by that Dragon Knight. That's going to leave WS wide open to set up. Beautiful stuff from Talon, and much needed, I must say.
yeah, absolutely. The more the Talon can get an early game advantage, it's going to favor them so heavily. Because like we said, their timing is a lot sooner.
Look at the
CDR, he's not doing too hot. I just took a look at the CS and now taking a look at the net worth as well. It's a big yikes.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not an easy lane to farm, right? I mean,
No,
he's basically has his full focus on making sure that he doesn't get caught up by chain stuns. And for what it's worth, maybe he goes for an early Midas for a comeback. Oh, Tron getting real aggressive here, but here's the TP. Not the one that we talked about, the Night Stalker coming in. Yeah, this is what we were saying. Tron, he needs to die here. It's a beautiful blast off on the 3 though. Yokum, lifesaver, gets Tron out of there, and GG, slowed down by that residual upheaval, is only going to be able to get Ponyo. So Tron keeps his life intact, but there are 4 members of Neon here, and they could continue this aggression. I mean, one of them is clearly flying higher than the other. I think that should exert the superiority in some sense. Tron knows that he has to back off, but that's your entire Dark Ascension. You kill the 2 supports, sure, but you don't get Tron, and I don't know. That's a really big cooldown use. Get a Kashi though. Oh, this is a way bigger kill. Chemical Rage level 1 does absolutely jack against that, and beautiful move across the map from Neon.
Dark Ascension lasts a lot longer than I thought it did. That was a long-ass time.
Yeah.
The only
if it was any shorter, it would be so lame though. Like, come on.
Yeah, it would be. It would be such a weird ultimate. The only problem with that movement is it left Chuan alone mid, and he actually almost took the tier 1 tower without the Elder Dragon form. The only one there to kind of stop him is Castaway.
Yeah, and I don't think he cares about Castaway. Look at Castaway. I mean, the previous time Castaway showed his face, Chuan wanted to dive the tier 2 just to stun him. So that should give you a bit of perspective on what he thinks of that vengeful spirit. For now, it's kind of boiling down to a very similar situation as last game, but roles reversed. Right now, WS, in the same vein as JG, is having a magnificent game on the Mars. Now, it isn't like he's just catapulting in terms of net worth, but he's getting what he needs from the lane. He's out-leveling the Faceless Void, and he's gonna burst into these fights and be a huge factor.
A little bit later of a mid tier 1 tower than you would have liked for Dragon Knight, right? The third It's when you're kind of pushing it.
I mean,
But still, right, at the end of the day, the job's done.
Dire's
Dude, the second one they brought 4 heroes to the main. I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of
Yeah, like, what do you
that's
do?
kind of that's kind of rough. That's a dragon hunting party right there. Speaking of a hunting party, here comes Tron to this bot side, wanting to make the full use of this duration. And they're kind of threatening CDR in a way as well, right? Because if he walks up, there's an arena straight to his face. Now, where is the backup? Bombi coming to the twin gates. Looks like Night Stalker is on his way as well.
Dire's top
But
tower.
it is daytime with no Dark Ascension. There's the Chrono, trying to catch more than just WS here, and with that silence, he's not able to get the arena off. They are forced to retreat, and they need to get Chuan though. The slow up from the Solar Bind, it is so crippling for this Dragon Knight. What can you do? Ponyo, the swap back, Chuan, he's surrounded by 5 all of a sudden. They've brought the full squad, and they want more. Ponyo in some trouble, and this is where the Warlock looks the weakest, when he has no one in front of him. Yokum gonna go down as well. It's a double kill for Ken, and Neon, they strike hard.
This is exactly what Neon needs to do, right? They're in a position right now where Alchemist is the hero that's not ready to fight yet. I mean, to be fair, your Void isn't ready yet either, but every time the Chrono's off cooldown, you need to make a move with the rest of your heroes. Every single one of them show up for this fight just because of that Chronosphere.
I mean, that's just excellent recognition there. Ken stealing away all the stacks. That's not what you want, Akashi. A lot of his propellant has now just gone down the drain towards the way of Neon. They've caught out Bombi, but that's a support. That's the first use of Arena. That's not really what you... Oh my
god!
goodness.
Oh my god!
Is under attack.
That's gotta hurt Talon. They're really starting to feel this thing now. Both supports, I'm not sure whether they were able to snag up the Wisdom Runes, but sitting both at level 4 and level 5, it's not a good look. They don't even have their key ultimates yet. You can imagine how much more magic damage comes out from those mines, but
under attack.
I think they still get the tier 1, I guess.
You have to, right? This is right now the only thing the Talon can be doing, is taking these towers, accumulating net worth on all of their heroes where they can, but DK and Mars are slowly falling behind the Storm Spirit and Night Stalker.
Yeah, and this is when Night Stalker is the scariest. Take it from a Night Stalker player, okay? This is... I mean, he's just done a really good job in terms of using his Dark Ascension and just capitalizing on that time frame to ensure that he gets at least something. You can't afford to have 1 or 2 bad night times on the Night Stalker. That's when your game just ends. So he needs to keep this engine going, and he's meeting them right there, right where they are, right? Talon, they want to hit this 20-minute timing with the crazy Akashi Radiance timing, act as a front line, but it's kind of been disjointed a little bit.
Yeah, WS, he needs to go for this Blink Dagger because he's the hero that initiates. Right, he's the only hero that gets up in their face with that Blink Dagger. Obviously, Chuan will get there eventually. He's going for a Blink Dagger as well, and he, like, that's the name of the game for Talon. They need to get in Neon's face, on the Coddle, deal with these saving and high damage supports. Coddle is going to do a lot with the Solar Bind, the Vessel, and just Illuminate. That's quite a bit. So
Yeah,
you have to deal with these supports. You have to.
That's kind of the tricky thing though. They've had their hands full just trying to do it because they can't seem to peel the Night Stalker off their backs. And with 2 more minutes until next nighttime, he does have Dark Ascension, but for now, Neon seem pretty happy with just occupying space in the enemy jungle, right? They've set up some wards in that upper side jungle, just spotting out anyone entering in here. They'd love triangle control. That would really just seal the deal for them and allow them to just break in and hamper some of this farm. For now, it's just group farming session for Talon heroes. They're just working through these creeps. Tron has a bit of injection of net worth there, but it's nothing super crazy. Now, I wonder what this Dragon Knight's build is going to be, right? Traditionally, we see Blink, show up BKB, and then it's just the Axe straight, but that kind of leaves him a little bit worse for wear in terms of scaling until a later point.
I think Ag's Manta is actually quite a bit of damage, and it's really good as well. I think people sleep on the Manta style on DK. I mean, not anymore, but for a while they were sleeping on it.
It was the gunner introduction. I mean, that was crazy. Oh no, he blinks, shows himself. They're straight onto Tron. They saw that animation, and they're gonna make the Dragon Knight pay for it. In comes the blast off onto only one because Ken just dodges it perfectly. There's the rock finally, first one of the game, but it's not enough to save his allies. Talon, they're dropping like flies right now. It's a Chrono to break things up, but CDR, he's just beating them up right now. WS can't even get the last touch on Ken as the Storm Spirit escapes. Akashi runs into the madness, but he is just gonna get patched down if he's not careful. CDR finishes him off, and is this gonna be a team wipe? WS limping away on the last sliver of HP, as he'll survive, but they even clean up the golem for good measure. WS at least gets Ken. It's a mega kill streak, but disaster of a fight for Talon there in that mid lane, losing the Dragon Knight straight away.
And once again, Sneeze, it's the same as last fight. You have Chrono up, you bring heroes. It's not hard.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what the side of Neon are doing, and more impressive than that, it feels like they're making these opportunities happen in what feels like very nothing situations, right? The setup around the rune, just that knowledge that the Dragon Knight's going to try and sit around in the mid lane, try and contest for it. They've really capitalized on just mapping out Chuan's movements. Now, looks like Bombi stuck around a bit too long though. Yokum will be able to get that kill. A nice little pickup for Chuan to get. Work his way closer to that BKB, but he's starting to drop a bit lower and lower on the net worth. Now, not as low as the Void, who was admittedly struggling a little bit, but... straight in now. Want to get the kill on Tron again. It is nighttime, but forcing that dragon form and immediately backing off. The respect being shown. Love this discipline coming up from Neon here.
I actually think they're kind of okay with that. That's dragon form down now and no tower to take.
Yeah, I mean, if you start feeling desperate and start walking up towards the tier 1, they will gladly take that fight any day of the week. They don't care. And okay, there's the smoke out. You can tell Talon, they want to make something happen. Oh, Neon are right there to meet them. The catch out in the mid lane onto this Dragon Knight again, and no way of saving him this time round. You don't even have the rock just yet, and Ponyo, he's just gonna get worked down by CDR. No chrono, but he's still here to play. You lay down the bombs, but you're just gonna get whacked down by the Faceless Void. He doesn't stand a chance. JG on a killing spree. And Neon, they are on fire. This is not what we expected.
Middle tower is under attack.
No, and it just comes to Neon. They are taking better fights and they're making better map movements. Right? Talon, they really felt forced to take some sort of fight there because they popped the dragon.
Yeah, and it's not even over just yet. Now JG, he is absolutely dominating all over the map. This Night Stalker performance coupled with his bars from last game, he's really leveled up since the last time we've seen him, and he's become this presence that his team really needs. He's not done just yet. He's hungry for more, and man, JG is looking good. He's looking... Oh, Chuan as the blink out. Narrowly escaping. This Night Stalker is a menace right now.
Self-stun on the Alk. But yeah, this is should be a pretty free... No, not quite. I was going to say, Mars is going to respawn and they got to back away. This shouldn't be a free tier 2 tower, but it could be a really good fight. They have Chronosphere up.
It looks like a free Dragon Knight right now. Ponyo needs to play interference, pops down that rock, but it's not really a teamfight counter initiation that you want. Neon can just fully retreat. They'll be able to get the spear back onto Bombi. It's a good catch from WS, but he would love to get a second hero instead. It's 5k gold lead still going the way of Neon. And at least the pressure relents for a little bit for now. But how long more can you wait for Akashi to come online? He already has that blink, but it feels like he really needs that BKB to get going.
Yeah, and at this point, CDR, he is doing quite well for himself all of a sudden. Right? The net worth is well in his favor. Obviously, you're not as farmed as an Alchemist, and you're not as farmed as these other heroes who's had a really good lane like Ken and JG. But... you're doing fine. You've recovered at this point. Your Chronospheres have been on point. You've got another one up, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see his team group up around him as it's still nighttime.
Oh, the immediate blink out. Akashi, new hero's in trouble there. Starting to get hunted down. 1.5 minutes more onto nighttime, and I really like this pickup from the Night Stalker, right? The Shard, just to be able to just get that reset in the fight of the burst of healing. In the mid lane, Ken just makes quick work of WS. That's the problem of getting the blink first. Akashi looking for action here though, starting the chops up onto Castaway. And that'll be a sacrifice of the Venge, but it's a beautiful chrono onto 2, and you don't have a rock, you only got a Night Stalker running in. What can Chuan do? Nothing but watch. Similar scenes to last game as the entire side of Talon crumbling all around him as he's gonna be the last one to fall. It's a team wipe, and Neon, they're absolutely cleaning up shop here in this game number 2.
Wow, who could have seen that 5-man convergence coming? Not me, dude.
No,
I mean,
no.
I feel like, and this is my thing, right? I feel like I'm not the highest skilled player in this lobby. So if I can see these kind of movements, I feel like Talon should be able to as well. As long as Chronosphere is up, they're going to be willing to take any sort of 5-man engagement. Well, it's down, well, it's daytime as well, then you have the potential to take some fights.
This is exactly what we were talking about in the draft, and exactly why Ken felt so confident to pick the Storm Spirit. The easy slide through the arena, and that's one of your major teamfight ultimates down. It's just not looking too hard. WS, he went for this early blink because of the reasons you stated. He needs to be that initiator for the team, but they've yet to actually initiate. They've only run. They've only responded. All these rocks so far have just been, oh, I need to save my carry. But all this saving and Akashi still isn't there yet.
Yeah. And look, there's a reason seeing play, right? His ult doesn't do anything. I think the best part about Warlock right now is the soup.
The soup?
The soup, the upheaval.
The
yeah,
soup?
Observer
Okay.
knows what's up. The soup.
Yeah, the soup. I mean, right now, the soup kind of tastes a bit rotten and it's not really what I'd like to consume, but I know what you're saying. But I don't know how you can even... You imagine you're like a warlock and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna cast upheaval, and the Night Stalker or Storm just looks at you. That's exactly what's happening right now. I dare you to cast the soup right now. You're turned into one yourself. Oh, Ken, he's not done. Dude, this guy is vicious. They're just continually going forward, finding kills. It's been non-stop since what feels like the 10-minute mark. And JG and Ken, they've just been excellent this entire game.
Yeah, and not to mention, right, let's call a spade here. CDR's been doing quite well as well, and every single hero on Neon has been performing phenomenally these past 2 games. They've really, as a team, recently.
Dude, this is so cool to watch because I think, not to play favorites or anything here, because honestly, Talon, this lineup, I think there was so much promise for them, especially in the smaller tournaments, because they came through. WS and Ponyo just looked like these great additions, but in this particular game, I really gotta scratch my head at that Warlock pick, right? On the flip side, Neon, they had their shakiness, they had a couple of stand-ins. I think Play Hard was in the mix before Bombi came in, and the whole Raging Potato Sitch, JG took a little bit to come up, but the fact that they're just playing with so much confidence and so much... I guess the word is hunger. The hunger to move forward and just beat down their opponents. It's really, really cool to watch. And right now, they're just into the Roche. It's a 23-6 kill score right now with a 9k gold lead, and you're up against Alchemist.
Storm has almost as much net worth as Alc, right? There was a point where Ken actually had more net worth than the Alchemist.
I mean, a couple more kills going his way, and it might just be the case. One of the best Aegis carriers in the game as well, Ken. He has looked superb, and I feel like we just can't stop singing the praises of Neon because they're playing so incredibly well. This is a really different sort of squad from what we have seen, at least in the last month, and they are shaping up to try and end this game. CBR, back from that rough start early on, has just looked phenomenal. Just made the full commit, like, you know what? Even if I don't have Chrono, my 2 cores are strong enough for me to come in and lay in some beats. That's exactly what he's doing.
Okay, we're gonna see another Orchid on the side of Dragon Knight, but I'm still worried, right? What is this Orchid gonna do in this game?
Not the Orchid conundrum again. Chuan, he's gonna try and catch out Ken, but a bit too tanky with that Sergeant Kaya and WS. You don't have the BKB yet, my friend. You're just gonna get wrapped up and killed off. Ken, he's still fine here because he has the Aegis. Chuan desperately needs to try and get away, but he's stuck to the ground because of the Solar Bind. Yeah, forced to pop the BKB right now. Yokum trying to turn around and commit onto Ken, but Lil, do you know, he's already killed up thanks to Bombi on that Keep of the Light. They won't even look at the techies as he dies. They got bigger fish to fry or dragons to slay. And keeled over to the ground. Ken with a triple. I don't see the angle. I really, really don't. I mean, you have a Warlock, you have Fatal Bonds, but who is doing the damage?
No, exactly, right? This is kind of like what I said during the draft sneeze. It's like, they're out of early game damage, right? It had to have been the Mars techies. And as long as those heroes are out of the picture, you're out of damage, right? DK really isn't the big damage dealer that you want him to be. And Alchemist just isn't quite ready yet.
Yeah, and I really think it goes back to what I was mentioning, Chuan. With this Dragon Knight, it was so important for him to stay alive throughout it all. But the fact that even though they preserved, it felt like they knew, right? They knew they can't afford to lose Chuan, sacrifice both their supports for it. But then JG is just like, okay, goes back top, kills the Alp, and that just ends up as disastrous as it otherwise would be. Now they're setting up on Ken. You can't disjoint that unstable concoction, unfortunately, but he'll be just fine. A Parasma completed, come on.
So much damage. Stormy, he's willing to be the one to stand up front and take the racks, right? CDR, he's there for counter initiate. They throw heroes onto Ken, you're gonna get Chronosphered.
He's there for moral support at this point.
Yeah.
He's just saying, he's like, you got it, Ken. You got so much damage, brother. Now, Talon will come through, almost feels like a last hurrah type of fight, but you're running into JG, who already has the crippling fear set up around him. Immediate pop of the BKB, and oh no, the chrono onto 3 gets him through all of them, and they just get disintegrated in an instant. The GG's gotta be called at this point, because even though Akashi stands, it won't be for long. They'll hunt down the Alchemist. You can't get any gold if you're dead, my friend. And that's been the story of this game. Killing him off over and over and over. And the GG is called. They're out.
Yeah.
Talon
Yeah.
down to the lower bracket after a thunderous performance from Neon in this first game of our qualifiers.
Radiant victory.
And Neon, they've, we talked about the dish that Talon were serving up at the beginning of the draft, and it wasn't looking too good, but the Neon dish, ooh, boy, is it spicy in all the right ways.
Oh, I'm eating good. I'm eating good. Neon fans eating good. We up to the upper bracket. Neon, that was, they definitely deserve it, right? And maybe a little bit about that dish. We talked about Pilai Dai coming in as a coach, bringing in some new ideas, but, I don't know if you've ever had Swedish and Southeast Asian fusion cuisine before. Meatball in like I don't even know what that looks like. It probably is the type of soup that Warlock was cooking up. I don't know. It's not a good look. For what it's worth though, I think that people, even in the past, even when this first Talon lineup was brought together, everyone was very quick to point fingers and say, oh, it's such a big downgrade from the previous, right? I mean, how can you even compare it to 23 Savage, Jabs, all of them? But Talon, even in previous tournaments, even when they didn't start out the best, they did show tenacity, and that's kind of what the whole double elimination bracket is for, right? You still have that opportunity to climb back up.
And Talon, they're gonna have to do exactly that, as down into the lower bracket with them.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but this is the reality that even at the end of the day, we're looking at this side of the bracket, we don't even know what's going on the other side. All these other competent teams vying for one spot here. For now, it'll be Neon who are keeping their upper bracket dreams live, as Talon will have to fight for their lives in lowers. Right after this break, we will have another exciting matchup for you though. It's gonna be none other than Bleed up against Aurora. So old Talon versus some reiterations of old Bleed, new Bleed. We'll have to see how that goes. But for now, it's been Purposely and Crash. We'll catch you after this. Don't go anywhere.
Control.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink-wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I hide. It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? Never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back. Gotta go back. I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone in search
future with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality.
picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool,
Look, I don't know if you can call this a grudge match if your mid laner kind of gets swapped over to the other side of the coin. Bleed Esports versus Aurora is the matchup that we have coming up in the Dream League Season 22 Southeast Asia Qualifiers. My name is Pump Sneeze and I'm joined by Crash Aroni. And Mikoto, he has he's a bleed now. They're gonna be looking at him. They're gonna be looking at and they might just get the Mikoto treatment that he's been backhanding to everybody that's faced off Talon in the past.
Yeah, Bleed, they've had middling results previously, but more recently they've been quite successful.
Yeah. I mean, I think it has everything to do with, when the whole roster shuffle broke down, there were whispers about where Mikoto was gonna go. Something, Talon weren't able to secure their old roster again. Something, oh, it's actually Armel gonna be with the boys instead, and Mikoto is looking elsewhere. Only recently did Bleed just confirm the addition of 2 new members, both Pelosin, a bit of Singaporean pride there, as well as Mikoto, a sheer force in the mid lane. I think there were certain events internationally that even though Talon didn't end up doing very well, everyone was saying, okay, look, Mikoto, he's a real problem in the mid lane. And he's looking to bring that here up against some of his former teammates. This should be, I don't know whether Mikoto holds grudges. That man kind of has blank expression most of the time. But you got some juice in this matchup for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And Aurora, I feel like there's a lot of pressure on them, right? I feel like, and that might be self-pressure, that might be pressure of the fans as well, but there's a lot of big names, a lot of players that have been a team for quite a while together, right? This is pretty much old Talon roster.
Yeah, absolutely. Old Talon roster, especially, I think we talked about it literally last match as well, right? We casted new Talon roster, which didn't look so hot, but the whole word on the street back when the ESL KL qualifiers were coming out is like, okay, everyone's like, oh, this is a downgrade. Then the downgrade beat the original team. So Aurora, recently they haven't really been having the best showing. They didn't really participate in any other sort of smaller tournaments as well. So they've been a little bit of an enigma so far. We don't really know how much they've grown. One thing worth mentioning is that for Jabs, who's been a prolific captain in Southeast Asia for such a long time, a key component of his success is his long-time partnership with Sunbi, right? And Sunbi, unfortunately, after the Talon whole breakdown situation, he decided to take a little break. So Jabs, he maybe some parts that he's used to having in terms of support in the draft no longer there, which is causing him a little bit of problems. We all know captaining and drafting is hard enough. You're playing the off lane as well at the same time. That's a toughie.
Yeah, especially nowadays when the off lane is so there's so much pressure on you as an off laner already. Right? And like adding all of those other roles on top of that, that's a lot.
Yeah, we've really seen, especially for this particular roster, Q come into his own in terms of making more directive moves, where initially when he first joined the team looked a little bit more lost, but we'll have to see how things go here. Both these teams have very, I won't say unique hero pools, but they don't mind going a bit off kilter, that's for sure. You talk about Bleed, they don't, it's not that they don't play conventional, but they picked Sniper for Mikoto mid.
Yeah.
Right? At the same time, they are picking Pudge in some of their games as well. It's not complete zany mode, but they don't mind sprinkling a little bit of sauce for sure.
10 seconds remaining.
Which I think drafting, you should feel confident enough to be able to do that. Right? If you are always too scared to draft what you feel like is right, then like what are you doing?
Remaining.
Right? Like what's the point of having these niche heroes in your pool if you're never going to pick them, right?
Yeah.
You got to be able to sprinkle that somewhere. And the open qualifiers,
Yeah, I would tend to agree. And right now we're heading straight into the draft, and of course Bleed. With speaking of sprinkling a little bit of juice and sprinkling a little bit of niche heroes, there is a bit of a little caveat pick that we might see come out here. Mikoto has been practicing Arc Warden quite a bit in his pubs, so maybe we'll see that. They'll start things off slow and steady though with the Magnus. We saw how that didn't really work out in the previous game, right? Talon, I believe they tried to make it work with WS, but this is a hero that relies a lot on the skewer and the shockwave in the early stages of the game to really get those kills going, and when that's not possible, he can fall a little bit flat. We'll have to see whether that is still the case. It's something that Mikoto can play. I'm sure Masaros can play it pretty well as well, and maybe it's going to be paired up with additional setup. For now, the Shadow Demon is taken out of the pool, so is the Centaur Wall Runner, and some pretty clear-cut bans across the board. I mean, there still is the Chen available if Ollie wants to just grab that one up. It's something he's not a stranger to. A very, very experienced player, of course.
Team ban.
So Aurora, opt for the Pango instead. So maybe this is just something that Amel feels extremely comfortable on in that mid lane. They have had some pretty decent success with it in the past. I mean, Amel, this is one of his go-tos, right? It's a safe mid lane pick. Can make some
10
rotations across the map
seconds
as well.
remaining.
They haven't actually played it recently, but to
5
be fair, the
seconds
only records that
remaining.
we have of them is from KL qualifiers, which they didn't make it for, so that's like over a
Radiant's
month ago.
team
That's kind of what makes it so interesting about the about this particular team, Aurora, right? They haven't really participated in a lot of other fringe events. Now, Amel has also been practicing a little bit of Slada mid, which we've seen rise in popularity here and there. And it's a pretty good melee-to-melee matchup against the Magnus, let's say,
10
if it is going to be
seconds
Mikoto going to the mid lane. But funnily enough, Amel actually has a negative win rate in pubs
5
because of it.
seconds remaining.
Or at least with that hero. So maybe, experiment gone wrong. We'll have to see. For now, the ban's out on the Morphling, so they don't want, of course, Savage to get his hands on that one. One of the more prolific Morphling players in Southeast Asia, for sure. Yeah, hello.
I've made it
I mean,
back.
yeah. Welcome back.
Thank you, dude. My internet decided to just die for a little bit, but I see that I haven't missed too much of the draft.
Dire team
Yeah,
ban.
literally nothing happened. Although I was talking a little bit about, because we've seen this just now, right? The Magnus being first picked does potentially lead to a lot of soft counters in terms of Aurora picking heroes that aren't so susceptible to that pullback. That we already saw it with the Lina Venge lane that WS had a really hard time
10
against.
seconds
So that might be
remaining.
something that Aurora are leaning in towards.
5 seconds remaining.
We could see, oh, actually, never mind. Lena's been banned. I completely missed that.
Yeah.
So we're not going to be seeing something like Lena again. But we could still see heroes, obviously, like the Vengeful Spirit, heroes that are like okay against Magnus, right? It's not the best because if you kidnap someone, but if you can interrupt the Magnus, maybe
10
not
seconds
swap, don't
remaining.
swap the Magnus, but interrupt the Magnus,
5
then that's
seconds
going to go a
remaining.
long way of securing team fights for you.
Yeah,
Radiant
for sure.
team
I
pick.
mean, Magnus, we've seen some more support sort of oriented Magnuses. I think it was OG who was playing it. Whisper just went literally Blink Dagger Lotus Orb. So
Yeah.
0 stats, just full on empowering the rest of his team. Well, it still remains to be seen what the idea is for Bleed with this particular draft. They banned out some of the
10
clear
seconds
Magnus,
remaining.
I guess, answers in the Rubik as well. Famously at TI, I believe it was
5
TI 10,
seconds
that was what
remaining.
happened.
Team pick.
Snag up high priority Lion. Could be between Ollie and Q, depending on which one they want to get. They pick up the Venge themselves. So already a lot of repositioning potential. The swap can actually disjoint the Pango's Rolling Thunder in as well, just because you're suddenly finding yourself in a place that you're not as comfortable on. And that's the techie. So repeating some of the sort of key heroes or key support heroes that have been so strong in all the qualifiers so far.
Have we seen a techies every game today?
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
so. I mean,
think
given
we
that
have.
given that we've only cast 2 games, it's not very big sample size.
No, but still, right?
Yeah,
Like that.
yeah.
That's showing a precedent about how effective techies is.
That's the interesting thing, right? It's not good enough to ban, but people are still snapping it up, right? At what point do we get to the juncture where techies actually gets considered in the banning pool? Because hell, they're even banning like Rubik, Centaur, Shadow Demon over it. But we've seen techies cause mass destruction in these games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Aurora, maybe the Centaur ban is slightly
Dire
targeted
team
because Bleed, and to be fair, this was back when Tiger was still playing with them, but
Mhm.
they were running like a support Centaur quite a bit. So that
Yeah.
might be something that they were like, okay, maybe maybe they're gonna flex the mag to off lane instead of mid, and then they'll have like a support Centaur or something crazy like that.
10
But that's
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
off the table nowadays. Bleed, they're just gonna go with Venge techies and Aurora.
5 seconds
Okay.
remaining.
What do you think about this hero right now, the Winter Wyvern? I've seen it a little bit mid, Seen it a little bit off lane,
Radiant team
and I haven't been too impressed by it as a support though.
Yeah, I get where this is coming from. Famously at TI, this was the answer to the whole tiny Lycan mag high physical damage situation. And when you're dealing with a mag Venge, it's a really good sort of breakup, right? At any
10
point in time, if you get
seconds
RP'd, you can instantly save yourself with the Wyvern. I think
5 seconds
I agree
remaining.
with the sentiment that in its support role, it's not the best. But if there's any game for it, it might be this one, especially when you're pairing up with such a strong laner like the Troll Warlord. Wyvern traditionally a bit of a weaker laning presence as the POS 5, but it's fine because Troll will just be hurling those axes left, right, and center.
I don't know. I feel like if I'm Venge or Techies, I'm laughing all the way to the bank. Like the second someone gets Cold Embrace, you swap them, set up 3 mines under them, and they're dead. Right? Like,
Yeah, I
have
guess
to be so careful with the Cold Embraces this game. Same thing with the Magnus, right? Just kidnap them.
sure, but I guess on the inverse, if the Winter Wyvern gets something like a Blink or Aether Lens, you swap someone to try and set up with them on the bombs, you group around them, because Magnus likely is going to allude to some sort of follow-up in that capacity, whether it's melee, safe laner, or something like that. And then you get cursed, and then your Magnus, who maybe goes a bit more supportive items, or let's say if the Venge techies don't really have their auras up yet, they just die. And their auras get turned against them. So I think it's not too bad. Well, it still remains to be seen whether this is going to be some freak off lane, I don't know, Jabs, Winter Wyvern. He has brought that out in the past and has, hit or miss performances, but Jabs, he likes his jank.
Radiant team.
That's
back.
true. And to be fair, Jabs, I do want to. I took a little look-see, right? Jabs has been playing on his Smurf pretty much this entire week, at least.
Classic.
So if you're gonna do some wacky stuff in your pubs, right, it's gonna be on your Smurf account. So this could just be right up his alley
10
right now.
seconds remaining.
Hey, don't out him like that. What about... Okay, no, but okay, jokes aside. Yeah, jokes aside, yeah, I mean, Jabs has been known for... I don't want to say feast or famine, but I think he
Dire
is...
team back.
I'll just put it this way. He's an entertainer, right? Like,
Sure.
he either just goes absolute sicko mode and, like, dominates the game and just has so much impact, or he kind of reminds you a little bit of Ice-esque performance, where he does really annoying things very well, but whether
Dire
that
team
necessarily
back.
translates into winning the game for his team is kind of highly dependent on whether his opponents know how to deal with it and just address it, because at the end of the day, they're all just annoying things, right? They don't really distract you unless you start chasing after them and then you get kind of lost in the sauce. That's kind of the player that Jabs has always been. And yeah,
10
Aurora
seconds
looks like
remaining.
it could be a mid last pick, it could be an offlane last pick, it could be a support last pick. They've
5
really left things
seconds
up in the air. On the flip side, Bleed, they are definitely looking for that Jackie hero.
Last ban coming. Is there a certain ban that you're thinking about for both of these two teams? Anything that's really sticking out to you that's still in the pool right now?
I mean, it's just got to be the heroes that do well in a one-to-one troll matchup, right? So the Slug is a very obvious answer there because you can't hit him. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
I'm trying
it's as easy as that, right?
I'm trying to think of other heroes that might be a good sort of one-to-one against the troll, and as in they're not really scared of him getting on top of them, or you will never get on top of them. The Morphling's already taken out of the pool. Not that it's that good against the troll anyway. Maybe something like a Razor could be decent here. Just that BKB buyer to waltz his way through the Lion, the Winter Wyvern. The RP helps him a lot as well, just keeping people in place for them to do damage. They already have quite a bit of an AoE combo between the Queen of Pain techies and the Mag. And you really need somebody in the front lines to give you that vision. You need someone to be able to stand their
Radiant
ground and
team back.
potentially fight man-to-man the troll. Not too sure.
I think
Maybe...
the Razor is a really good idea, actually, right? It's a good kill lane into the Vengeful Spirit as well.
Mm-hmm.
I like.
Yeah. I don't know whether they'll go for it though, because I'm not sure how well it necessarily scales later. It
10
doesn't really have the
seconds
lockdown tools to stop a troll from running rampant all over your team. I mean, you can always set the
5
damage. That's the
seconds
old school sort of answer to heroes like Troll and Lifestealer who want to sort of stay around and punch you forever. I'm putting my thinking cap on.
What about that possibility, right? The Ags Lifestealer?
I mean, not just the Axe Lifestealer, but also the Magnus Infest Bomb, right? You got basically 3 different delivery targets. Yeah, I mean, the Lifestealer could be feasible. They just banned out the Faceless Void, though, so they're worried about that big sort of team fight potential. Not just the Magnus RP, but another bubble to add on top of that. And we've already seen that come into effect in previous games as well.
Radiant team pick.
And Void feel like between all the games that we've cast between China and SCA, Void has seemed like the carry to end all carries.
It does feel that way, yeah. I mean, even Monet even picking it up in that god-awful matchup, but still coming out on top.
Yeah.
And it really just kind of depends. It almost feels like it depends on the Void player's competency more than
10
the
seconds
opponents, right?
remaining.
Even in that previous matchup that we watched, Akashi,
Dire
he
team
landed some pretty good chronos, and then the one chrono that he missed really just ruined him. There's the life stealer. So yeah, I mean, we can kind of see the track that Bleed are trying to go down. This is a quite de facto Jackie hero as well. Something that he's going to be very comfortable on. Winter
Yeah,
Wyvern
he's
does
a
pose a
natural
little bit of a
Radiance
problem.
builder.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
He
Do you
can
think we're
buy
going to see a
eggs.
Radiance?
It's possible.
5
I think it
seconds
might be a
remaining.
little too slow and maybe a little too greedy, but I think it's possible. But the reactive taser is going to do so much work this game. I just thought about that between the Wyvern and the Troll. Maybe you can't run this Wyvern as a core just because of the reactive taser.
Yeah, imagine you try and like get some long range auto attacks off and you're just like shocked up.
Yeah,
it's
like
so...
you just get the shard on Techies is going to be so valuable this
Choose
game.
your hero.
Last pick Viper. We've seen this one before. We know what happens, but it's a
boy.
very different story this time round. Ollie is going to be playing that Winter Wyvern instead. So Amel, like we initially guessed, is going to be on the Pangolier in the mid lane. And we are going to see that last pick Jabs Viper. I mean, he's the type of captain that loves giving himself last pick because he's confident in his own ability to eke out an advantage. But this matchup into the Lifestealer, I can see the idea, but Pelosin's going to give him hell.
Yeah. I mean, Viper's going to be getting hell this entire game. Right? Viper does not like to be kidnapped by... I mean, to be fair, there aren't many heroes that like being kidnapped by Magnus, but Viper is one of those heroes that if he's surrounded by a bunch of heroes, there's nothing that he can do. Long gone are the days of like Bloodstone Viper, right? That spell lifesteal, crazy spell lifesteal Viper. That's gone. We're no longer in that phase, right? It's like Dragonlance Manta style days for the Viper, mostly.
Yeah, I mean, we sort of had this discussion previously as well. As a Viper, you'd love to sort of move more into that traditional... I don't even know whether you call it traditional. I guess it's traditional at this point, right? The Dragon Lance, Hurricane Pike, maybe a cheeky Orchid Witchblade, Falcon Blade, you know, just go full-on auto attack, stand your ground, deliver mode. But against this lineup, it almost feels like he has the potential to just get crushed in the early game, as most Vipers do. And that incentive is going to be something that Bleed are will be trying to capitalize on, right? Maybe bring DJ down for a cheeky rotation early on, just full-on gang up on this Viper and make sure he doesn't have a game. If not, I mean, that's where it starts to get dangerous for the Lifestealer.
I mean, we've already talked about Jabs being feast or famine as a player, and I think the hero just accentuates that, right? Viper is very feast or famine, and he's been a lot of recently. He's been a feast for the enemy team most of the time.
Oh man, that's harsh. That's a little rough. We'll see though. Bleed versus Aurora. I mean Mikoto. Meeting his former teammates, some love being shared there. And as much as we like to juice things up just for the drama, I'm sure that, you know, the boys love each other. Sure enough, they played Dota together across a couple of international events for over 1.5 years. There's got to be love there, and I think, you know, at the end of the day, that's... I want to have a team name also. Yeah, just some cheeky all chat all around. Okay. We'll see how things settle in though. I think one of the players I did want to mention is Masaros, right? He's coming back to Bleed after an initial stint in the first iteration of the team not really working out. I mean, Masaros' claim to fame was simple, right? He had a really good showing alongside the other Motivate Trust guys. And funnily enough, Motivate Trust, one of the original members as well, is Q, who now finds himself on
30
Aurora. So
seconds to
just
battle.
a reunite, just more Thai Dota players in this game than usual, for sure.
You know, and just to go back to what you were saying earlier, I think that the region's too small to not be showing love.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the region's way too small to be like, oh, I'm facing off against my old teammates. I hate this. I hate them. Go, like die or something. You know what I mean? Like,
Nah.
you can't have that sort of mentality, especially in a game,
The battle
in a
begins.
region where you could be in teammates all of a sudden. Do you know what I mean? Like, you
Yeah.
just can't hold that sort of mentality.
I mean, that's something you can kind of say about a lot of the regions, right? Dota, the whole ecosystem isn't really super big, especially when you're talking about the players who have made it their
Fair.
way to the top echelon of being potentially considered for, tier 1 team. Yeah, forced to pop the rage early on. Not really the spell he wants to level up first, but up against a Lion and a Viper, it almost feels mandatory here. And this is going to
It
complicate
actually
the
doesn't feel
Lifestealer's
too
game.
bad. Trust me, it feels bad, but it doesn't feel too. But like you said, because of the lane that he's in, it's actually not the worst thing possible, which is such a weird thing to say.
Well, starting things off here, Masaros. I think, you know, him in particular, not that he really needs to prove his skill. He's been playing at the top level for a hot minute, but they haven't really looked the greatest lately after the end of last season, especially with some of the changes. You know, Taiga came in, it wasn't really working out, and I think, you know, when you're on a DJ team, you just gotta give him 4. You know, every single time. We've seen it tried before, and it was with Jabs even on the Fnatic lineup. I mean, geez, as I go deeper and deeper into this, there's just so many past, you know, intertwining of teams and histories there. But yeah, back on that Fnatic lineup, it was the age-old problem of having 2 very, very talented position 4 players, and DJ just didn't have room to breathe and flex the way that we all know he can. So we'll see what he can get done here on the bench. Not necessarily the flashiest hero, but one that has a very important job this game.
Yeah, I was feeling pretty confident that we were going to see a DJ Techies actually, so I'm surprised to see this flex.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes back to, you know, if you put the supports and they had different categories and you rank them by stars, I guess you put Techies trading 5, Venge trading kind of like 3.54, and you're in a lane where Jabs is just gonna trade for to his life's content, right? So you kind of need that early game support to make sure that he just doesn't get pushed out of lane on Jackie.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that, like, Techies what is the second highest attack range besides Lina, and we've already talked about this, right? Being able to trade now, he's also a universal hero, so the more levels he gets, the more acceptable it is to be trading on the Techies. He's got nice long range abilities as well, so being able to trade with him is not the easiest.
Yeah, I mean, gone are the days of Techies auto attacks doing like 30 damage. They're not that much significantly better now, but at least if you build something like a couple of circlets, just throw a couple of branches in there, they actually do damage, which is more than what you can say for initial Techies, for sure.
Absolutely. But to be fair, mines were considerably better then, too.
True. Ollie, trying to contest for the Lotus, might just find himself in a pickle. Will buy some time with the Cold Embrace. Doesn't have a skewer. First blood actually goes on in the bot side. One more little shockwave, but Ollie's just routing him. And they've done a great job at juking. And they finish off this kill. DJ will find it and Masaros will escape. So nicely done despite some fancy footwork from the Winter Wyvern. And not good enough. DJ copping a lot of harass though. 23 just lays into him.
Not too surprised to see First Blood actually go down to this bottom lane. Lion is very susceptible to the Techies jump, right? He does not have the, I know, crazy, right? Lion doesn't have the highest health pool. I know, absolutely insane. I can't believe it.
We'll start seeing maybe, I mean, I'm hoping at least that Q ends up making a move into this mid lane, because even though Amel is doing well, the Queen of Pain seems okay as well, and I don't know, I can't help but feel like as the lane goes on and you get higher levels into your Shadow Strike, it just gets harder for Amel. It doesn't seem to be bothering him for now though.
Yeah, especially when Quap, like, you can play aggressive like this and not level your Blink until maybe level 5 if you're really wanting to get frisky with it. Most likely we'll see it level 4, but still, right? You are open to a gank at this point, and as like you said, as levels go later and later, you're not as susceptible to a gank just because of Blink.
We'll have to see whether that actually comes into fruition here. I get the feeling that as much as I want Q to rotate, I have a sneaking suspicion that Jabs is like, don't you dare leave me.
Yeah.
If you get out of here, it's toast for me. It's kind of very similar to like Necro, Veno, where these heroes, until they get an advantage out in the lane, they can't really get much done on their own. You're really relying on an additional bodyguard to stop yourself from getting run down, maybe until the level 4 or 5 mark is where Jabs will feel a bit more comfortable. Early laning stage winner is that Troll, 35 last hits, relatively untouched by the Magnus. I think that's kind of what we expected there. There's not really any threat between the bench and the Mag. Maybe if the Techies was top, that'd be a different story, but here comes DJ straight into the mid lane onto Amel. It'll be Bleed who make the first move. But it's just an easy swashbuckle through an escape for Amel. He'll probably have to walk back to base just for that healing though, and give up on this 6-minute rune.
And it's the same thing goes the other way, right? It's just both of these mid laners are so hard to gank and kill from full to 0. Obviously, neither of them are quite full, but the point still stands.
And Mikoto, I mean, he gets to secure this early power rune, which is so important, especially for the Queen of Pain. I know you can make that argument about just about every mid laner, but I feel like in the top 3, gotta be like Storm, Queen of Pain. I can't think of one more, but it's gotta be up there, right? Like, Queen of Pain is somebody, or at least a hero that really relies on the bottle for her resources.
Yeah.
Spells are pretty mana heavy. So in order to keep the farm going, or even just to make any sort of rotation, no rune equals no game for you.
Got a nice little gang coming out here in the bottom lane. Wyvern has made her way over.
They want to collapse
See
out.
what's going to go down.
Lay in the auto attacks. TP's coming in though. Want to defend this. Jabs has found himself a little bit too deep.
Yeah.
The Cold Embrace will buy him some time and actually heal him up quite a bit. Blast off nicely connects onto both Ollie and Jabs, but this Viper, he's a little bit too tanky. The Lotus able to just stand his ground and deliver exactly what he needs to do. But Jackie able to get the kill. Amel with the roll up though. Should be able to clean up Jackie, especially without any rage. He's trying his best to juke. It's a nice sonic wave onto all 3. Lands onto one, kills off the other. And Ollie, the only thing you can hold on to is the corpse of your grave. The corpse of grave is the same thing. And Mikoto, triple kill. That was perfectly lined up. And he's going to get a free bottle refill as well.
Oh, it's perfect. You couldn't ask for anything better. I mean, unfortunately, Lifestealer dies, and I think that's the only, like, bad thing. But Quap getting a triple this early on, especially when, like, you're even with Pango in the mid lane. Look at all that gold for Quap. That is so scary.
She gets that much closer to the Mage Slayer that she's already queuing up. It's a different sort of trajectory from what we usually see of the Witchblade, but I think this particular game, it's going to be so helpful. We've seen more and more Queen of Pains pick it up as well, just to increase that tankability, and it's very devious how much damage she can take.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Absolutely, especially with all the magic damage coming out from Aurora, right? Viper's mostly magical damage. Wyvern, Lion, all these magic damage heroes. I remember you brought it up the other day, that Ember Spear with the Mage Slayer. Having Lion fingering him like 4 times and it just doing no damage.
Yeah, I mean,
Radiant's
that's Flame
bottom
Guard coming
tower
into
is
play.
under attack.
Queen of
Yeah.
Pain
Scanning.
doesn't really have that same benefit, but
Dire's
No, but the
middle
Mage
tower
Slayer.
is under
yeah,
attack.
just Mage Slayer.
Radiant's
Kind of
bottom
disgusting this
tower
patch.
is falling.
Loop up around the mid tower now. The Illusion Rune in the back pocket to dispel any type of shenanigans or slows coming out. And they won't sort of push the issue here. Everybody's still farming pretty well, all things considered. It's just this Lifestealer who's had a really rough time. I guess somewhere down the line, Masaros is going to go down there, give him the cheeky little empower, and he'll be able to climb back up. But just not really the best for Jackie at this present moment. Amel, swashbuckling away. It's a 2-level difference between him and Mikoto. That is
Yeah.
nasty.
Well, that's what a solo triple kill will do for you, right? Like,
Yeah.
Makoto got all of that just because of the triple.
It shouldn't be that bad though, because I think there is an angle for Amel to still catch out the Queen of Pain, right? You lock her down with 1 or 2 Lion Disables and the Rolling Thunder, the Stray Swash. That's if she doesn't have the Mage Slayer yet, which she's closing in towards rapidly. Some nice stacks prepped up for Amel to go back to. Should help him amp up at least a little bit. He is sitting at the bottom of the net worth in terms of cost right now. Not really a good look for your mid Pango.
Dire's middle tower is
All
under
right, dude,
attack.
what's going on with these orchids? Am I crazy? Have I missed a memo or something?
Look, it's I can kind of understand because it does really well against Troll as well as Pango, as we might have to hold that thought, roll up in the mid lane, disjointed by that beautiful magic missile. Can they get it set up? Not before the blink comes out. There's gonna be a bit of a dud here as Amel just has to roll on his way towards that rune. That's all they'll get from that commitment.
Invisibility.
Dire's middle tower is
I
under
still need to
attack.
know. Sneeze. Orchid.
Yeah,
what's
no,
going
okay.
on?
Look, good stats.
Look, yeah, and look, it's a decent Orchid game too, right? You Orchid the Troll, all of a sudden the ult is not there, and he's going to be a hot minute till Troll's getting his BKB. Same thing with the Wyvern. You just die at that point. No Cold's Embrace, no ultimate if you get skewered back. Because that's like the worst case scenario, right? You skewer back the Wyvern and all of a sudden there's a 5-man Cold Embrace. Or a 5-man Winter's Curse.
Well, for what it's worth,
Has fallen.
okay, I think it's especially good against Troll because the soulburn damage is done right at the end of Silence, so you don't even have the chance to pop your ult. So even if Troll is sitting at like what, even if he manages to pop his ult, I think the level 1 Troll ulti duration is what, like 6.5 seconds. If you silence him near the end of that and you get him super low, you can just basically leave him be and you'll know he's gonna get finished off in a way. Just get the timing right. So maybe it's just a comfortable intermediate item for these Magnuses to go for. I think Blink Rush in this game is essentially suicide. So you kind of need to switch things up a bit. No harm going a little bit greedier, especially against this Viper.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's gonna not really power farm up the same way that you can.
No, but Viper has gone for the Midas, so is able to... This is going to let him keep up in not so much gold, but levels. Okay, sneeze. Magnus has gone for the Blink Dagger first.
Okay, suicide, but I mean, it might just be hashtag for the team, right? Like he recognizes that, you know, if he goes for this bit more of a carry-centric build, it'll be hard for them to set things up. I mean, in a way, it's also delivery system for the Lifestealer, right? To get him involved. Because I think, you know, you're not quite as active as other picks, like for example the Weaver or maybe even the early Miko. But stun up, slightly off the mark from Q, doesn't land onto Mikoto. Just an easy sidestep, and this entire smoke move seems to be foiled.
Very unfortunate. That's why it's so important to be posturing on your high grounds, folks. You know, you never know when the smoke is coming in. Especially at this level of Dota, these players, they do know when a smoke is coming. You know what I mean? They have inklings. And Jackie, we can see his queued up items. He's going to go for that Radiance like we mentioned earlier.
Nice.
Just generally overall a good item this game.
Look, I have no qualms with the Radiance. I have qualms with a Radiance Rush. Like, if he didn't go for the initial armlet and whatnot, I feel like he just gets splattered like a bug.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, the armlet, just for that additional insurance, and it almost feels like a mandatory Lifestealer item unless you're having such a thrilling good game. Trying to set up onto Masaros though, but he knows. The tree breaking gives him wind of what's going on, and they're desperately trying to chase onto him. He doesn't have a skewer anymore. Blink up in 6 seconds, but Amel can't make it through this rigorous race. I mean, it's tough terrain, man. Uphill climbs and steep little cracks in the floor and all that.
That's smoke number 2 from Aurora. That's amounted to nothing.
Yeah. They're trying real hard to...
Except putting a cooldown on Rolling Thunder. That's about it.
They have done it successfully twice now. Rolling Thunder has been put on cooldown 2 times. Mission success. Now the pings come out straight down to the Twin Gates onto Jackie. Who doesn't have the damage to deal with him? They'll try. The setup is there. No Rolling Thunder. Is the Hex and the Finger going to be enough? Blast straight through, but the Rage and the Infest severely overestimating their damage here, not respecting maybe the duration. They just didn't time it right? I mean...
Yeah. Yeah, they just missed the timing, unfortunately.
I don't even know whether he dies there, because he still seems pretty healthy, even in lieu of blocking the finger damage, and it's only level 1 without any charges and whatnot. He seemed fine.
Yeah, I think so too. Now look, I've been asking this question, I feel like, for 2 games in a row now.
Let's hear it.
Where was the Viper? What's going on? Why wasn't Viper there a part of that gank too?
Okay, look, so Viper has a Midas.
Midas, that's why.
Mind your damn business, okay? Jabs, you know, he's power farming up to become this frontliner that his team needs. And at the very least, he's not doing too bad as compared to some of the other performances we've seen, right? He's sure he didn't get the most that he wanted to out of the lane. He's only died once, but he's still very much on a decent trajectory, and maybe he feels a bit of pressure to keep up with Masaros, who he knows is going to naturally be farming up a storm with that power.
Yeah, could be. We are going to see the Mage Slayer first item on Viper, which is, like you said, going to increase his tankiness and survivability. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. I mean, to be fair, the Dragonlance doesn't do too much this game either, but... And I don't think... I mean, maybe Manta would be the next item. I would assume Manta's probably on the docket, as it's just such a good Viper item nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the objective is simple, right? He gets to a point where he potentially has Dragonlance / Hurricane Pike. He has a Mage Slayer, BKB, and his goal is just to stand there and be unmoved, right? Even if you RP him, even if you start punching away at him on the Lifestealer, the goal is for you to take a bit more damage than you do to him and Mikoto. That Haste Rune, you're not going to be able to get the touch on him. Amel desperately trying to move away. There is a Sonic Wave available. Just Cold Embrace him under the tower. It's a lot of healing actually coming out from that spell. So now they're looking towards Jabs. There's the Blink reveal. Straight up onto the poor Viper. Ollie's looking for a curse but can't find a good target. It's only onto a singular Vengeful Spirit. And DJ's completely fine with this. He's not even taking that much damage. You're forced to just retreat up to your own high ground. And it's only 16 minutes into the game. They're already diving you between this area. This is not a good sign for the Aurora lineup.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Now, Sneeze, I don't know how good you are at addition, but that is smoke number 3 and rolling thunder number 3 that has amounted to nothing other than getting your Viper killed.
Yeah, I mean, they put the Rolling Thunder on cooldown, and this time it's the triple bonus. You lose a Viper as well. This is not looking good. I'm beginning to think Aurora should maybe stop smoking a little bit. That's kind of where I'm going with this. But Jackie, he'll be able to mop up that top tier 2 tower with ease. And yeah, I mean, he's well on his way towards that Radiance, like you mentioned. Already the Sacred Relic flying out to him on the Courier. 4k gold lead. And Aurora, they've yet to get anything done with this lineup. This last pick Viper hasn't really been able to put on the pressure that I think Jabs was hoping to find. The one caveat is that Troll still top of the network, right? And that might be something, but it feels like he needs 2 to 3 more items before he can fight into this bleed lineup.
At least the BKB. At least the BKB. I love this move from Bleed, right? They're just posturing. Someone's gonna show, right? I feel like I can hear the comms in my head right now. Like, someone's gonna show. Someone's gonna show. Someone's gotta deal with this wave. I swear. Look, just stay here. Someone's gonna come.
Yeah, I mean, right now it'll be Jabs, and I don't know whether they can afford to die to Troll, though. That's a one target.
That's not the hero you want.
Yeah, everybody else, Masaro's like, hey, free kill. The Troll, that's where they're going to ring the alarm bells. Everybody is going to bring the whole family. You know, don't let the Troll die. That's a one sort of a line in the sand there. Everyone else can be forfeit.
Yeah, you lose Ollie, so what? Who cares? Right?
It's vibes, whatever. I mean, I think you're on the money here. I mean, 23 is going to try and get a bit more money for this specific moment, which is that BKB. That's when they'll try and fight again. But for now, it's all about cowering, hiding, and just making sure you are getting to that point. And maintaining the goalie at 4k is not too bad of a deal. And oh, yeah, DJ. He's gone for a little bit of a different sort of approach here. Quite similar to Castaway on Neon, going for the Aghanims first. So, expecting to die in the fights.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a wrong assumption to make.
Well, Bleed almost had a really good gank here in the bottom. Instead, they route into the triangle, but Troll's already gone. So they went down bottom. They stopped going bottom and went right back up to the top. And if they just went right into the triangle, they would have found 23, but he was gone by that point. There's a little bit of indecisiveness from the smoke of Bleed.
He's too quick. He's too quick. He knows. He's so quiet. Look at him. They haven't gotten him a single time. He's been completely uninvolved. 0, 0, and 0. This is a carry's dream state.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe if you compare it to what sort of Jackie's dealing with, he's had a pretty decent recovery back into the game, but that's largely been on the back of his teammates, right? Being able to set up kills for him, open up the map, and allow him to play so aggressively has netted him that Radiance now, and he is eyeing up the Aghanims. It's just it's not a direct counter, but it's like, look, Troll, you're not doing anything. Yeah. To me, to my teammates, Amel getting set up on here in this mid lane, but meanwhile, bot side, how has this happened? The RP though, we don't have a moment to breathe as the Lifestealer beating away on poor Masaros. He's gonna go down. Jabs has the strike out onto the Lifestealer and he gets netted. Disaster strikes for the side of Bleed as they try and split up the map, try and get as much as they can, and punished here in this mid lane and the bot side. Mikoto, it must have been a lion jump that caught him off guard, and in that confusion, Bleed lose 4.
That was mostly DJ baiting his team. I don't think under any circumstances DJ wanted to commit for that. At least it didn't seem like it. Because, like, what do you do to Pango? Like you're not going to be able to instantly stun him before he swashbuckles. I just feel like that was such a bait by DJ. Puts his whole team on the docket there, and already, like, you see, we lost Makoto bottom. So there's no help from the Quap, and that's most of your damage right now.
Yeah, I mean, it just comes back to a really nicely aggressively placed ward on that cliff, spotting Mikoto out farming on the bot side jungle. Jump in with Q. I believe that must have been the Blink Dagger reveal as well for him, so being able to snag up that freebie. And I think in the confusion, Bleed, they were fast to react, right? They immediately went mid, they're like, oh, there are 2 heroes bot, we can take this fight. But Aurora were even faster. As soon as they netted that out, they started TPing, and Ollie's Winter's Curse just bought them just enough time to come back and respawn. Beautiful stuff. And they're just right back in it. 2k gold lead back their way right now.
Yeah. And now with BKB on the troll as well, it's go time for Aurora. Lion, he's going to need to get some more HP before it's quite go time, but it'll be go time here shortly. Lion, he's just waiting.
Is Orchid the biggest bait in this entire patch or what? Like, the few times we've seen... the few times we've seen it picked up...
Viper's got one too, dude.
Oh my goodness. Okay, you know the one hero that I can accept on Orchid on? Actually Winter Wyvern, right? There was a period of time where that was kind of bit, like, busted. Jabs, he's... Jabs?
He's surrounded. But it seems coming.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're gonna swap out the Queen of Pain, but here comes Roll 23 straight into the mix. Just melts down Masaros, doesn't stand a chance, can't even RP. Now Jackie's left high and dry. Beautiful cold embrace, and it's a buyback from the Magnus. They know they need to take this fight now, and they can't afford to lose their Lifestealer. He still has that RP in the back pocket, but they're standing there just waiting for him. Masaros, he cannot afford to die back here. Roche is under threat. They can just waltz back in. I mean, with this control of this area, even with the RP and the Sonic Wave, that stunning combo, I'm not really sure whether you can walk in here. And this is going to be a freebie for Aurora.
Yeah, they recognize that. You can see with the circle drawn as well, right? It's, okay, top lane, like, see you later, bottom. We're out of here. Dude. Yeah.
Well, that kind of went way better than expected. Jabs took such a forward position. I thought he was just going to get melted, but that's kind of the benefit of his build, right? He went full on defensive tanky. Sure, he gets the Orchid, but I think that kind of puts Bleed in a really weird spot where he silences up the Quap. She's not really doing as much damage, and then suddenly he's turning on her. And then I think DJ, in his panic, tries to swap out the Quap, but the positioning is right where 23 and Amel are waiting, so overall, a little bit of a weird one there, as Bleed in this mid-game have found themselves a little bit on the back foot off of some miscoordinated moves, right? Maybe, I think you were talking about it as well. Maybe if they find that kill onto 23 in the triangle, things take a very different trajectory, but just missing out on a few key sort of pickoffs because of slight indecisiveness. And now they find themselves in this weird position where their tier 2s are just getting beat down by the troll.
I think it was a mixture of their indecisiveness and then the feel of the need to do something in the mid lane, right? Like, DJ felt like he needed to do something to this Pangolier because his team was in the area, he was in the area, right? And you just felt like you had to do something, but unfortunately, like we've talked about, Quap was not there. So that's all of your damage at this point. And it was a big old bait. And now, because you're on the back foot, you're not going to be making those sort of aggressive swaps anymore. Right, you're going to be afraid to make anything like that for a long while.
Yeah, the Venge, something to be said about the pressure of playing heroes like the Wyvern, like the Venge, where your one spell can ruin or win the whole game. Yes, DJ is very experienced. I'm sure he's been in many positions like this before. I mean, hell, his most notable hero is Enigma, and he's had to land many killer, insane, high-pressure black holes to win games of way... not that this game is not important, but at stakes like TI, right? So he's been there, he's done that, but in moments like this where you feel like, okay, you know, it's been a while since we've been successful, I feel the need to sort of not really lead the team, but in a way just set a forward example. Colosan able to TP out, yeah, no stun there, but yeah, DJ, you can visibly see that pressure weighing in on him for sure.
Yeah. You know, okay, hear me out, right?
I'm listening.
I would have much rather have seen like an E-Blade rush on this Techies.
Okay, I can kind of see where you're going with this.
Like, it's good into the troll. It saves a hero from the Wyvern ult, the Viper as well. The only thing you need to be worried about is like the Lion Finger. But I don't know. I think E-Blade, like the E-Blade rush, could have been a really interesting choice here for Techies, and maybe even like a Yule Scepter on Quap at this point. You need something to deal with that Orchid. And yeah, it also deals with the troll as well, pre-BKB.
Look, all I'm saying is that by the time he gets his E-Blade, the troll would have gotten the BKB
Yeah.
because
Oh,
I don't
it's
know
too
if you
late
know
now.
this, but E-Blade is so damn expensive now.
Radiant's top
It's
tower
ridiculous.
is
It's
under
5,375
Yeah.
gold. That is not affordable in this support economy. I mean, this guy, he needs it. I kind of respect Peloson because I think he would have loved an E-Blade
Radiant's
if
top tower has fallen.
if the economy was fair, right? He's just got to kind of scrap
structures
together
are
whatever he can to
fortified.
try and make some impact
Yeah.
in the game. And that's coming in the form of the 4-star.
Radiant's top
23
tower is
knocking
under
on the
attack.
high ground now. With that Aegis, nothing much to
Dire's
fear.
bottom tower is under attack.
Stares down Mikoto.
Radiant structures are
There's still a lot of magic damage that he's taking. Gotta watch out for a skewer. Can just finish off that first life. Oh,
He's
they
got
pull
a
him back.
little bit to fear.
Yeah, they're gonna pull him back into a very awkward position now. How will Aurora respond? Start out with an Armel Rolling Thunder into the back lines to disjoint any sort of aggressive move. Mikoto, he'll actually blink in, scream back 23, force that pop off the BKB, but he's able to just turn around and use the ult. Now crushing onto Mikoto, a little bit of miscommunication now, as they Winter's Curse the Queen of Pain. They will get him, but they trade out for the Troll. I don't think that's really what they wanted here. Bleed hold on at the cost of their Queen of Pain, but I think they're fine with that.
High ground equal defended. Well, I mean, unfortunately, you lose your quap, but they're willing to smoke out again. They've got RP available. They have all the damage they could ask for from the techies and the Lifestealer right now. You know, we were at a point where quap was most of your damage, but now Lifestealer, he's ready.
Oh, RP out onto Armel. They want to finish him off, and that is the Orchid coming into play. That's what Masaro's bought it for. Catches Armel off guard. He was not expecting that decisive move, and now Bleed
Dire's middle
sort of
tower is
grabbed
under
the
attack.
steering wheel and are forcefully turning it back in the direction they're trying to go. The tier 2 under some threat, and without your Pangolier for around 35 seconds, you're not going to buy back in this interval in the game, so it's just going to be maybe 1 or 2 tier 2s lost as they're just going to beeline towards bot as well.
Interesting position that Aurora are now put in, where they feel like everyone's still posturing around here. Jabs and Q, they're looking for someone, but you can't kill Makoto full. So
Dire's
I
bottom
really
tower
don't know
is
what
under
they're waiting
attack.
around for.
I think they're hoping that it's not Mikoto. That's my guess. Like, if Mikoto shows up, they're like, okay, time to pack our bags and go home. For what it's worth, they also did kill Mikoto with just 2 members once, but that was the Troll, who can just lay in the physical damage. I mean, even if they just force a BKB pop from her, it wouldn't be too bad either.
Yeah, maybe that's what the goal is, right? Just open up a little bit of a window where Quap doesn't have BKB and she's killable again.
I think it looks like they're still interested in giving it a try. Is it going to be enough magic damage? He hasn't been able to Mage Slayer them just yet. Able to blink away and try and threaten up onto Q. They'll just immediately evacuate. Yeah, and just threatening the quad. They got pretty close, all things considered, given the fact she has the Nemesis Curse as well. She's taking 8% damage from all sources. She might not be as tanky as we're expecting.
Yeah, shout out to Mage Slayer. I think that was the big key item that saved her life right there.
Yeah. Aya Sanj also, the status.
Oh, that's true too. Yeah. Yeah, shout out both of those items actually.
20
Hold on a minute.
Dude, 20% status resistance is so disgusting, actually. Like, you're telling me you 1/5 removed on every single disable?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, also keep in mind, like, I feel like you're more susceptible to make timing-based mistakes at this level of Dota, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, you're so, like, as a line player, you are, you know, let's say you've got, like, 200 line games.
Yeah.
You know the timing to Hex or Spike. If that's thrown off by a second, you're like, oh, I've missed my opportunity to chain my stuns. You know, I feel like that is something that even at this level of Dota, you're going to see happen.
Oh, for sure. Especially with how skillful everybody is, right? Like, it's not just the inherent status resistance. It's maybe some team members of the person you're trying to go on just playing interference, forcing you out, you know, maybe slowing you or disjointing your
Dire's
movement
top
somehow
tower
and getting
is
in the
under
way of you
attack.
casting your spells. These players are so aware of what each other are trying to set up that, you know, trying to min-max in a chaotic situation can almost always lead to your downfall.
Dire's top
It's never going to
tower is
work out the
under
way that
attack.
you exactly planned.
Radiant's bottom
Threatening up
tower
onto the high
is
ground
under
right now,
attack.
Jackie. Feeling comfortable. With that
Aurora
Aghanim.
aren't ready. They're in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, they're just gonna cut back around and start to threaten up onto the Lifestealer, but in reality, there isn't really much else to be found. They'll watch themselves. Swap could come through and immediate evacuation, bleed. They're gone. They're out of here.
which my matriarch will prize.
Oh, if only they saw those mines, they wouldn't have known where 23 was. To be fair, I don't think they really got the kill. But
Yeah.
maybe they could have tried, but maybe safer to just not. That's probably the safer play.
This is such a low-kill game. Like, it feels like there's a lot of action going on, but both these teams, they're playing so tense, right? Everybody's on the knife's edge, being very, very careful, being very conservative. They're not scared of using BKBs in these tough situations as well. As soon as Mikoto's under any threat, just pop that one, get out of there. It's more important to preserve his life. Speaking of preserving your life, DJ not needing to worry about that quite as much anymore if the Aghanim's completed. That is a huge factor in these team fights.
There's that blink you were talking about during the draft on the Wyvern as well, talking about items. It's going to be very key this game. We've already talked about, right, how important Wyvern's abilities are going to be. Blink Dagger just securing the availability of those items.
Dire
35
are
seconds
scanning.
or
abilities
30
even.
seconds until the Roche comes up. Both teams will be keeping an eye out for. You can already see them starting to gather around in this area. Can't help but feel like the team fight in a 5-on-5 situation where both teams butt heads. Feels like Bleed will have that overwhelming advantage with the Sonic Wave as well as DJ having 2 lives. Almost feels like Aurora needs to find a way to cut this up, find a singular pick-off. Oh, the swap back up, forcing the BKB immediately. DJ might have just given up his life for the cause. They'll respawn back up into that illusion, but they'll make quick work of it. Amel looking for more, but he needs to be so careful. Oh, he's stuck out here, getting stunned. Someone fish Amel out of there. Visaros can look for a skewer back. Mikoto presents himself. Is this really where you want to be? It's a lot of damage that Jabs can tank right now as he's standing his ground and holding the line. He can't afford to break into it. Buyback from this Vengeful Spirit. TPing in. This Roche is so important for both sides. But that's a Rolling Thunder down already. RP Sonic Wave still available, as well as the Battle Trance and the Winter's Curse. You've really got to keep tabs on every single one of these tools to make sure you're not getting caught with your pants down.
KB done or down on the troll as well, so that's a little bit of a window. To be fair, Quaps is down 2. Now's potential go time. Pango's not quite there yet. Gonna join this team very, very soon. He's got like a 5-second window where you can blow someone up.
Oh, beautiful. Force staff away just to get out of dodge, forcing the swap back out from DJ. He's gonna go down again, but he has that illusion. Now they're trying to make the mark onto the Winter Wyvern in the backside, but Mikoto, he's gone a bit too deep. He's in trouble and he's dropping low. He's gonna get taken down. Meanwhile, they've managed to take out the Lion out of the equation by immediate buyback and the Winter's Curse, fishing 23 out of there. The swap back, the damage. It's able to take down the troll. Amel, he has so much work to do now against Jackie. Jabs doesn't have any mana left, and Jackie is gonna start to clean up in this fight unless Jabs can pull out a miracle, but straight back into the Viper, eating him up from the inside. It's more than enough damage. Jackie explodes back onto the scene. It's a killing spree. Now Amel with his second roll up, Pelosan trying to find the angle to catch out onto this Lion on his buyback. Swash away Amel. He's running out of resources and Jackie is stuck to him to the hip. No mana for this Lifestealer. He'll just take that as a sign to retreat. Man, what a fight. That was just so messy. Mikoto started that out so aggressive, trying to hunt down the Winter Wyvern and didn't manage to do so, but as the dust settles, Bleed, they take that overwhelming advantage in the fight. Jackie surviving through it all is huge.
Dire are
A little
scanning.
surprising to me as well. I feel like Lifestealer, he was in a really weird position, but I think the weirdest position was the trolls, right? Quap jumps on the troll immediately. You've got no BKB on the troll. What do? You kind of just have to run. Lifestealer jumps on top of you as well. And the only way that that fight would have gone worse is if Jabs didn't cancel that RP.
Oh, Jackie's sticking around, but that's what DJ's here for. Always ready with the swap. He's been on point of these game, other than that mid-fight. A little bit of miscommunication there, Q. Zapping the finger in and the Winter's Curse coming out at the same time. They will at least eliminate the Vengeful Spirit. Cutesy play there from Amel to dodge out that stun with the blink. And just like that, 45 seconds without your bench. That's a die back on DJ.
Ooh.
But it is time.
I don't know if this is going to work.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to try and rush it down. They only have 10 seconds left. Seem to be making good time on it, though. Oh, the timer. They're going to have to come out with some creative ways to keep Roche in place. Maybe a Hex, maybe a stun. He's going to start moving now. But that is what they saved the Earth Spike for. Beautifully done from the side of Aurora. They rush it down and they get the objective, but no! Ollie, not like this. He's gotta be. I hope he's laughing because like, what else can you do in that? What else can you do in that?
Tip the techies, get really upset. I don't know. There's a lot of things you could have done there instead.
Dude, this is kind of scary now because if they start pushing high ground at this angle, I don't think Aurora are ready. And without their Winter Wyvern, I'm not sure whether they want to fight. But Bleed, they're not going to tempt fate here. They are fighting into the Troll of Aegis. But oh, that has gotta... That brings back memories, man. Old techies, that was what it was all about. And I just got a septic shock to the back of my head, I think. That was rough.
Oh, man.
So
Oh,
I hope I
boy.
didn't, dude. I hope I didn't blow up anyone's eardrums because I felt that in my soul, man. I felt that in my soul. That was rough. Pelosa, he's gonna be giggling about that for sure.
There's no way you go for this Octarine before you build an E-Blade. Come on.
That's kind of I respect.
It's just to spite me at this point, I feel like.
Yeah. Bleed were like listening to you specifically. They're like, pro team. Okay, let's listen to this guy called Crasheroni. Ah, screw him. Let's listen. Pelosa's like, I'm really gonna mess with him now. No, but I get it, right? Like, I think just having a higher uptime on the blast off and just these sticky bombs, it's not too bad overall because a lot of its value is just mining up certain areas in the map and giving you that vision and making Aurora just really uncomfortable to encroach areas just like Ollie just did. So just having a better uptime on that ultimate might just serve him well. At the end of the day, vision is the name of the game.
Vision is king. Vision has been king. Vision will always be king.
True. There's never going to be a period of time where vision isn't. Especially when so many heroes kind of rely on it to do their job.
Yeah. They're gonna nerf observer wards? Like, hello? Like...
Don't do it to it. Don't give Ice
No,
any
don't.
ideas, man.
Could you imagine? Oh, that'd be the day Dota dies.
You need to keep your... Crash, you need to keep your damn mouth shut. You're making me upset. Okay. Aghanim Shot, Shockwave. It is... You know, most people write this off in lieu of the Horn Toss being so much more powerful. But it's actually really, really annoying. Especially for heroes like the Viper and the Troll who are largely... immobile, I guess. They'll run at you, but being able to forcefully reposition them, maybe trip them out on an auto attack and stuff like that, it can go a long way and put you into a weird spot for sure.
Quite literally and figuratively, right? Put you in a weird spot.
True. Okay.
So because of all these orchids, right? the next name of the game is Lincoln Sphere, obviously.
Is it? Is it?
Viper has one. Magnus
Okay.
has one. It's orchid time, baby.
I mean, aren't you really just scared of the swap? Like, aren't you? Let's be real here. Isn't this the swap
hold on,
prevention?
man. Well, okay,
You know,
maybe.
did you forget about that one? Come on, man.
No. I just, I'm trying to push my own.
Plus your own orchid agenda. I thought you were against it.
Yeah.
Now there's suddenly Lincoln's worthy. That's a 5k gold item, man. What are you talking about?
Middle tower is under attack.
Oh,
No,
look at that.
It is a good Lincoln's game both ways around, right? Because you got to deal with the Winter's Curse, every single one of Lion's abilities as well on the side of Bleed, and then you flip things around.
Radiant are
Same thing, right? The eventual Abyssal Blade on the Lifestealer, every single one of Venge's abilities minus the Wave of Terror.
Honestly,
It's a good Lincoln's game.
Honestly, I'm just kind of worried because so far Masaro's, a lot of his initiation attempts have been thwarted by like pre-casted hexers or
Yes.
Ollie being quick on the finger with the Winter's Curse. Now he has to kind of think twice, think about whether the Lincoln's has been propped. But Jabs will be the one to start pushing onto this tower with his shard. The poison melting it down.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They gotta show respect there. I mean, DJ, he's so scary with the swap. Take a look at all those little elephant mines just being laid out. They are ready to bait the side of Aurora into this minefield of death.
Nothing feels better than a skewer back into all these mines.
Yeah, the old school, all those old school techies combos. You got the Pudge, you got the Magnus, you got the Tiny. Let's toss them back straight into their demise.
It feels so good. I'm a big Pudge Techies fan.
I can't believe I just let you say that out.
Well, what do you mean?
Okay. Nah, I mean, you know, it's cute. Oh my god, dude, Pelosan is putting
He's just
these
gonna
mine-
solo Tormentor when it's up. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
This is pretty bog standard for techies. I don't know what you mean, dude.
Oh, that's true. That's true. I mean, I just thought he would be more focused towards trying to secure his base, but I guess he doesn't want the chance that Aurora can kind of sniff that away or steal that away from him. So.
And it's also funny if like literally any sort of hero wants to make their way over to Tormentor.
Yep.
And plays like a nice little ward.
Rest
they're
in
dead.
peace. Like
Right,
Ollie blinks,
they're dead.
Ollie blinks up there again, dude. I'm gonna laugh my ass off actually. Like,
Oh man.
smoked up.
These teams.
Yeah, they're looking, but straight up 23 fast on the finger with that BKB and the Winter's Curse is actually going out onto Jackie instead, controlling out Masaros. They have a beautiful double stun as DJ trying to control them on the sidelines with Mikoto. It's a beautiful Sonic Wave. Is it going to be enough though? The Troll still standing his ground and fighting. Mikoto trying his best to do the job in lieu of his two other cores going down, but they have the save. Cold Embrace, come here for a nice warm hug. 23, you'll be just fine under my arms. Ollie has got his buddy covered. And 4 people down. It's just DJ and his illusion left along with Mikoto. All he can do is run, but he's getting hunted down by Amel right now. The chase out, it's not going to be strong enough with those routine blinks. He's desperately trying to make his way back towards his base. The buybacks are there already. Pelosa knows he has to defend. There's 2 additional buybacks on these 2 cores, but DJ is out of the picture. And 23, he's right at your rats.
I think you got to buy back on the Magnus and just look for a skewer with your techies, right? Those are the only 2 heroes that make a play. I feel like if you don't, you're going to lose your racks. Like, you can't afford 20 seconds.
Yeah, Jabs is making real quick work of these buildings, especially with the shard. You can't underestimate how much this poison attack can do. Now, he just needs to be careful not to get skewered into the bomb. 23, that is a lot of damage and
There
not
it
even
is.
able to pop the battle trance. I mean, they had to sacrifice a couple of buybacks for it. If you really think about it, it was just Masaros who was needed. But let's see what else Bleak can get here. They're fishing for a little bit more, but evacuation. That's what's called by Aurora. They get themselves out of there. It's an 18k gold lead in one fell swoop of that one team fight. And so many buybacks used. Sure, they get a nice chunk of change for Mikoto. I can't help but feel like this puts Bleed in a very precarious position.
A very precarious position indeed, especially after all those buybacks, right? No one now on the side of Bleed have buyback. Minus
Yikes.
Quap, but she's still 900 gold away, right? Venge, 400 gold away as well. So you've got these 2, I don't want to say not key here. Like, Quap is obviously a key hero, but Venge having buyback is okay, but you've already got the second life, right?
Yeah. Venge Wraith King cosplay success.
Yes, exactly.
It's honestly so disgusting, the fact that she instantly pops back up and then can throw another stun, throw another swap. Yeah, it's actually the most jarring thing ever.
Yeah, I think it's crazy that the abilities refresh. I think you have to because it's an Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Like, maybe if it was like an Aghanim Shard, it's just like a ghost little remnant thing. But because it's an Aghanim Scepter, you've got to give it a little extra oomph.
Pelosan caught out on the wrong neck of the woods there. Another finger kill for Q. Starting to stack those ones up, but that is a die back for Pelosan. I'll be honest, I'm not too sure what he was doing here. I can understand maybe trying to split push the waves and be a little cheeky, but I guess they weren't expecting Aurora to defend their side of the map. I don't know. I guess in the end it doesn't really...
It's a crazy ask.
Right? Like, I think Aurora, this kill doesn't necessarily lead into anything because it does... the troll wasn't ready anyway. But speaking of the troll, Disperser, Refresher, BKB, Abyssal, Battle Fury, Sanch and Yasha. This man is loaded and ready to go. You couldn't really ask for much else.
Look at that net worth. Holy moly.
Holy moly, 31k, 23 Savage. One thing about this man, he will farm.
Yep. 23, you know, if there's anything about 23 Savage, is that he definitely knows how to farm. Crazy, I know, right?
Yeah. Almost like it's one of the key abilities of any competing carry player. It's worth noting as well, level 25 Talon, he has selected the Battletron Strong Dispel, so that is going to be a very important tool for Bleed to keep in mind when taking this fight. But now, they have a lot more to keep in mind alongside that Aegis. And I guess the rest of the Aurora lineup, they've really scaled up in their own right. Jabs. The greedy sort of build paid off, right? With the early Midas, he's found himself in a position where he's essentially a semi-core, if not a core in his own right, able to 100 to 0 some of these other heroes.
And we're getting close to that potential become universal talent on Viper.
Dude. It's so funny because when you say the words become universal, it sounds so intense and dramatic. Like, he's just gonna start, like, he's literally a poison snake, and then he just transcends into the universe and suddenly feels all the energies coursing through him or some shit.
He becomes Enigma, like...
Yeah. He just, suddenly the higher powers speak through him and like, imagine the higher powers being like, yeah, we'll choose a vessel and it's this snake.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Oh, dude. Oh, I get so much anxiety every time someone does that, like cancels your ultimate like that. Massaro's, oh, it gives me chills every time because I feel like you do that one too many times, you're just gonna mess it up.
Look, he's a pro, okay? Don't disrespect him like that. Masaro's
Oh, I don't care, dude. I've seen pros do it too.
Masaro's has cancelled many ultimates. You wouldn't get it. Oh, okay. 21k gold lead. Aurora, they're gearing up for the game ender here. And what a turn of events, right? Bleed. They were stomping in that early game and doing pretty well for themselves. But it's another situation where even though this Magnus is picked pretty early on, it feels like they weren't really able to connect on it. He landed some killer RPs in the team fight, sure, but it felt like there was so much for Mikoto and Jackie to do.
Radiant are scanning.
I think there's been more whiffed RPs than there have been good RPs, though, unfortunately.
Amel clearing the minefield there, doing his God-given duty. Swap back 23 straight into the RP. That's beautiful coordination there, but where is Ollie? We have to keep an eye out for the Winter Wyvern. That Winter's Curse can be a killer. They're able to fish 23 out of there with relatively low commitment. They didn't need to use anything, and they've already gotten Mega Creeps. So that's RP used, swap in, and nothing gained. 23 still has his first life intact. This is... I mean... If you couldn't do it with the RP, I don't know how you do it now.
Hopes and prayers. That's how you do it, right?
True.
You gotta look for some sort of like swap back into him not pressing his BKB into infinite bashes on the life steal. Like you gotta do something completely crazy. You gotta hope and pray to Gaben to give you those bashes.
I mean, these mines are still just kind of sitting here. They're not.
They're just chilling.
Yeah, they're just chilling.
There they go.
Oh, okay. Easy shot. Sonic boom
Yeah.
from Mikoto.
Double damage.
And that could help kill the Troll Warlord as well. Can't dispel with battle trance if you're silenced.
True. He does have satanic though, so I guess he could.
That's true.
You could
And a
just save it.
BKB.
Yeah. And 20% status resistance.
Yeah. And a refresher orb. If we want to talk about all of his items.
And dispel. We're just going down the list. So you want to talk about
Yeah, we
Mindbreaker?
are.
Gearing up for the end of the game here, Aurora, they're ready to put this one to rest and move on. The swap back in onto 23, but this time it's not quite as coordinated. Abyssal Blade, but there's the Rolling Thunder to break it up. It's a 1v1 situation now, and okay, Ollie's blinked in, hasn't really found a target. Here comes Jackie back out of the infest, but it's a beautiful cold embrace to just keep the Troll Warlord alive. Meanwhile, they're working down DJ, and there's the Winter's Curse that we were waiting for. 23, can he get out of here? The last little bit of tower damage is not even going to work through his first life, and they've already taken out Jackie. Without your life stealer for 120 seconds, what else can you do, Mikoto? It doesn't look like the answer is anything significant. The Mega Creeps coming through, refresher already popped by 23. DJ desperately trying to hang on as Mikoto tries to beat back onto Armel. You've skewered back Jabs, but Jabs is cold embraced again. This Viper is too resistant, and you just can't kill him. He's forced up through the Ancient, he's working through it. He'll finally take down Viper, but immediately buys back, and GG is called. Mikoto falls to his former allies as Aurora take game number 1.
Dire victory.
I don't want to say too much that I think that people were expecting this outcome from Aurora. But yeah, I'll say I feel like this was an expected outcome for this game, right? Aurora had a little bit of a draft advantage. They didn't have to deal with the Magnus because he just was a non-factor this game. Once again, Orchid, it's just like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking too old school that the Harpoon is the way to go. Maybe I'm too thinking of the days of old.
Yeah.
But I don't know, something more standard, something more damage dealing to do sustained damage. I feel like the Orchid just isn't it.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for me, honestly, it's not so much the Magnus and the Orchid, it's the fact that they left 23 unbothered, right? There was, even with Jackie's decent game, we were talking about, oh, you know, he has a great timing on the Radiance, he has a great timing on the Armlet. There were moments where they just brought 4 heroes down there just to mess with him. Sure, he ended up getting some kills, but they traded back and forth, you know, it wasn't entirely comfortable for him to get that farm going. Meanwhile, 23 is just Battlefield timing, 2 to 3 items, BKB, I'm ready to fight, and
Yep.
It felt like, apart from a few typical troll slip-ups, that's just kind of a byproduct of the hero, right? It's kind of janky, it's a bit hard to work against the Battle Trance. Apart from that, he played, I think, just as best as he could, and he brings it home for his squad, you know? They make space for him, he gets it done. A little bit of a shaky performance in start from Armel. I think had a bunch of people saying like, Mikoto would have been better, you know, but he ends up proving himself more, like, really, really well, right? All the rolling thunders into the back line, just disjointing the rest of the fight. The initial pulls back onto the troll, just getting completely tossed up in the air because everybody's stunned and they're like, okay, wait, our chain stun's not working out anymore. Yeah, I mean, really just great showing there from Aurora. But I will say, though, that Bleed impressed me with some bits of their play, and I don't think this is going to be a complete wash.
No, I'm definitely thinking towards a 2-1.
Yeah. We'll have to see which way it goes, though, whether Bleed can pull off a comeback with this sort of new-ish lineup that they have, or whether Aurora can show us why they were one of the top teams for such a long time in Southeast Asia. It's been Purpose and Crash. We'll be right back after a short break.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go
Mikoto versus his former friends ends with Mikoto getting a little bit smacked down. I mean, he performed pretty well on that Queen of Pain, but still it wasn't enough to take home the cake. Aurora, one game up now in this best of 3. Both teams in the upper bracket of the DreamLeague Season 22 qualifiers for Southeast Asia, but as we know, this one's a stacked one. There's only one slot, and it's a tough fight. It's Crash and Sneeze here bringing you the action again, and I don't know, man. What I always gotta ask, right? What do you think Bleed need to switch up for game number 2 to make things happen?
I don't think they necessarily need to switch anything up draft-wise, if that makes sense. I think they need to reconsider their priorities in the mid-game, the early to mid-game transition. Right? They were in a position where they were dodging smoke ganks. Like right, we were like, okay, one.
We had a counter. We had a counter.
3, right? And so like they were doing very well with that, and then all of a sudden they look to make ganks of their own, and it's kind of working. And then I think that there was that one crucial gank where they were just too indecisive. Right? They made their way bottom because they knew there were heroes there. They knew there were at least 2 heroes bottom. So instead of, like, they went bottom, and then they went back up into the triangle to gank the troll. Troll was gone by that point. Smoke gank wasted. A lot of time wasted. And a lot of energy, like it just derailed the train.
It did, and unfortunately the Bleed train just kind of never got back on track, right? And that's kind of what the troll pick in this particular meta does. You don't see him for too long. You know at some point he has to take Roche, and unfortunately for the Bleed lineup, they aren't really the best Roche takers themselves. Even though they had that advantage, they were relying on continuing that train rolling, of getting kills, pushing issues on the map, creating space in that manner, and just kind of preventing the troll from ever reaching that area. Unfortunately, just that one move was enough for Bleed to really, you know, just one slip up, and suddenly Aurora are all over it. Jabs, the greedy build works out. We'll see what exactly is the adjustment here, because I'm sure, you know,
5 seconds
as much as Bleed, we both agree that that draft that they came up with, I thought it was pretty good, right? Like, it comes together. They have the Lifestealer and Fast Bomb. I thought Mikoto was playing really phenomenally in the mid lane on the Queen of Pain. Did what he needed to. And hey, even Jabs was having a bit of a rough time in the bot side. But it's much more about maybe selecting heroes that align more towards a singular priority, where I think we both agreed they needed to kill the troll at least once or twice to really slow it down.
Radiant team ban. Dire
Yeah,
team
and
ban.
that just, it didn't happen.
Nope.
And the one time we thought it could potentially happen,
Yeah. Dude, that 23 Savages entire mode, that game was put on a YouTube mix, lo-fi hip-hop beats to farm creeps to, and then he just kind of had that playing for 30 minutes, and then suddenly he hears a little bit of, hey, you done? And it's his Captain Jabs, like, because he just has his earphones on, like, full blast volume, and it just Jabs just slaps into the back of it. It's like, yeah, I've died twice now. Can we get on with this game? And he's like, oh yeah, sorry boss. So it's just straight on into getting the BKB and ending the game. Now, no real targeted bans yet, still pretty stock standard in terms of what the meta favors, and nothing that appeared in last game in particular. So Aurora sticking to the guns here, taking out the Shadow Demon as well as the Centaur, just showing that respect there. It is one of Masaros' best heroes, so no surprises.
Yeah, I would love to see Masaros on more. Actually, that's not even true, because Masaros is a Magnus player. That wasn't even one of those, like, I'd like to see him on one of his better heroes. Yeah, that was one of his better heroes, and it just wasn't a good showing.
Yeah, it was tough, but I think we all agree that Magnus is one of the hardest offlane heroes to make work, right? He requires such high execution. There's no point in the game where things are easy for you. Right? You always need to put in so much effort just to sort of get these pickoffs. It looks easy on paper when great Magnuses are doing it, but in reality, it's tough. And Nature's Prophet has stuck his way through the draft. Funnily enough, both these teams haven't really cared so much about the Chen. They've neglected it in favor of just picking the Pango and banning out this TA and Puck again just to protect it in the mid lane.
Now, Pango was, I don't want to say king last game. He was king for like the mid game, but there was a point where
10
Pango like was
seconds
really
remaining.
making work after those like 3 failed ganks.
Yeah, no
Um,
doubt.
Seconds
There,
remaining.
there was a lot of good
Radiant
rolls, right? A lot
team
of good
back.
Pango plays. There was quite a lot of damage coming out from the Pangolier as well by the end of that game.
Yeah, look, let's just put this behind us. I just got a notification in the mail that Mel has transferred the payment for us to stop talking about those 3 rolling thunders, so we're good now.
Okay.
yeah,
Nice.
yeah.
It didn't happen. What rolling thunder? I
Wait,
don't
what
know,
is
dude.
a rolling thunder? I've never heard it. I'll pass you a portion of the payment later. But okay.
Thank you.
No worries. Magnus still gonna come
10
out here, and I
seconds
think this is
remaining.
a good sign because so often I feel like teams in best of threes,
5
when one
seconds
strategy doesn't
remaining.
work, they pivot a bit too hard. I like that they're still going back for the Magnus because it shows that they're not just shifting the blame and basically generalizing it to, okay, our heroes didn't work, right? They are sort of looking a bit deeper about the specifics about execution in that particular game, and this is a sign of that they're still comfortable going back to this pick.
Yeah, and Magnus, okay. I do. Magnus was the problem last game, but I
Okay.
don't think Masaros was the problem that game, if that makes sense. There was just
Okay.
it was just too much to deal with on the Magnus, right? There were multiple force staffs. You had to deal with the troll. Like there's 3 heroes you're never gonna skewer back, right? You're probably not gonna skewer the Pango.
10
You're not gonna
seconds
skewer the
remaining.
troll warlord, really, because and every time it did happen, nothing
5
happened when he
seconds
skewered the
remaining.
troll. They got him once, and that was
Yeah.
through an Aegis. It didn't matter.
Yeah, no, I completely get what you mean. Although I will say that a large portion of his
Radiant
worries were
team
that Winter Wyvern, who, you
Yeah.
skewer back, she always is going to have that range to save you from afar. Speaking of save from afar, there's the Abaddon pick, a hero that we haven't seen today, but has been increasing in popularity in that off lane, right? It has so much bulkiness, and is just a support killer once he gets that harpoon. Now, the Hoodwing
10
is something
seconds
interesting I want to point out as well, because this is something that Q has been spamming, and some other sort of notable
5
pulse force have
seconds
really
remaining.
taken a liking to as well. All of them just love rushing Arcane Gleipnir.
Yeah, so I actually did my own digging on Q, and he's been playing. He's been doing this Atos Mage Slayer build.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
so I think I saw 2 games of the Atos Mage Slayer. He's been
Right.
doing the Gleipnir as well, but it's been a lot of hoodwink in the pubs for sure.
yeah, so clearly practicing up to unveil this beautiful strategy. And of course, it goes without saying that one of the reasons why Ember is so good with the Mage Slayer is because one slide just applies that debuff to everyone he hits. Kind of a similar theory there with the Hoodwing Acorn shot, being able to bounce around and suddenly you just have that purple ball over your head. You're like, I guess I'm not doing damage.
Yep. Yeah, there goes like half of my damage. You know what I mean? Like it's
It is a little bit rough, but there is the Jackie Morphling. Bit of a Siggy
Very
for
scary.
both these. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, up against the Abaddon, you run the risk of being silenced, but realistically speaking, in the laning matchup versus Hoodwing and Abaddon, you
10
don't care.
seconds remaining.
You're
Yep.
fine. It's mode chill. Maybe you drop a
5
Steam message to
seconds
23
remaining.
Savage, be like, yo, what playlist were you using last game? You think it's like send it over? Okay.
yeah, sharing their lo-fi beats to farm creeps too for sure.
Yeah.
That's
Somebody
what
needs
the
to-
community's all about, right? Sharing the tunes.
Yeah, sharing the tunes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, right now, Bleed, with this Morphling, the Magnus doesn't really scream to me like the biggest sort of combination or pick that has synergy with the Morphling. What I do like about this lineup is that they have very natural ways of accelerating on their own. So if
Dire
Aurora
team
are just
pick.
hanging back a little bit, they're going to be able to farm up quite a bit. And they snagged the line that somehow made its way through this portion of the draft. So additional bit of control set up around the map for the Prophet to potentially TP into to clean up whatever kill they can find.
I actually disagree with you. I'm a fan of the Magnus Morphling.
Okay, let's hear it.
It's
10
just it's
seconds
percentage.
remaining.
It's the same reason that people have been building Vlads on
right.
Morphling, right? It's
Right.
percentage based
5 seconds.
damage
Team
increase
back.
with a hero that has a lot of base damage.
Stalker.
Oh, I was thinking of something like this from Aurora. I really like this.
This is kind of where Aurora, I feel like, shine the most because Jabs plays everything,
seconds
and
remaining.
that is not an understatement. I believe he is either the most
5 seconds
at the
remaining.
top of the list or second or third in terms of pro players who have played not only all roles but also literally almost every single hero in a professional game, right? The cool thing about Aurora is that we've seen some other teams actually pick this as an offlaner. I think immediately what comes to mind is AR running it on Buck, right, or Faith Beyond. And it kind of is a little bit of a bait and switch because now, where the Abaddon and Hooping lane would not have done much against the Morphling, this Night Stalker is gonna shit on him.
Yeah, that's putting it lightly too.
Yeah, we already saw what the Night Stalker can do in an earlier game. That was terrifying. I think JG went complete ham. And as long as they're paying attention to the timings and making use of it, Aurora are gonna run away, right? Like even in the cases where the Night Stalker, the Pango commit a little bit too forward, Ollie's gonna be right there with the shield to help them out. They have low cooldowns, they can always find action, and it's kind of scary for Bleed to fight up against.
And this was one thing I noticed when I was doing research on Aurora is that they play a lot of run at you Dota with low cooldowns. Right? This is
10
kind of their
seconds
bread and
remaining.
butter.
Hell yeah. I think this is very
5
different from
seconds
the
remaining.
Talon or T1 of old where, you know, they were largely memed on because they're like, hey, highest average match
Radiant
time,
team
it's these
back.
guys, right? They always want to take it
Yeah.
all the way to the late game where 23 Savage needs to land a crazy chrono to win the game, and he does, and it's like, oh, you know, Southeast Asia is back. But yeah, I mean, this is very much a breath of fresh air, and if they're able to just kind of flip the switch and turn things around as effectively as they did in game number 1, Bleed might have another thing coming.
10
I
seconds
do wonder
remaining.
what the last pick is going to be, though, because I'm still undecided as to whether this Magnus is going to fall in the hands of
5
Masaros or
seconds
Mikoto.
remaining.
It's still up in the air, and I think that's probably for the best. I mean,
Mhm.
they could also do something complete. And to be fair, I don't think
Dire
this is going to
team
happen, but they
back.
could do something completely crazy in position 1, the Nature's Prophet, but not against a Night Stalker. I feel like, and you also got more. You could like
Dude,
mid-
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Right,
Also,
right?
it's wait, no, hang on. It's one of those situations where, you know, Jackie, I don't know much about him in terms of his personality, but he's
10
so good on the
seconds
Morphling
remaining.
that it's kind of like self-griefing, I feel like. If you
Yeah,
put
that's
anyone
fair.
else on
Remaining.
on that hero.
Well, just
I
run
don't-
Jackie, just flex it like that instead.
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, that's the Bleed special right there.
yeah. No, that's a little too crazy, especially into something like the Night Stalker.
There we go. Lone
Okay.
Druid. They're getting spicy with these picks, but still not sure where things are going to go. This might be a pos 1 Lone Druid. It could be some crazy pos 1 Night Stalker and Lone Druid off lane. Whatever it is, both these side laners are
10
excellent
seconds
into the Morphling.
remaining.
Yeah. And Magnus, he's not going to have an
5
easy game this
seconds
time
remaining.
around. Same
Absolutely
thing
not,
as
no.
last game. It's going to be a very hard Magnus game. And we already saw what happened to Masaros when it was a hard Magnus game. Didn't
Yeah.
perform very well. And this time around, it's not going to be any easier.
It does have an angle to potentially get some nice skewer back kills into his tower with the paired up with the Lion, right? The Lone Druid doesn't really keep the highest distance away. Same for the Night Stalker, especially in the first 5 minutes. We'll see what Bleed respond with as their last pick. This is my guess is it's gonna be a mid laner, but I can't really think of a mid laner that's gonna deal with number 1 the Pango, number 2 the Night Stalker, number 3 the Lone Druid. Anyone who can deal with the Pango is gonna get screwed over by the Night Stalker. Anyone who can deal with the Lone Druid is gonna really get messed up by the Pango rolling in and messing you up. And we're not even talking about Ollie on the Abaddon ready to save whoever just yet. Aurora, I feel like they've come out with such a cohesive draft here.
Arc Warden?
Thinking? Mikoto? Don't you just get run down? Am I crazy?
Yeah.
Don't you just
yeah,
get like
it is a little
obliterated? Wait,
crazy.
what are you talking about? This guy's
No,
gonna.
It's. I mean, like I'm trying to think of Makoto's other heroes.
There we go.
Right?
Select
Okay.
your heroes.
No, I think this is
I
the
am
most.
still a little worried.
No, I feel you, but I think this is the best case scenario. You got tower pressure, you got someone who can stand on the front lines, and if you aren't silenced just yet, it's actually gonna be Masaro's Death Prophet. So he's gonna pick that up to try and deal with the Lone Druid in the off
Ooh.
lane. And Mikoto's going mid
Okay.
on the Magnus against Armel. So that should be a pretty good matchup for Mikoto at least.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Actually, you do have kill potential, right? If Armel messes up with a swash or gets too close with a shield crash, all of a sudden you're skewered into the tower and you're screwed.
Yep. And Mikoto, we've already seen his laning prowess up against his Pangolier. And gonna have to try and punish it because Aurora, they just seem to be so comfortable brazenly picking this for Armel in first pick. And it's reminding me a bit of a certain cool, calm, and collected man from Western Europe these days, right? This is kind of how they play it. Now, his Pango performance wasn't necessarily inspiring in the early game, but he still got the job done. So
Yeah.
this is kind of one of those drafting things where you need to scare them into not doing that. If not, they just have so much freedom for the rest of their draft.
And
Okay.
obviously the questions, if you can't read everyone, the question has been answered, right? 23 lone druid, jabs on the Night Stalker, so it's no off lane druid. It's we're back to normal Dota.
I don't know if you consider 23 lone druid in the safe lane normal Dota,
Oh,
but
that's fair.
I guess it's not as crazy as Night Stalker carry.
Yeah,
I guess.
yeah,
As some Matumba Man TI-11 type beat,
yeah, for sure.
which was fun, but
Yeah.
you know it was okay. We'll have to see. Okay, which side do you like a bit more? Because just off of the flare alone, I'm kind of leaning towards Aurora, but I do like the adjustments that Bleed have made, especially that Death Prophet pick feels very cohesive for me.
I still think I'm going to be favoring Aurora.
Okay.
I just believe they're going to be able to hit this crazy timing where they're just going to start running down towers and running down heroes. You know, come, I don't even think 20, come 15 minutes, if these lanes go well enough for Aurora, they're going to start running you down.
Yeah, we will have to see. Aurora, they already did the... we already saw one team of Night Stalker absolutely obliterate their opponents by like, what, the 20-minute mark?
Yeah.
Look, I'm a Night Stalker fan. I wouldn't mind seeing it again, but at the same time, I'm kind of in the mood for something that's not a 2-0. That's just kind of been the flavor of a lot of these qualifiers so far. The teams just kind of keel over, especially in the early stages. I think
At least
even
for
in-
us, I feel like we've seen pretty much only 2-0s.
literally the only thing with Caster is 2-0 so
Yeah.
far. I know that
30
some other
seconds
matches
to
like the
battle.
Bright, I can't remember which team they were facing up against, but there were 2-1s that exist, just not in our purview. So
Yeah,
whether it's
yeah,
a curse
we
on
just
our
didn't
side,
get
sorry guys, you know, yeah, I guess Aurora gonna win.
Oops.
Oopsie.
That's
It's-
the observer prediction.
Okay. He thinks our observer is thinking it's going to be Aurora as well. We'll see whether he ends up being correct or not. Jabs walking up, trying to take advantage of that nighttime vision. Cutting through the tree line, taking a lot of damage. Jabs, it's not where you want to be. He's just going to go down. And it goes to Jackie as well. That is worst possible outcome for your Night Stalker level 1.
What a cool sprout. That was such a good sprout. I feel like a lot of people would be like, okay, you know, pop the sprout, pop him in the middle of it. But no, get him on the outside. He's got to cut 2 trees down.
Yeah. And even with Q's help, I think he used one of the tangles to try and fish Jabs out of there. It wasn't effective enough. It's any additional buffer that you can get in the first 5 minutes against a Night Stalker is so important, because you know 5 to 10 he's just going to be all over you. So, you know, Jackie feeling a lot more comfortable with that, just that much closer to the level 2, which is going to allow him to secure these range creeps without really needing to commit far forward.
I guess the one good thing is this Q gets levels into Scurry. Hello? Scurry,
Hello?
he doesn't really care. He doesn't really care about Sprout.
He's so scared.
Yeah, he just doesn't care about Sprout. And it's actually going to, I believe, okay, I can't remember if you need to just cast Scurry to increase the cast range, or you need to be near trees to increase this cast range. No, it's just when activated.
yeah,
Okay, it's just when activated. Got it.
It's a really cool ability actually. I think most people just
It
know
is.
it about the know about the moving through the tree lines and like the slight movement speed increase. But for those of you who aren't aware, she gets bonus move speed, attack, and cast range. So that's like if you're trying to engage from the tree line and potentially catch someone off guard from fog, you want to set yourself up like that.
Yep. Yeah, Scurry first, then cast all your abilities.
Radiant's courier
You might not even
has
see it
been
coming.
killed.
Who knows?
Yep.
Saros in this top side, that's one of the benefits of the Death Prophet, being able to damage both the real hero as well as the Spirit Bear at the same time. Ollie's going to be working overtime with those missed calls to keep both up to speed in terms of HP and healthy. As Masaros is just going to continue to spam those out.
This is such a good Orb of Corrosion game, though. Holy moly. You're Morphling, Death Prophet. It's so value getting Orb of Corrosion on the Bear this game.
Hey, I mean, the Spirit Bear is going to be suffering a little bit, and he even has to resummon it out on the top side. Looks like they're trying to make the move onto Pelosan, inching a bit too far forward, trying to get the kill onto Q, and the level 2 Scurry actually catching him off guard there. So a bit of a misstep there from the Nature's Prophet, underestimating the potential of that hoodwink. That's a nice bit of change for Jabs.
And like you said, it goes both ways, right? Anything that Night Stalker can get during the daytime, very nice.
Okay, Morphling actually going down. Speaking
that's
of what
a lot.
Night Stalker gets, they are absolutely clobbering this bot side right now. Q is able to survive from that Blood Grenade. And Jabs is the big winner of all of this, just being able to stand in lane and continue the farm. This is starting to get a little worrying for the Bleed safe lane here.
Yeah, it's only another 2 minutes until this lane's really scary, and you're already playing scared. Because after that kill, you gotta recognize that they have kill potential on you now.
Yeah, I think for me, it additionally neuters the Nature's Prophet in a way, because Peloson wants to be looking for opportunities to maybe TP topside, help Masaros, maybe even gank the mid lane and catch Armel off guard, deny some water runes, who knows, but he's very much tied to this bot side. If not, Jackie's just gonna get run over.
I think that's kind of my thing with the 5 Nature's Prophet, is that you kind of are forced to play this role of the bodyguard, and it forces you to not be able to do the things you want to do for 5-7 minutes of the game. By 6, you're most likely ganking. By the 6-minute mark, you're most likely ganking. But it just forces you to play bodyguard for a little bit too long, in my opinion.
Yeah. We were worried a bit about Armel in this mid lane with the Magnus matchup, but it seems to be just fine for him for now. The Magnus does have a bit of a CS advantage, but that's kind of to be expected with the overwhelming amount of, I guess, auto attack damage that he gets from Empower.
Jabs quite literally running away with this lane.
Brings it back to a safer spot here, Peloson. Actually opting, not much to be done in the lane, so he just starts farming the jungle, and honestly, I get it, right? Like, you don't want to be just sitting there, and you don't want to sap the Morphling's EXP. Yeah. That's the main problem, right? You need to make sure that come the next 25 seconds, he gets as much as he can before things start to go haywire. I wonder what the build is going to be. Yeah, I was thinking about it. What do you think the build is going to be for Masaros? Because I think historically, back when DP was super popular, we saw double Wraith ban into Greaves and then just become this Aura bot. Is there any sort of real other option other than that? Like, I don't suppose you go Athos or stuff like
the
that.
Veil Shivas is possibility as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
I still wouldn't mind to see something like the Guardian Greaves, because if you get rooted by the Spirit Bear, you can just purge it off.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Amazing what you'll find.
So yeah, I don't hate it. The Greaves aren't too bad. It's going to be a nice steroid for the rest of your team as well. A good survivor fling. Maybe later. Yeah. Not quite yet. I think we're going to see the Veil of Discord first.
Yeah. Masaros still remains to be seen what he's building, but at least we know what the Lone Druid is going for. That immediate Diffusal Blade Rush. Not surprised there, as this has become a very standard build-up for the Lone Druid. The Disperser is such a useful item for the bear to just chase down opponents, get them tied down.
I'm honestly surprised I haven't seen more Lone Druid with the Disperser buff. I'm very surprised Lone Druid has kind of flown under the radar recently.
Yeah, well, we see... Oh my goodness, Mikoto.
Jesus.
The
anxiety spiking every time it gets cancelled.
Dude, I swear that particular Magnus... Oh, Haste Rune. Stuck inside the trees, and we're going to be able to secure it for Mikoto. No, that's a deny. Rolling Thunder coming out. They want to get the kill onto Peloson, but he's moving pretty quick. Mikoto skewing onto the high ground. Is still able to chop down the Peloson Nature's Prophet. Nicely done by Mel to trace him out. Now DJ might be in some trouble as well. Let's try and route him here. Q up onto the high ground, slow with the Acorn shot. And with that shield crash, it should be a double. Nicely executed by the Aurora lineup.
What a weird gank from Aurora. I mean, it works out, but like,
yeah,
rotating of Baden, it's so funny to me. But you need it, right? That was a really good rotation from Aurora. Absolutely perfect. Just funny the way it worked out to me.
Yeah, I mean, more so than a rotation, he's kind of just hanging back to make sure that Armel doesn't die, right? Because you can see Mikoto and the Lion, they were gearing up for some sort of aggression. And as long as you come in with a Photic Shield, he's just got to be able to swashbuckle his way out of there. So, instant sort of nullifier on that RP. Working out some issues here as the 7-minute mark rolls around. Looks like it's just going to be a 1-for-1. Nothing too crazy there. So Death Prophet... Actually, not... Hang on. Am I tripping out here? Is she doing not so good on levels, or is it just me?
No, she's not doing too good on levels.
Yeah, right? Because, I mean, everybody else is level... Sure, everyone else is level 5. It's like a little bit. She's got to get the Wisdom Rune. She's got to get back up there anyway. But I would assume with how much space she's been given, in lieu of DJ largely rotating to the mid lane to help out Mikoto, you get a bit more EXP, but seems like 23 has been successful in forcing her out for the most part.
Yeah, it's hard to stand your ground against a Spirit Bear no matter what hero you are. Especially now with the Orb of Corrosion, your Spirit Siphon early levels just aren't healing you nearly enough as you want it to.
Yeah. Reducing the heals and regeneration by 20%, it's a big, big margin. And Lalone True, I mean, he's kind of doubled up as well, which is pretty interesting. Like, he got the Aura Corrosion, and then I guess he ports the initial Blightstone back to his main hero.
Hey, it works. Whatever gets the job done, right? If you can't get old school Orb of Corrosion, get old school Nora Orb of Corrosion and a Blightstone. Why not?
Yeah, build it for yourself. If you want to reduce the armor, you got it. Just buy die.
It's like building a Wraith Band and a Bastion and hoping.
yeah. Just somewhere in the code, they just forget or something. Silence out, stopping the mob from coming through, but they can't continue this chase down. Isn't really any extended damage past that initial void and one shot. Jabs, it kind of feels like he needs that Dark Ascension to really try for this kill.
Yeah. I'd like to pose a question to you, Sneeze.
Let's hear it.
Do you think Pelosin's gonna buy boots?
Radiant are scanning.
That is such an
It's literally
inconsequential
earned
question.
straight into Ags.
The answer is no. My answer is no. Like, why?
Okay.
Like, right? What does Boots do for him? Who even
Sure.
cares? Right?
Yeah.
Like, if he... I mean, if the Night Stalker sees him, he's gone anyway.
Yeah. No, it's very true. I just, yeah. We'll
Boots
see,
is
I
for-
guess. We'll
Boots
hedge
is
our
for
bets.
losers who... Boots is for losers who think they can actually run away from this Night Stalker, Pango, Spirit Bear lineup. Like, it's not... I don't know how to tell you this, homie. It's not happening. You need to stand and fight. That's your only
That's
option.
fair.
Radiant are
There we go.
scanning.
Just for this for Masaros.
Okay.
The question has been answered.
It's a good deal of armor, which nullifies
Yep.
quite a lot of what Aurora want to do, right? Even the Hoodwink, a lot of it in the Akon shot is physical. So, I mean, hell, Night Stalker's entire shtick is just punching you while flying at you, so... For now, it's a very quiet early game, all things considered. I thought there'd be a bit more action and pressure. Pelosin trying for the TP out, but Jax is just back here. Level 6, Armel tag teaming up with him. They kill off the Nature's Prophet, and now Jackie might be in some trouble. Doesn't have a level in the Morph, but Mikoto's here to play as well. TPing in, and that's what the Rolling Thunder is for. Armel is going to be able to spin his way out of this one. And they collapse on the DJ, who has TP'd in a very odd spot, away from the safety of his cores and his tower. And he gets picked off as well. The entire side of Aurora, they're making use of this beautiful nighttime vision to inform themselves of what moves they should make. And they get in, get out. Q's still around. They might try for the setup on Mikoto. Oh, this would be a huge kill. Swash. Slightly off the mark. A bit impatient from Armel here. Loses them out on that opportunity. But I think Mikoto, you know, he had vision all along. So, you know, he was never going to get caught like that.
He definitely had an inkling something was going to go on there.
Oh, RP. Use it straight on the squirrel. Q has been so obnoxious, but Ollie here with the heal, scurry through the trees. Sprout for what, Pelosin? Can't even get that, and that's RP.
And the tip.
Nasty, nasty stuff.
That's not what you want, P. Now, I usually say, like, if this big cooldown ultimate like RP, like Black Hole, Chronosphere, you get a single pick off with it, it's well worth it in the early game. It's not worth it to get these looking and waiting for these 5-man RPs, you know, it's just not worth it for you. But not even getting Q there is so devastating for your first RP. All of a sudden it's on cooldown for like 100 seconds, what do you do?
Look, I'm of the opinion that it's fine just because I don't think the Magnus really wants to be in that position where he's getting more than one anyway. You know, he couldn't get that. The real kicker for me was that he spent all that time rotating to the bot side, standing around under the tower with Jackie, running back to the mid, and then they still decided to try and make that move instead of going back to farming. A lot of his efficiency is just gone now, and that's reflected in the net
Dire's
worth.
top tower is under attack.
And it's only gonna get worse.
Into something extra.
Right, like, this isn't, like we said, this isn't the easiest Magnus game. Like, you're
gonna-
under-farmed, you're in a little bit of trouble.
Masaro's actually committing the EXO in this top side. He was trying to get back a bit of an advantage, but here comes Armel with the Rolling Thunder. They got their eyes on Jackie, and he has no mana, he has no friends, and they all just leave him to die. Masaros can do nothing but watch as his Morphling melts into a puddle of blood. Aurora, beautiful defense there, and it still looks like they're hunting. Jabs is just gonna come down here, kill off Pelosin on the Nature's Prophet, and there's nothing he can do about it. Aurora just dominating right now, 9-1 and 4k gold lead.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Jazz feels like a maelstrom, is that what I'm seeing?
Oh my god, what? No. You're joking. What? No, this has to be a Midas.
What's with the javelin? No, he's got a mithril hammer too, dude.
Oh, classic Jabs, classic Jabs, classic
There it
Jabs.
is,
He's like,
there it is.
Dude, what am I watching? He's like, I need to farm, guys. I'm top net worth. None of you are gonna take that away from me, you scumbags. Amel, go make space for me, please.
Yeah. 23, go make space. You've got your diffusal blade. Go out,
Yeah,
fun,
what
dude.
the... You know, I think Amel at one point in time used to be one of the most razor sharp lethal laners, right? He would come out in the lane with a huge advantage, just school everybody else. But I feel like maybe it's his time on Secret or maybe it's his time on Fnatic as well. He sort of adopted this new sort of more sacrificial playstyle, and it's reflected in the draft, right? He first picks his hero. He doesn't really care so much about his own scaling. He still obviously will try and get farm, but his priority is making moves on the map happen, and it's serving his team very well, especially when you have such a greedy offlaner like Jabs.
Yeah, and confidence goes a long way in Dota, right? And just being able to be confident enough to first pick a hero like Pangolier, who has his counters, but still has the possibility of, like, right now Grimstroke isn't too big in the meta. I'm trying to, like, Wyverns, we see a little bit of play, but a lot of these heroes that used to, you know, be the end-all, be-all counters to Pangolier, like Rolling Thunder does nothing, Swashbuckle for what,
Yeah.
just aren't really in the meta anymore.
Yeah, I mean, when's the last time we saw Beast Mode, right? That was
Yeah.
usually the,
Under attack.
okay, you know, you're rolling thunder, I'm just going to roar you in place and you look like a silly little basketball that just got forgotten by a bunch of school kids.
Dire's middle tower
It's,
is under
that's
attack.
not really the case anymore, as now they're going to bring down 23 to finish up tier 1, still standing at this juncture in time. And Jab's not really the best tower pusher, right? But he can kill anyone who shows up. But
Yep.
objective is a different story. And it feels like Aurora, they're just slowly taking over these areas on the map. Can't help but feel like they're going to turn their sights towards the mid lane tower soon.
Okay, hear me out about this Maelstrom, right?
Yeah, I'm
Timing's
listening.
actually kind of sick because you
He's
get it
farming
during the
ancients.
daytime,
He's
which
farming
means your
ancients,
farming
come on.
speed is increased.
You come on, you're joking. I mean, literally. Okay, I understand because it does more damage, but I just thought, you know, like, why not just get a Midas, get more net worth.
No,
as
for
well.
sure.
I guess in his eyes the Maelstrom is more active, and it's pretty cool, not gonna lie, and that allows him to actually start farming ancients, which he's gonna actually just TP to the top side, try and deal with Pelosin up here. Yeah, I mean, he knows. Set a ward down and everything. Keep hopping that dude. Jabs has something against this guy for real. Like,
Yeah.
this is. I mean, Pelosi's doing really having a really rough game, right? 0-5 and 1, but most of those has been just Jabs hunting him down just for shits and giggles.
Yeah. I mean, Nature's Prophet it's such a hard hero to play into Night Stalker,
Yeah.
right? I would say it's borderline impossible because
you're gonna die.
you want to play on these outskirts of the fights. Sorry, I have the best vision in the game, right?
Dude, it's almost like he's mad about that first blood where he got sprouted so embarrassingly, and he's just kind of taking it out. That's kind of what it feels like to me. Both diffusal blades completed on the Aurora safe laner and mid laner. Almost feels like they're ready to go, but
Radiant's middle
Lee,
tower is under
they've been sort of
attack.
farming up on their own as well. Vlad's complete for the Morphling, which we didn't mention just yet, as well as the Magnus having that Blink Dagger already. Should be able to set some stuff up. RP available. It's only a matter of time before DJ and him smoke up to try and get something done. Looks like they were trying to aggress on the top side now. On mid lane instead. Amel in some trouble. Easy finger of death. They make that look simple. Toto not even needed.
But they're converging on this mid lane, and Aurora, they're still willing to do something.
They can punch out onto Jackie. It's been back. It's pulled up, and they're doing quite a bit of damage to it. Where is the rest of Aurora right now? They're making the true form. Oh, you gotta... Jabs doesn't really have the Dark Ascension, so navigating this fight is not as simple. And yeah, they'll just give up on it here. Oh no! No, what? Did he manage to get the morph off? Doesn't look like it, but not enough damage for now. Hoodwing Sharpshooter is gonna go wide as Jackie, able to stand his ground. Thanks for that safety bubble.
And it looks like we are going to see the Rod of Atos Mage Slayer build out from Hoodwink. So multiple Mage Slayers are going to be coming online from Aurora now as well. Obviously, Pango's going to be building one this time too. And then Hoodwink as well. And that's quite a bit of the early game damage from Bleed, right? Morphling, he's not really going to be joining too many of these fights. If he can, he will.
Dude,
But he's not feeling too confident with just the Vladimirs.
the main annoying thing is that it's not just magic resistance or reducing magic damage from spells. It is 40% spell damage. Can you imagine cutting 40% of each of DP's ghosts? That is gonna feel so sad for her. She's barely gonna tickle the tower. At that point, you might as well just build a Maelstrom and start auto-attacking it on that hero instead. I don't know, like, the way that Aurora are shaping up, they are starting to become real threats that can't really be dealt with by the Bleed lineup. They don't have the tools on their supports. Their cores are about to get countered with stuff like, you know, these Mage Slayers, and I didn't see a Spirit Vessel anywhere, but even the Orb of Corrosion on the Bear, like you mentioned, is reducing some of that healing. It's going to be so tricky for them to deal with. Peloson found yet again Q. He's going to wind up that. Dude, why is Jabs TPing in just to get this kill?
What? You know why. You know why.
And he's gonna watch him. He's gonna taunt or something too. This guy's a menace, actually. Let's go. I don't understand. Like he actually has something against Peloson.
No, it is a personal vendetta for sure.
This is personal. Like, you know, we were talking about how there's love across different players. Like Mikoto, I'm sure he's happy. I'm sure he sort of still has care for his former teammates. But like Jabs and Peloson, there's something going on there. I don't know what it is, but
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mikoto spotted out, managing to skew her and right away into the smoke. I believe that was spotted as well. So Aurora, they're gonna play a little bit more hesitantly here. Now the meta is almost complete on Jackie, so that presents a nice little dispel that might allow him to maneuver the fight a little bit better, but I just don't know if it's enough damage.
I like the smoke gank from Aurora a lot more than I like this gank from Bleed.
Q gonna start fishing with that Atos. As soon as he spots someone to ping, he knows. Scurry forward, looking for that cast range. The silence is not gonna stop the Atos. As they managed to interrupt Masaros as well. Beautiful double swashbuckle from Armel as the Hoodwink controls one. The Prophet able to finally TP out though. Q turned his attention towards the Prophet instead. Oh sorry, the Death Prophet, need to be specific, both of them are Prophets.
Yeah, that's true.
My bad, everyone.
Oops.
Oops. Advantage continue. Jackie being spotted, desperately trying to run away, but Jabs, he's right on your heels. DJ will buy a little bit of space, but Armel, take a look at him just rolling forward. No mercy shown as Jackie desperately trying to juke and weave. Manages to dodge the Q Hoodwink Bushwhack somehow, but a very ambitious TP on the high ground. He should know that he's there. No one is really around to help him out. Rooted up and killed off. 23 will secure that one. And they'll just head straight into the mid lane to try and find more. Dark Ascension has been popped after all.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, not again, Jabs.
Bye-bye. Okay, well, yeah, that's something, you know, I mean, small wins, which is all you're getting at this point.
I mean, that's just going to anger Jabs more, though. I feel like that was, you should have just let him have the kill.
Actually, that might work out in their favor because now Jabs dives tier 3s and dies because he's trying to get
okay.
Right?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Jabs
feels very Jabs to do that though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Jabs the type of player. Jabs the type of player to win a game with off lane anti-mage pick and then proceed to pick that 5 games in a row just because he thinks it's good now. Okay, for context, this is not Jab's claim. I love the guy, you know. I think he's one of the best players in Southeast Asia, period, and has been for a long time. And he's clearly showing that, still bringing innovation to the table. I don't know whether you call it jank because it's worked out quite well for him in terms of his net worth with the Maelstrom.
He's fallen a little bit, but I think that's just more of how fast Pango and Lundra can farm. Yeah. Less so. And to be fair, he's keeping up quite well, right? Only like a 300 gold difference between him and the Lundra.
I mean, he's ahead of the Morphling. That's all that matters.
Yes, that's what matters most.
Somehow Aurora have still preserved this mid tower. Should die to this second shot of the siege creep if it's connected. But
nope.
They are looking. Mikoto waiting for someone to show in the mid lane, but Amel sneaking away under the cover of that Invis rune will just return to safety to farm, blocking his own hard camp. All in a day's work.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Wisdom rune.
Dire's middle
over
tower
to 23? Question mark? Yep.
Yeah.
Nope. Yep. 15. Pretty good talent for the lone druid. 15 talent. Savage Roar cooldown. Not too bad.
Look, I don't... Okay, so this is something I know is gonna be like a pointless argument, but I'm just gonna walk down this track anyway. You know what's always weird to me? Like spells like the Savage Roar. Are you suggesting to me that if he doesn't level that up, and if that's on cooldown, he just can't make like he's mute? Like the bear is not gonna be able to, like, he opens his mouth and out comes a squeak instead, like, you know what I mean? Like I always found that, okay, you know what, we don't have to go there. I just
If you don't level Savage Roar, can the bear not roar?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, no, I'm
that
saying
the
if it's on, the question is if it's on cooldown, so you're telling me the bear is just mute during that period of time.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right? Like you're telling me he can't roar anymore? Like just because it's on cooldown? Because he roared once, he's now on raw timeout for like 7 seconds. Be for real right now.
Only one spooky roar per 7 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not getting slapped. But okay. Speaking of getting slapped, Roche, very easy take for the side of Aurora. It only felt like a matter of time, to be honest.
Yeah.
I wonder who's gonna take it though, because I don't know whether 23 is necessarily the best Aegis carrier, but it seems like they'll just default it to him.
There was a world where Jabs took it, if I'm being honest.
That is the world that we both live in, actually, because I thought Jabs would be just kind of flying in and committing himself into very, very dangerous positions. But I kind of get this, right? Because you don't want to incentivize that behavior.
Yeah, that's true. No boots indeed for Pelosin. The Aghanim Scepter has been completed. Will he go back for the boots of speed? That's the main question.
Yeah, that's the big question of this game. Is Pelosin gonna get boots? The Aghanim's completion is kind of, I mean, good for him, right? He's at least gonna be able to have that utility in the fight. Could catch the rest of Aurora off guard and put them in a weird spot to get skewered back. And Ollie, I mean, he has his work cut out for him, right? He needs to make sure that his target prioritization in terms of who he's saving is on point.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And overall, it's been a very quiet game from Makoto as well. Like, I feel like this Magnus hasn't really shown up this game once again.
I mean, we were talking a bit about it in the draft. We're saying, okay, Bleed, this Magnus pick kind of shows that they're going to target something specific about execution or timing, but it hasn't really worked out for them. Aurora just kind of really flipped the script with what they brought to the table, and that's not something Bleed seemed to have considered or at least prepared well enough for. The last pick DP just wasn't quite as effective as they were hoping. I mean, even that first EXO push ended up with like 4 of their deaths.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's once again, right? Like we talked about with these big cooldown ultimates, you need to get something out of it. The first one, you want to get at least one thing out of it, and you know, whether it be a kill, a tower, right, a rotate, like an A 5-man rotation, something. It's not a 4-man kill, like a 4-man death for your team. That's not it.
No. You're trying to get something positive, just to be exact. Not a bait for your whole squad. Jabs running forward now. Shiva's immediate blink out, heads up from Jabs just to get out of there. He sees everything here. Now they do spot Q, who's scurrying away in the tree line, trying to get away with that sharpshooter, but Jackie will claim that kill. And Jabs baiting Q a little bit here. I mean, Q was like, yeah, I'll help you get that. And just gets left high and dry.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, like, what do you do there, right? Not trust your core, like not back them up. I feel like that's a no-no.
Japs will still go in though, take advantage of that vision and easily pick up the snatch onto DJ Pelosin. TP's in as well. They're actually exoing out onto Japs. He doesn't have a BKB and he's gonna go down. Monster kill streak on that Night Stalker going the way of Jackie, and the RP straight onto the Pango as well. They can just walk him down. Amel, he's in a little bit of trouble now. Silenced up with the Swashbuckle out. Can he TP out of here? No. Stunned up. And in one fell swoop, Bleed. They get some high value pickoffs off of Jabs. Trying to go a little solo hero mission here.
Did we jinx Jabs, dude? Did we
look?
Did we up talk him too much?
Jinxing Jabs is not real. He's a man of his own. Like he's fully self-inflicted. They're like, he does it himself. Okay, that's not, we can't really blame him. Every other situation would be like, oh, caster's curse. No.
Jabs curse.
Yeah, Jabs curse himself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, this time you're baiting your mid laner, and all this while you've got Aegis. What have you accomplished with it?
Well, okay, there is still some time on it. So 1.5 minutes, maybe they can look towards 1 tier 2 tower. Just control back onto Ollie, caught out by himself. He has to pop that ultimate. Now 23 Savage is here and starting to punch away on Mikoto as well, but I don't know whether you can fight into Jackie. He's looking very, very strong right now. Starting to punch away on your main hero. Even though it's a 2v5 situation, Bleed choose to show respect and back up.
I think there's respecting the cooldowns as well as the Aegis on the side of Aurora. Right? Jabs just got off respawn, so you don't know where Night Stalker is immediately. It's just safe to say leave.
Yeah, the last thing you want is him just kind of circling over your head and then popping out of nowhere, silencing everybody. Now that is something that Jackie is equipped to deal with though. He has completed that BKB, and slowly but surely, in his own way, Jackie has been able to find his place in this game. On the backline, Peloson with the setup, Mikoto and the pullback as well. Ollie doesn't have his ultimate at 23. He's popped the Spirit Bear forward, but he's out of true form. Oh, beautiful Earth Spike from DJ, controlling the main hero, but here comes Armel to try and save the day. They've already lost the Spirit Bear, immediate resummon. They kill off the Lion, but that's the first life of the Lone Druid. What else do you have to find here? Jabs doesn't have, has the Dark Ascension and can be able to pop it. But Jackie, he's just feeling unstoppable right now. BKB full HP as Jabs is at least able to finish off Masaros, but Armel and him, they're kind of on opposite parts of the fight. I'm not very sure whether they can actually make a cohesive move on the Jackie. They'll try though. You know it's a 2v3 situation, jumping forward with the Athos, holding it in place as well, but this Morphling is so strong, has already started morphing the strength. Starting to turn things around onto Armel, pull back with the Harpoon and the skill, it's perfect. Jackie claims another, and slight overzealousness from the remaining Aurora members loses them their mid laner. As the dust settles, big win of that is the Morphling. They kill the Lone Druid and they get away with it too.
Jackie's gotten so much gold from these past two fights. Like, it is actually insane how much recovery Morphling's got. And Magnus as well. Big breadwinner from that fight too.
I think more than anything, it's just that Jackie now has properly cemented his place in the top after what was a struggle of an early game. I think struggle is putting it lightly. They were looking completely gobsmacked. Jabs was running all over them. It looked like Aurora was gearing up for a fast Roche, fast tier 2 tower take, but a little bit of a disconnect in that Aegis timing, and suddenly things have, much like many trains that we've seen today, derailed in a very, very big way. This, Jabs, I don't think he's quite as strong in these fights as he's used to anymore. Has the BKB blink, but not much else, and all he can really offer up is just maybe 1 or 2 support kills.
If only he had something that could like keep enemies in his silence. I don't know, like some sort of fishing tool that you use to catch something from Moby Dick almost.
Dire's top tower is under
You know what I'm going for? It's a harpoon. It's a harpoon.
I mean, we're at a point of the game where even though Peloson's scoreline is rough to look at, he has become quite a significant factor, right? Ever since completing that Aghanim's, he's just able to TP, get the vision, and then immediately set up with that ultimate, rooting all of them in place and leaving them all worried about, okay, where is the initiation going to come from? Mikoto's been taking full advantage of that. And, I mean, slowly but surely crawling their way back in here. I wouldn't have thought it was possible, but they're making a good case for themselves here. Morphling is only getting stronger. Kanda, Nyx on the radar for him. That's going to be chunking these HP bars of Aurora. Smoke out. Straight up to the top side.
It's a pretty desperate smoke play, but you need to.
Yeah. Look, I don't know whether it's desperation. This just kind of feels like a stock standard one, right? Like, it's nighttime. Okay, it's not nighttime anymore, but you still have Dark Ascension. It seems like they know that Mikoto's in the area. Here they go. Jab straight in. Any other control available? Mikoto, is he able to skewer his way out of this one? No. Tied to the trees and killed off Masaros. They still want to take this fight though, but this is the perfect place for the pinball to do its work. Rolling up, and the Ghost Scepter will buy Masaros some time. But Jackie, he can't come back into this surely. Trying to mana drain and be a hassle on the Lion. Armel, he's found himself in a bit of a rough spot. Silenced up though. Jabs is there to back him up, and now DJ, even with that Ghost Scepter, will get worked down. Aurora, they answer right back with 4 kills, and Jackie has no choice but to run.
You can't kill the Morphling, just kill the rest of his team, right? It's as simple and as complicated as that.
Yeah, just circle around him. I mean, there wasn't really an opportunity. So far, the few engagements that they were able to take successfully were when Peloson was setting up with vision that they had placed prior, using the ultimate and Mikoto landing killer skewers. But if you're starting the fight by fleeing on Mikoto, that is not going to be successful for you. And the weirdest thing about that entire situation for me is that he had a BKB, but he chose not to use it. Maybe he was trying to bait a little bit much, but it almost seemed like he didn't really respect the damage coming out from Aurora there.
Yeah, because it wasn't to the point where he was chain stunned at all, right?
Yeah.
Like, there was a very easy place for you to BKB there, and it just didn't happen. And, you know, there was a point
Radiant
where
are scanning.
everyone was around that little cliff area, right where Nature's Prophet is right now. And if you were just able to live long enough to get an RP in that area, that fight would have gone incredibly different.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue there. I mean, you could see why Aurora was so hell-bent on just working him down at whatever cost. They sent everybody there just to smack down the
Radiant
Magnus.
are scanning.
Both
Nice
these teams,
scan.
I mean, even though the sort of initial back and forth, I dare say this game is still
It says no.
could go either way. I don't think Aurora are as hard set to win this as they were before, as Jackie continues to just rise in relevance.
Jackie is very scary, and is only going to get scarier with that Scotty timing too.
Scotty not really the item that it used to be, but still does the main function of cutting through these high HP heroes.
Yeah.
Tricky
All right,
situation.
Roshan, oh Roshan. Okay.
It's Treants, a lesser remembered factor of this
Yes.
Nature's Prophet will be able to give them quite a nice bit of vision. Masaros, you gotta be careful. I don't know whether you want to be standing up in this front line like that. Ollie's just gonna walk through. Yeah, pretty long range initiation. They'll kind of submit Ollie up to the high ground. That's the ultimate already used, but they're working on Masaros on the sidelines. Go set the pop as well as Shivas. I don't think you're getting out of this one on the Death Prophet. They've already finished off the Lion as Jets continuing the chase down. Armel controlling everybody, and the whole time Masaros is bought for them is just wasted because Jabs, he continues to clean up. Peloson's dead, Ollie's bought back, and now they're onto your Morphling. Jackie trying desperately to stand his ground. You still have RP available, you've caught two, but where is the follow-up? I feel I've asked this so many times as Mikoto tries to skew away, but pulled back into the clutches of Aurora. And now Jackie getting hunted down. Jabs doesn't want to let him go. No mana. Another Gleipnir. Another set of disables holding the Morphling in place, and they'll seal the deal. Now Masaros did buy back and is trying to punch down 23 Savage. But the bear actually able to TP out, and Masaros desperately trying to clear this creep wave, desperately trying to alleviate some pressure right before he dies back, but there's nothing else that he can do. The whole team is there to tank all his silly little ghosts. Not to mention, they're doing 40% less damage, nothing but tickles there. Aurora will be able to not only wipe the team, get a couple of diebacks, but waltz into the Roach Pit and get that Aegis for himself.
I mean, that fight is such an awkward engagement. Once again, Magnus, like, he's not having the impact you'd expect from a Magnus.
Is under attack.
Right? The RP connects on the Spirit Bear and the hero. Okay. But what else? Like, and that's the question you asked during the fight. So what? Like, what else? What else you got? It's just an RP. That doesn't do damage.
The main thing about the Magnus, I mean, they banned out some of the answers to it in terms of the instant response, but the problem with Magnus is it's always about vision, and when you submit Ollie up there as an offering, and you fall for the bait, you pull in the Abaddon, who's going to buy you at least, at the very minimum, 6 seconds of time. That is 6 seconds for Jabs to just press his ultimate, blink forward, and give his whole team full map hacks of everyone on the side of Bleed. From there, it's just so easy for Aurora to take the fight and dodge up key spells. It almost feels like Mikoto has an impossible job this game.
Which is weird to me why they didn't want to run this Magnus in the off lane. Because if you know you're going to have an awful Magnus game, you don't want it on your mid lane. Right? If you're going to sacrifice anyone, it can't be your mid lane.
Yeah, especially not mid laner like Mikoto. I mean, this guy has been the breadwinner of many a team, especially his previous roster. One of the shining stars for sure coming out of Southeast Asia. Arguably the best Dota player in the league, I would dare say. And, I mean, to put him in this situation, it's a little bit rough to say the least. The Footwink is right next to him in terms of net worth. Hasn't really had a great game for himself so far.
I think going into further series, we're not going to be seeing Q on the Hoodwink. Just because it's going to be, right, like,
yeah, the Footwink,
this is kind of crazy.
He's done so much work this game, and I think it's one of those heroes that we'll see as we get deeper and deeper into the qualifiers. Oh, I mean, Ari already showed how potent it could be. A couple of other players picking it up here and there. Some more successful than others, but Q is looking phenomenal on it, showing that, you know, grinding in the pubs does pay off.
Yeah. 2 new items for Aurora.
Radiant's top tower is
Nothing
under
that really
attack.
changes the state of the game, but the Scotty's going to be tanking up that bear. Look how much HP, effective
Radiant's
HP
top
that bear
tower
has.
fallen.
Between the Solar Crest as well as that Scotty. 5,000 HP on the Spirit Bear.
Vlad's aura as well. He's just ripping
Yeah.
these buildings apart. It's so easy. The Sprout doesn't even do anything to him. Got Solar Crest, got these. Try and skewer him back, but beautiful Savage Rod just to stop Mikoto in his tracks.
Radiant's
Now,
top
you need to be
tower is
worried
fallen.
about losing all the mana on your Spirit Bear because Savage Rod is such an important component as well as the Disperser.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yep.
attack.
And the Harpoon to a lesser extent as well. You got to be careful for sure.
Yeah. Let's see, do they have any way of restoring mana other than the Arcane Boots on the Footwing? Doesn't seem that way other than
No.
maybe Jabs, Lotus. Yeah, that might be a little angle for the side of Bleed actually. If they're able to burn off all the mana on this Lone Druid and his bear, it'll be rendered quite effective. I guess you could kind of say the same thing for a lot of these calls on Aurora, right? With Pango without mana, he's not really going to get anything done.
Yeah, and this is why Lion is so good, right? Just because the mana. How many times have we seen supports become meta just because one of their abilities is overpowered, right?
Yeah.
Lion, Grimstroke. Like
Yeah,
these
you
are
saw
heroes
it,
that were
I saw it.
defining the meta for such a long time just because of one of their abilities.
I mean, even to a lesser extent, like, not so much defining the meta, but being instant picks, right? Like, how strong was Sunray? How strong was Leech Seed levels 1 to 5, right?
Yeah.
It's just... But at this present juncture in time, it doesn't seem like it's enough because every single time the Lion shows his Idly Willy face, he just gets 3 hit by whoever decides to look at him. And now Mikoto's in some trouble. They don't have any save. He's forced to pop the BKB and you're already rolling the backline. There goes your Lion. DJ's dead. You have to buy back on him, but this is such an awkward position to try and take a fight. You still have Aegis on your Lone Druid and he's looking at your second lane of Rats.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's
I hate to say it,
top
Sneeze, but it
tower
looks like that 2-0 curse might be living on.
Yeah, we'll have to see. That's what our observer thought as well. Seeing the draft, this Lone Druid looking a bit too strong. Standing up face to face with Jackie, taking quite a bit of damage from that Kanda Adaptive Strike. But that's exactly what Ollie's there for, to help his buddy out. But even TP and just bring him back with the return. An easy refresh for them here.
Just poking and prodding the best they can.
I mean, you can tell that Masaros is trying his best to tank up as much as humanly possible. Like, he, even with his neutral item choice, got that Rattle Cage, the new neutral item, just additional bit of armor, doing a bit of damage to whoever's attacking you as well, but it just really isn't enough. Just gets melted, it feels like. Every single one of the members of Bleed, other than Jackie, just such easy pickings for Aurora.
Is that the new Roshan banner spot? Am I crazy? Right in front of the tier 3 tower? The Dire tier 3 tower, there's a Roshan banner right in front of it.
Yeah, I mean,
Is that the position for it now?
I don't know whether it's the position, but it works out for them. It actually gives them pseudo megas in the mid lane where they're trying to get lane of X. Makes the most sense. I think you can get creative with it. Most people have just kind of been auto defaulting to putting it outside of their racks, right? Because that's where the creeps spawn.
Yeah.
So you get the most effectiveness. Whereas if you put it like closer to the front of the lane, there's a chance where they clear the creep waves, walk up to it, and just kill it off.
Very true. Alright, who's more greedy, Q or Polson?
I think Peloson,
Right,
given his
right.
game. Given his game, Peloson, right? Because you're having such a stellar one on the Hoodwink that getting these pseudo carry items isn't really a problem. To be fair, I don't think Peloson's doing anything necessarily wrong in terms of itemization as well. The AC is a much needed component to try and help him keep his team alive. And someone's got to get it.
Yeah, very true. Ollie, once again, not the target, right? This Abaddon, it's not it.
This person Abaddon's so scary because I know he's the support, but I got war flashbacks of that Abaddon just running at me at full speed.
Scary. It's a scary thing.
He's just gonna... Still gonna silence me, but in this particular game, he's gonna kill the shit out of 23. Toto does spot out the real Druid, but knows that Ollie's behind him. Can they find an angle? RP out. Can you get the shield off? Not in time. 23 looks to be in a load of trouble. And they even pop both BKBs and Exo for it. That's how much they're desperate for the kill. And it's a large chunk of change going the way of Jackie.
Well, this is another thing that I didn't mention about the Morphling Magnus. You get a big RP, a nice, good RP. All that takes is Morphling to waveform through it with all of that extra damage, right? The waveform attacks targets, level 20 talent, goes a long way.
Jabs in some trouble, able to fly out through the tree line, but they're looking for him here. Tries to blink the other direction. I mean, they have eyes on him. Can they catch him is the question. The stun, it's a good try from DJ, but Jabs, he's a bit too fast with those phase boots.
Thank you, 23.
Thank
Very
you.
cool of you.
Thank you, 23.
Thank you for the addition.
Synergy!
Very cool.
Okay, here we go. Once, I think once Lone Druid is back up again, we can just pair up and start to get things going here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yeah, you might as well, Roshan. We're gonna see the timer. Ready? Just about
Radiant
now.
are scanning.
2 minutes. Nice long Roshan timer.
Works out for Bleed, I feel like, you know, like...
I think so too.
Yeah, because Aurora, I mean, it's 2 minutes until nighttime, sure, and you can argue that, oh, by the time Roche comes up, they have natural nighttime, it's rough. But this kind of puts Aurora in a bit of a weird spot where they can't exactly rush anything down, they're just forced to play passive, and that's where the Magnus pickoffs and the Peloson pickoffs can come into play. Now, it's worth mentioning that Peloson's courier did go down, so that is the AC out of the picture for at least maybe 2 to 3 minutes, but you know, once again, the longer roast timing is gonna help them out there.
Yep. It also gives them timer for their BKBs to get off cooldown, which they obviously are now. So it could potentially just be go time before the Roshan is up for bleed.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, for Aurora, the game plan is simple, right? They want to be able to encroach upon an area, have either Ollie or maybe 23 act as the front bait, and then as soon as stuff starts hitting the ceiling, you pop your ult on, Jabs, you get full vision, and you take the fight perfectly. Target prioritization is easier, you know exactly where everyone is and what they're trying to set up, and it's quite straightforward. On the flip side, Bleed, who do you think their primary target is? Like, because you can't really afford to go on the Abaddon first. You'd love to get Armel, but he's always out of vision. How do you take this fight?
You're hoping for 23, right? You're hoping to be able to RP 23 and just blow him up like you did last time.
Okay. I mean, yeah, he's a tough customer, especially if Ollie has his finger on the trigger, which has only really not been the case that one time in the mid lane where I don't think the entire side of Aurora were expecting that aggressive move.
It's going to be about a 30-second window, like you mentioned, where there's going to be no AC on the side of Prophet. Night Stalker has just finished his. So we're going to have a little bit of advantage going towards Aurora right now.
Big wraparound play for Lawson, setting up the vision as he usually does. They see Ollie and they see Jabs. That could be a great target. Hex out and the finger of death. Jabs is going to go down. The RP, it catches all three. And Mikoto, just what he needed. But Ollie there with the ultimate, keeping 23 alive for now. But Jabs is already out of the picture. There is your big vision granter as Masaros chasing down the real Druid. Where is your support? They're all on the other side of the fight. He's going to summon the bear back to him and start trying to lay into Jackie. Q is helping him out here with some bushwhacks with the sharpshooter. You buy back on both Ollie and DJ. They understand how important it is in this fight to win. But now Amel in some trouble. Silent Start needs to get out of there. But caught by a skewer. Roll up fishes him out of that tricky situation as well as this disperser for himself. The 23, he's been left behind a little bit here. His bear, it's a resummon, and if he doesn't manage to get this one out, the skewer, another beautiful one. Mikoto has just been landing these left and right this engagement. That, it's gonna be a dead hoodwink as well. Bleed, they're able to take a successful fight. Beautiful RP, and Mikoto finally able to do his job.
Yeah, it finally, after how many seriously, does it feel like we actually have a Magnus that's done something?
Yeah, I mean,
it's is doing something.
Look, we already, like, it sounds like Flame, but it's so hard against the Night Stalker. So what do? You just instantly burst the Night Stalker, and suddenly they have no idea where you're coming from. All these little trees, you're getting slowed if you're standing too close to the tree line on the hoodwink because of the curse of the old growth. It's just so annoying. And without Night Stalker, a large component of what has been killing Masaros is out of the picture. He was just able to solo pressure up 23 Savage with his EXO alone. And now Bleed, they're just heading into Roche themselves.
Aurora, this is a crazy play to make. There's no way you commit for this on Armel.
Oh, they're gonna try. Just bringing the hoodwink buyback as well, popping the ultimate on the Night Stalker. That sound is a scary one if you're Bleed. They're asking themselves too, surely they're not coming. Mel, he's just gonna wind up I'm taking the Rolling Thunder, trying to cut the creep wave. Try and set up vision there and be sneaky about it, but there are sentries in the area and they won't be able to get anything done. Here's the Aegis on the Morphling.
That was a crazy attempt without 23. That could have gone so horribly for Aurora.
Yeah. Magnus already doing an excellent job in that prior fight. Now has the refresher shard in his back pocket to do it twice. And 40% waveform cooldown. Jackie is going to be sliding all over this fight, doing so much damage to his opponents with those attacks.
I mean, he's already doing so much damage with that Empower. It's incredible.
Dude, look, Jackie's been playing phenomenally, but if they win this second game, I really have to give props to both DJ and I feel like Mikoto, right? Mikoto has what feels like the hardest job in the world, but he still managed to find ways to deliver, even if it's not consistent. He still like he hits it when it matters, like just now in that fight, and that's kind of what it comes down to, right? Mikoto just needs to find this angle.
Yeah. And right now, that's Jab's job to make sure that.
Yeah. Jabs, it's been a bit of an ebb and flow, very typical Jabs type beat here. Nullifier for him as well, so he can eliminate some of these Ghost Scepter havers on the side of Bleed. Coming through, but vision control in the triangle is being held by Bleed right now. If the smoke breaks in this area, they'll be the first ones to know it. Jabs running into Jackie, immediately popping the ultimate. They try and finish him off on the sidelines, but it's a beautiful hoodwink bushwhack, holding on to the line, and he's out of the picture. Now Masaros will start coming through and running down the poor Spirit Bear. They're focusing it down, but the Bissell Blade and the poor Morphling loses his first life. Where is Mikoto? We need to watch for the RP. They're all grouped up right now. But you can bet your bottom dollar Aurora thinking about that in the back of their mind. But Mikoto, nowhere to be found in this engagement. Finally coming through with the skewer, but Amel has the roll up and a bit too late on the Magnus. Now Jackie in some trouble as well. 23 just holding him down, and the poor Morphling doesn't stand a chance. They're trying to escape here on Mikoto. You have that gem. There's no sentries in the area, you know that. But the second this expires, Jabs smells him. Finds him as well. Desperately trying to skewer away. You have a TP, but where are you gonna go, buddy? There's an RP available, but he's silenced up and brought down to the grave. Jabs, he just has such a good nose for these things.
He does, doesn't he? Which is weird because like Night Stalker, I feel like he doesn't really. Does he have a nose? Does Night Stalker have a nose?
Honestly, I hope not. But back to that particular fight. It was the similar situation where they were trying to focus on Jabs, but this time around Jabs was right over that tree line and they just weren't able to connect and kill him. As long as this Night Stalker lives, it feels like Bleed don't have a chance in these fights.
Yeah. And Mikoto was just way too far, right? He was farming the mid lane by the time that, like, when that fight started, he was mid. He had to walk all the way there. It was just such a long walk for Mikoto that he was not able to be there in time. And like you said, there was a very good opening where they were all grouped up together, but no Mikoto, no RP.
Yeah, I almost felt a bit half-hearted because some of the members of Bleed walked up into that triangle. I don't even know if they were necessarily looking for a fight or they were just to pick off. Now you've lost your racks, you might just be forced to buy back on the Morphling here. Mega creeps already. This feels like the last stand for Bleed. One game away from dropping to the lower bracket. You forced out the buyback from the Morphling and he's starting to punch into Amel. Waveforming forward and facing off against 23. You have enough control against the Spirit Bear. Your Ancient is falling. The BKB'd up and they're working him down, but 23 is just waiting patiently for the resummon. Not even needed. Aurora will smack Bleed out of the upper bracket as they move on here in the DreamLeague close qualifiers.
You know, things were looking... I don't want to say a little shaky for Aurora at any point in the game, but things were looking more good for Bleed.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think Aurora really faltered too much. That was more of Bleed playing their draft correctly, finally.
Yeah, and I think throughout this entire game, maybe we misrepresented it a little bit. So let's just make sure this is entirely clear. It sounds like what we're saying is, oh, you know, they didn't execute their draft. The reality is, it's so hard against a Night Stalker. The Night Stalker pick was just brilliant. Yeah. Kills off both supports, messes with the Morphling throughout all stages of the game. Is excellent at countering the exact thing that Magnus wants to do. Mikoto, as great of a player as he is, it felt like he was muted by all these factors. It didn't stop him from landing some killer crazy RPs though, but slight disconnects in terms of the communication, maybe alluding to the newness of some of these members on the team. They've yet to really gel and fully understand each other and understand the tempo that each one wants to play at. But unfortunately, that means that Bleed, they'll have to fight it out in the lower bracket while Aurora maintain their spot in uppers here. Crash. And that was a performance and kind of looks like we're cursed 2-0, but honestly, I'm not too sad about it. It was a brilliant play from coming out from both sides.
It was indeed, and we actually already have the winner of the other series, Execration versus Darling. Darling won. So 2-0 victory for them means that we know what's going into the next upper bracket semifinals.
Okay, you're not Crash. You're from Ottawa. You're not engulfed in the Southeast Asian law. Okay.
Sure.
All I want to say is that Cuckoo is on Team Darling, and Cuckoo brings an army with him. Okay. There's a bunch of people who are all here saying like it's crazy that everyone's trying so hard just to lose to Team Darling in the grand finals, and with the way that they're playing, it's honestly looking possible. They look in super hot shape. And wouldn't it be funny for like one of the most stacked regions in terms of level of the teams to just come out and it's just like, oh, you got Aurora, you got all these Orcs, and then it's just like, oh, Team Darling made it with Cuckoo after coming back from a break from streaming. It'll be the funniest thing ever. I'm here for it. But of course, Aurora will be facing up against them as we move on here. But we still have one more match for you guys today. It will be the lower bracket between the losers of both games. So it'll be Execration up against the side of Bleed. Let's see how that shakes out after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, from
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Trying to go back. Trying to go back. Gotta go back.
A very, very warm welcome back, everybody watching DreamLeague Season 2022. No, I'm living in the past. Season 22 for Southeast Asia. This is the close qualifiers you're watching in perhaps one of the most stacked regions. My name's Perm Sneeze, and I'm joined by the beautiful, bald and wonderful, and someone wants to lick your head, Crasheroni. I know that was a bit unsettling, but what's not so surprising is how close that previous matchup was, right? Bleed up against their opponents in terms of Aurora. I think there were a lot of people who might have favored Aurora coming into that matchup, but Bleed made it pretty close, which is why I'm even more excited for our upcoming match between Bleed and Execration.
Yeah, Bleed, like we said during the last series, they've been looking pretty hot recently, right? There was a little bit of a falling, like they were falling a little bit short with Taiga. Switch things up. They're not looking too bad. Execration, they're coming off, what, second place at C League? Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, the Asia Predator League just finished up, but second place, you know how Dota players are, second place isn't really where you want to be, and I'm a little bit worried that that might have affected them. Since that point in time, they've lost 2 series already, and they're heading into their third. That's gotta be a little bit uncomfortable, especially when you're previously riding that high and feeling like, okay, you know, we're just about to take this championship. It's all gone downhill for them from there, but there is an option here. There is a chance that they might be able to beat back Bleed. Now, Bleed did have a strong showing. I think one of the key things that it seemed like Taiga, I won't say hindered, but Taiga's addition caused was the classic DJ in jail problem, right? DJ, one of the best position 4s of the region. Suddenly you have to put him on pos 5. It's like, okay, you're kind of neutering your own boy here.
And in his own right, too, Taiga playing position 5 doesn't seem quite right.
Yeah, I mean, he even on the old Liquid and / Alliance lineup that he was on, him and Boxy would do interchange just because sometimes he would sort of be a bit greedier, and he always has been a very greedy player. Now, we have seen DJ evolve quite a bit. I think some of the games that Bleed were playing, it almost seemed like there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders to make things happen in that position for Venge. But we'll see whether Bleed can sort of come together. They have a veteran coach in the form of Misery trying to tie these 2 new members, specifically Mikoto and Peloson, in with the rest of the lineup. There were some decent moments, but it felt like draft-wise, they didn't really have any answer to that Japs Night Stalker. Hopefully, as we get into this draft for this game number 1 between Execration and Bleed, they'll have some different ideas, different answers, but of course, Execration, a very, very different team as well.
Yeah, Execration, they've actually been doing this really interesting thing in their
10
draft where
seconds
we've
remaining.
seen Marcy recently, and actually, Bleed, they're not even going to let this happen, so it's not really worth talking about. But I do want to harp on it just a little bit.
Okay.
They're one of the few teams running things like the Marcy Lena, right? So steroid plus Lena, and you've got to be super careful of it, because if they're if they're playing Marcy, if Shanks gets Marcy, you could run anything with that range damage dealer. Pairs up very well with Marcy, even some of the melee ones. So you've got to deal with things like Morphling in the pool as well at that point. There's a lot of different heroes that you pair up with the Marcy that are quite good right now.
Yeah, and it's one of those heroes that kind of, honestly speaking, it's pretty hard to execute, right? There was a point in time where Marcy was like just a go-to pick instantaneously just because of how insane the rebound was. We're going to see a Magnus come out again, so Bleed still haven't really lost faith in this pick. Worth noting that the Lion still available, so is the Nature's Prophet, which we've seen contested first pick, first ban. Both these teams also seem to have completely ignored the Chen, which has seen just straight up first ban, not even first phase, just first bans in other games in, let's say, China or among some other teams. That's just not really a hero that both of these squads are looking at.
Yeah, I don't really peg
a for the cheese.
Chen player? Okay. Yeah,
Nature's Prophet for sure. I feel like he's been playing a lot of Nature's Prophet, Phoenix as well, but not, like we said, not necessarily a Chen player. So that could be the reason why that hero's going untouched.
Yeah, and speaking of execration, I think there is something very important to mention. If you guys are watching the other stream, you'll already know that Palos isn't in this squad anymore. Now, there wasn't any official announcement of him being released or whatnot, but we can only assume there were some sort of things not working out, or maybe Palos looking out for other opportunities and stuff like that. I think Palos was a big part of what made this execration lineup so successful. He's one of the strongest carries in the region, and he's made a name for himself as kind of like a mercenary, even standing in for teams like Fnatic at ESL Gunting last year and having a good showing there. I mean, he's always been one of the top dogs in the region. But now coming in instead is a carry player who's largely been in the tier 2, tier 3 scene. You might not have heard of him. His name is Yona, and the most notable lineup that he's been on is Atomic Esports, where they've just kind of been around the Southeast Asia qualifiers. He's yet to really prove his salt in this lineup for me, and that's something I'll be looking at for sure.
Yeah, a lot of kind of not unheard of teams, but teams that, you know, people might be like, wait, who? Like who?
Who?
Like Tino, Shanks, CML, they used to all play on Omega Esports together. And I know that might be a little bit of like like Omega. I swear I've heard them before, but I can't quite place my finger on it.
Yeah, it's always those middling within the tier 2, tier 3 scenes that get a bit murky. But of course, I think Tino, Shanks, and Bob, they're no strangers to the tier 1 scene at this point, right? They've sort of really cemented themselves in and then shown that they deserve a place. I think that was kind of what was really good about the DPC structure. We're going to see that Hoodwink come out again. So I believe it was previously, you know, we saw some pretty unique stuff coming out from Q. He was absolutely beasting it up, and Bleed, they're just going to take a page out of that book lightly, the DJ hero. And speaking of, that's the Chen coming out. So even though CML isn't really a Chen player, Polosan's got that in the back pocket for sure.
Yep. I mean, Polosan, we've talked about how different and samey the Enchantress Chen is. You're an Enchantress player. You're probably a Chen player as well. Like, you have the capabilities to micro creeps, right? And that's kind of like that's where the similarities stop between those two heroes. But anyways, if you can do one, you can probably do the other. And that's exactly what we see here. It's such a strong hero right now. Run at you, builds all of these auras that your team absolutely loves. Pairing up with the Magnus as well. It's just all of a sudden you've got a little bit more control for the RP, right? A little bit more damage into the RP, depending on whatever creeps Chen gets, right? The Centaur, the Wolves, whatever it is. You've just got a little bit more oomph now.
Absolutely. And I think the biggest thing that Chen, it's always kind of misunderstood, because you think about Chen like this hero that's going to gank you if the creeps get some early dominance. But as the Great Puppy once said, you know, he always talks about, you know, nobody really understands Chen. Like, if I just sit there and hit creeps for 15 minutes, I come out of the jungle and at 16 and I take all your tier 2 towers in an instant. That might be something that we see Peloson go a little bit for, because the Nature's Prophet is a bit greedier of a pos 5, right? Can get his own farm up. Same can be said for the Chen. So not going to be caught lacking there. They immediately snatch up the Abaddon for themselves, though. We saw Ollie play this on the support, but given this lineup at the moment, it's unlikely to be in that role. And they are getting robust as well, right? Execration, they're getting tanky. They picked two really, really strong strength heroes that can stand on the front line and resist the Chen's residual healing over time.
Yeah, right now I'm actually kind of worried for both the Hoodwink and the Chen, right? Abaddon builds Harpoon Manta style.
Yeah.
That's right on top of you, silences you immediately, and brings you down so quickly. And Hoodwink, who's a hero who is quite squishy, relying on the trees to kind of weave in and out of these fights, all of a sudden you're brought face to face with a Scary Horseman, and Scary Horseman wins versus Squirrels. Sorry to break it to you.
Yeah, I mean, that's if he can land the shots, right? The Scurry does give you a little bit of sneakiness. They're able to run away, and of course, at the end of the day, that Chen is always going to be around with some sort of armor aura in the Hand of God, should it be necessary. They have that break coming out from the Sharpshooter to deal with the Dragon Knight. But what's interesting about this Dragon Knight pick is, based on their recent games so far, I'm sure that Bob has experience on it, but we're assuming it's going to the mid lane. They have yet to really bring this out. In fact, Blacklist Rivalry, who just defeated them in the grand finals of the Asia Pacific Predator League, they were the ones who actually brought this out. So I'm kind of thinking that Execration, they might just be taking a page out of their Greatest Foes book, right? Blacklist Rivalry foiled them in some of the earlier qualifiers as well, and foiled them at the end of course, the grand finals, 2-0ing them and defeating them with this very pick. Maybe they're just taking a little bit of inspiration here. True enough, in the first game of the grand finals in that competition, Blacklist Rivalry also drafted Nature's Prophet and Dragon Knight. So, well, maybe we're seeing a little bit of maybe using Blacklist as a muse here a little bit.
Yeah, could be. Could very well be. I'd like to see them maybe evolve the draft a little bit more, because Blacklist, they ran it with an
Spirit
Alk
Breaker,
and a Shadow Demon?
Shadow Demon, yeah,
well.
Spirit Breaker.
Yeah. So I'd like to see what they can kind of do to put their own twist on that kind of thing. But the idea is going to be very samey, right? Nature's Prophet teleports in, gets vision for the team for these fights, makes it so much easier for you to partake in fights as a Dragon Knight, as an Abaddon as well. The vision game is going to be very strong this game.
Yeah, I think it's also a situation where Execration, even if these two tanky calls get RP'd, somewhere down the line, Abaddon gets an Aghanim's, it's literally curtains. You're not doing anything to them. But Bleed, they're going to pick up this Troll Warlord, and this particular combination, the Chen Troll Warlord, funnily enough, recently, it's Azure Ray who feel like they've just been piloting this duo to great success. All their 18-minute, 20-minute wins, it's just these two heroes running around, backed up by one or two tanky cores that can make things happen, like the Primal Beast, like the Magnus, like the Centaur, and they just run your towers down. Not a lot of good wave clear on the Execration side. They have some creep cutting with the Prophet, and the Breathe Fire does well in that regard, but Bleed, it seems like they're gearing up for insane hyper carry timing with this troll.
Dire team ban.
Interesting. So I was literally going through the list in my head. I was like, okay, if this is a Makoto Magnus, what is Masaros going to play? And I was running through the list. Okay, Doom, banned. Centaur, banned. Timbersaw, banned. Magnus, picked. Literally, like, so many of his heroes are out of the pool now.
I see a Brewmaster. I see a Brewmaster that could be good. Spirit Vessel Builder, you know, relieving the Hoodwink of that so she can go for more greedy items. A pretty decent teamfight controller, and somebody who can actually get vision for the Magnus to work, right? Somewhere down the line, you know, you can make use of that Empower to try and farm up as well. And realistically speaking, the Lion and the Dragon Knight can instant disable you, but if they're doing that, they're not going on the Chen, who's going to heal you, and there comes the counter initiation. So I think that could be a very real possibility. Right now, Bleed, it seems like they're protecting their Troll Warlord with that Razor Band. The Ember, also, they don't really have a lot of lockdown for him, so they're just a bit worried about Bob styling on them and them sort of switching gears a little bit. Maybe some Abaddon crazy carry situation. Or who knows, maybe even the Nature's Prophet 1 with the Abaddon 5.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. That is the very real flex potential of Execration's lineup, right? It could even be a DK3, who knows?
Okay. Zeus. Complete different direction from what we were thinking here. And it's likely going to be Mikoto running it in that mid lane. Now, Zeus did lose his beautiful, beautiful passive. I loved it so much, like just zapping a percentage of their HP. But he can still do a metric butt ton of damage with that new phylactery.
Yeah.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
and keep in mind, Lightning Hands is also a high damage ability as well, right? Paired up with the Mantis style as well. It's just a lot of damage coming out from this Zeus that you might not necessarily think about when you like a right-click Zeus. Like, are you kidding me? Like, hello? Like, Zeus is right-clicking me and I'm losing all of my HP. Help.
I wonder how that's going to fare up against the Abaddon Dragon Knight, because I'm sure that at some point in the game, the Dragon Knight scales up, gets his Axe, gets his BKB, and maybe 1 to 2 DPS items. I don't know who wins in a 6-slot Dragon Knight to Zeus battle, so that should be quite interesting to watch. But yeah, Execration, they kind of need to decide how exactly they're going to flex things now. The Bleed lineup is pretty clear-cut as to which hero's going where, so probably some discussions about what lanes they think match up the best. I mean, this Hoodwink Magnus off lane is going to be terrifying for whatever carry you try and put in, because it's an easy setup with the Bushwhack into potentially a Scuba back. Not much the Nature's Prophet can do about it if he gets caught. So maybe you're more incentivized to perhaps put the Abaddon in the support instead and pick something like an offlaner for Tino.
Okay, hear me out. I think I'm drinking the funny juice, though.
You have 10 seconds. You need to say it right now.
Nyx Assassin?
Offlane?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Okay.
Okay.
Basic.
Okay, that's not basic.
Yeah,
no
okay.
funny juice. No funny juice.
No funny juice.
I was just thinking, like,
maybe,
squishy supports plus Zeus. You know, there's always that potential for the Nyx.
I don't mind it, because I think it ties in nicely with their draft, gives them a bit of minus armor to help out the Nature's Prophet Yona just do a bit more damage. I really like that pivot on Abaddon to the, I guess, the position 5 as well, because I think it basically alleviates the pressure from Nature's Prophet from dying in that early stage. My main concern is that I know it deals with Peloson's creeps. I know it can act as the person standing in front of the tower and clearing the wave, but you now have a pretty big cooldown to play around instead of, you know, the constant skirmishing that Yona might want to be a part of.
Yeah.
That's my only thing. And I also don't know if it does well against Jackie and Peloson in the lane, right? I think Troll Warlock will very much be able to just get free farm.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, like, the only thing going for this Tidehunter really right now, this draft, is the Dead in the Water.
Yeah.
It's just super good into Troll. It's great into Zeus as well. Hoodwink, obviously, to a lesser extent, too. That's really the only thing I can think of. Obviously, the minus armor, too, like you already talked about. But
yeah,
you're definitely not picking Tidehunter for Ravage right now, really. Like, sure, like you want the big team fight control, absolutely. That's probably not the reason why you're picking Tidehunter, because there's probably other heroes that you want with AoE team fight control instead. But I think the Tidehunter, it fills it good enough.
Sure. And I mean, the main issue with dealing with the Tidehunter is, even if you RP him, if you just throw a little bit too much damage, he just turns around, combo breaks you anyway, and that's kind of where the Ravage can really come into play as we get into this game number 1. Keep in mind, the whole of today we were in upper brackets, you know, just chilling. Okay, one team loses, don't worry, they have a second chance at life. This is it. This is it. If you lose here, you're out of contention for that one slot in Southeast Asia to play on an international sort of environment there, right? And that is so valuable. Just gaining that perspective, seeing what other people's ideas are outside of your own native region. That's kind of an opportunity that's pretty hard to come by. And I think both these teams don't want to let that go. I mean, they are some of Southeast Asia's now more prolific organizations. And, you know, I think high expectations from the Bleed roster in terms of some of the new recruits they brought in, specifically Mikoto.
I think high expectations overall for a lot of these teams in this region right now. Right, we've already talked about what this region is, and there's got to be high expectations for these stacked players.
Yeah, the main thing that's kind of iffy is that, like we mentioned, and not to point too many fingers, literally nothing has happened yet, but we did get a chance to watch some of Execration in some other tournaments, and I think in the moments where they've looked the weakest is when Yona, that new position 1, doesn't really seem to be meshing fully just yet, right? It's clear he has his own idea on the game, and he's bringing that perspective. I'm just not sure whether it matches up to the baseline that you need to basically compete at this level. Now, the skills, definitely there, right? He's an excellent player. We'll see what he does here on the Prophet, because it requires you to make all these micro decisions as to what skirmish you want to take part of, and all of that is going to be very important for efficiency.
I mean, your positioning has got to be super careful in these fights, right? The second you get kidnapped, you're dead. Nature's Prophet has nothing to deal with the Magnus.
You do have CML hopefully in range to maybe a 40 shield you out of there, but even then, Prophet isn't really a hero that likes to build Hurricane Pike to force himself out of the picture, so maybe we're gonna rely on some of these supports to get a bit of work done. Already so much damage. The Akon Pike, Yona? He's just dead! I mean, walking up like that, CML shields himself because that's just about all he can do at that point. And just the spells thrown out, so much damage from the Akon shot, my lord.
I think people forget about how much damage Acorn Shot does if it's bouncing towards you, right? That's like it's like level 4 Casket when you're beside one hero. People forget about how good of a stun Casket is, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about the Witch Doctor stun, I know that intimately well because now that they've changed the increasing bouncing damage, literally you can farm any hard camp with a coconut stun. If you have 2 coconuts, you could even clear an Ancient Sack, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, I mean, gotta show some respect towards these early abilities. Peloson and Jackie starting to run down Shanks, who's doing a good job fogging them behind the trees, and Tino acting as a frontline bodyguard. But this lane should honestly be fine, right? These two cores are gonna get so many magic stick charges that they're really gonna be unbothered.
Yeah, Shanks and Poloson are the only players that should be in danger in this top lane. Maybe if Jackie oversteps his bounds, he's in trouble too. But you know, if you're playing, let's say normal Dota, then you should be fine on the Troll Warlord in this lane.
Yeah, I mean the Dota that he's playing right now looks really normal. Mid lane, meanwhile, it should be a bit of a, I wouldn't say snooze fest, but they're gonna do the thing where they trade farm, as these two heroes do. That's kind of what they're picked for the most part in the mid lane. They're not gonna necessarily crush any specific matchup. They either draw even or go hard or like get an advantage, right? And right now it seems pretty even overall.
Yeah, I mean literally like 11-3, 10-4. Like you, you can get more even than that, but not by much.
They're literally the same right now. Yeah, but
Under attack.
neck and neck. I don't think I'm really expecting any kills like you mentioned, unless Peloson really steps out of line. They're doing a good job just kind of pulling that hard camp and messing around with the lane equilibrium. Okay, so what was the Tidehunter build now? Is he also a Veil builder, you reckon? Do you think it's good this game?
He's a Vlad's builder. I've been seeing a lot of Vlad's blink pipe.
Plus item Vlads?
Yep, first time like that order, Vlad's blink pipe.
Okay, okay. I see,
Which,
yeah.
Pretty good this game, right?
Yeah. Vlad's for your Nature's Prophet to get fighting along with your Dragon Knight, the Blink to land the Ravage or fish someone out if they, you know, if they get Magnus pulled back. It's kind of a situation, the same thing that we saw in the Neon game, right? Where JG, eventually he doubled back for the Mars Blink as well, because if you get pulled back by the Magnus, the fight suddenly, the core of the fight goes so far away from you that you can't afford to just slowly walk out.
And that's where I think, like, we've already talked about how the Venge doesn't really work into the Magnus. It's the same thing with the Abaddon. If you bring a hero out of the fight, like, it's almost like CML needs to buy, like, a Blink Dagger almost on the Abaddon if he wants to be saving people from Asaros.
Nah, it's almost like you need to stand literally cheek to cheek to whoever you think is gonna get pulled back, so you can be right next to them, pop your ult, and turn around and shield them. Like, you need to be caught in the skewer as well.
Yeah,
like,
that's true too. That would work.
Like, ask Masaros to bring you along for the ride. Like, it's fine, bro. Thanks. Using his frail little lion body to block the camp right now. Jackie trying to come over and punish, but no additional disable means that Shank's gonna be able to walk free.
He's gotta run away from that tornado. That still goes even after the creep is dead. Hello,
It's
how
dumb.
long does that tornado last?
Like a good what feels like 10 seconds, 11 seconds.
Yeah, that was a pretty long time. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Good spell, Smile.
Yeah, you learn something new every day about Chen creeps.
Dude, you walk up, you think it kind of looks pathetic, and then you're trying to offlane and try to go near the creep wave, and that thing's slowing you and doing damage over time. Actually insufferable. Oh, Shanks needs to watch out. He's killed off the Mud Golem, and that's gonna split into two. Throw a couple of stuns out. He's dropping low, and the last touch on Peloson. Get that kill. Now, Tino won't be under any threat, because even though he doesn't have a level in Kraken Shell, one just little bit of a ring of protection as well as his bracer should keep him healthy enough. But yeah, good kill for Bleed.
Any kill that Bleed can get early on is a good kill at this point.
Oh, bot side. It's a nice pushback. CML able to just dodge away from that. DJ really smart, making use of the Abaddon trying to pull that big tomato man to bounce additional Acorn shots on him.
There's a lot of damage on the Abaddon. Like, this Acorn shot is doing work. this game so far.
That's a strat, right? I think like I wouldn't be surprised if DJ starts maxing that out because that does quite a surprising amount of damage. Mid lane, 3 members have converged onto Mikoto. The focus is clear and the supports can't make it there in time. Pelosin doesn't have mana. And as we saw, seemed like DJ was a little bit busy. He's trying to come around to potentially get a punish, but they've already escaped. And Dragon Knight, he's out to safety.
No one expects the ganking position 1, but Yona makes it work.
Yeah. I mean, we talked briefly about this already. The
Radiant's
Prophet
middle
wants to
tower
get
is under
involved
attack.
early and can get involved early without any real consequence.
The fight forever renewing.
He's the regen rune for CML to keep him going. Oh, Tino.
Oh, Pelosin kind of starting on him with body blocks a little bit, but the big fat Watermelon Man manages to eke his way around that Chen and will be able to salve up. Looked a bit scary for him for a moment there, for sure.
Did. And Bob, because of that kill, well, not because of that kill, but, you know, it helps, is pulling ahead in this mid lane quite heavily.
Yeah, Bob has been
14 denies. Ooh.
He's just being able to stand in the lane, and Mikoto can't actually do enough harass damage to force him back. Level 3 in the Dragon's Blood. This man is going nowhere. He's probably going to start pressuring out the tower, just like we saw from that other Dragon Knight as well. And similar to that other Dragon Knight, Bleed doesn't really have heroes that they can bring to deal with Bob. Not in the same way that Jabs could on that Night Stalker. Oh, sorry, JG.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yes, yes. I mean, like, you bring in Tide Hunter, and Zeus is dead, right? You bring in Magnus, like the level 6 Tide, Zeus dies. Level 6 Magnus, probably not the same.
Set on to CML here, but that's kind of the power of the Abaddon, right? Your only real disable is that Bushwhack, and once that's done, they can just walk free. That's exactly what they're doing right now. Meanwhile, Troll up in that top side, tag teaming up with Shanks as well as Tino. That's the first Ravage committed, and Yona finds another. He's done great to rotate well as Makoto taking so much damage from that Wrath of Nature. That pops the ultimate, finishes off CML, at least gets that one. DG and Pelosin, they're still sticking around a little bit. Trying to threaten up onto Bob, but this guy's just way too tanky.
Yeah. And since I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but they killed Troll Warlord without the Ravage.
Oh! Wait, he didn't even level
Yeah,
it!
he literally just got it right now. He was still
Oh
level
my.
5 at the time.
Must have just been an easy just setup with the line then. Like, one gush is all it takes, right? You run him down, he's
Yeah.
not the highest HP. And it's rough, Jackie. Not where he wants to be. We saw what happens when 23 Savage gets to just farm uncontested on this troll, but seeing that recognition from Execration, you need to pressure this guy. You just can't let him just stand there and exist. Now Yona, oh, getting caught out. Seems like Masaro's looking for a setup. RP is available. They'll pull him back in likely, but no Thunder God's Wrath or anything of the sort.
Oh.
Just a bit of additional move speed would have changed that entire situation if DJ managed to get a body block off or something of the sort, but that's RP committed for just about nothing.
And that's why you buy boots on Nature's Prophet, friends.
Yeah?
We're back
Pelosin?
on it.
Pelosin, take notes.
Hello? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, to be fair though,
No.
it's way more important that Yona survives as compared to Pelosin on that pause 5, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yona's got gold. Like, this man,
Yeah.
he's taken part in quite a couple of kills, but funnily enough, he's actually sitting behind the Troll Warlock overall. Maybe it's because he's been so active that he's not been able to farm quite as much.
God, I thought that was like 5 heroes coming through that gate. It's just the 10 creeps. Oh my god.
Dire's middle
Yeah, that
tower
scared me as well. I'm like, is
Just as
Yona,
scary.
is Yona dead on my screen here? I mean, he might be. The centaur stun is gonna miss. The Hoodwing still connects. It's a huge Wrath of Nature that comes through though, but there's no one in the area to follow up and clean up. Pelosin and the gang, they get it done. They even bring Jackie through the Twin Gates as well.
And that should be enough to take this
Radiant's
bottom tier 1
bottom tower
tower.
is
Actually,
under
Jackie, he's
attack.
going back through the gate, so he's not willing to sit
Stick
down
around.
there and commit for the tower. Yeah, they might be able to get it without him, but your supports are kind of low on HP. It's going to be up to Masaros alone.
Nah, the only way they defend this is
bad
bringing in the Tide, and that's exactly what they do. They don't want to give this up for free. It already goes down, but Pelosin might be in trouble. Ravage available. Does he choose to commit it? Looks like he was winding it up there. Yona TP, but perfect stun from the center. As unfortunately, they will kill off the Chen thanks to the Sprout. Pretty long range on that one. But it's just a support, and you've brought basically 3 to 4 heroes here. It's not that bad because they clean up a stack though.
Yeah, but the tower's already gone, and what, are you gonna push this tower? Like, this is not the tower you really want to be committing for 10 minutes into the game.
Tribute to my house.
I mean, Masaros, it looks like he's going for that. Is that a Echo Saber for him?
Yep.
Okay, I mean, I like this a lot more than the Orchid. That's for
So
sure.
do I. No, so do I. It's an awful Orchid game too, right? Like, what are you gonna do, Orchid the Tide Hunter? Ooh, like
Yeah.
DK doesn't care. Prophet doesn't care. I mean, I guess Lion cares, but other than that, who cares? Like, who cares, Orchid?
CML just goes over, gives him a shield that is literally curtains.
Yeah, it literally like doesn't matter this game. So no losing Orchids this time around, instead right into the Echo Saber, which is what I wanted to see last time when Masaros was playing the Mag. Is more traditional Magnus builds.
I don't know how much it's gonna contribute to this fight though overall, because the only real good target is Shanks, and everybody else is just a bit too tanky for them to deal with. Now the Hoodwing, it almost feels like you need a Spirit Vessel on this lineup, but it doesn't feel too great either, because Tide trucks that off and CML can always help on that front. I don't know if you... Yeah, I mean, Hoodwing's going for the Athos instead, so a bit more like the build that we saw from Q last game.
I wouldn't be
Really
surprised
taking-
if it's the exact build we saw from Q last game.
Yeah, I mean, they're really taking a page out of some other teams' books here. Masaros getting caught out. Should be a very, very easy kill. Shanks has the finger, finishes him off, and that is a dead Magnus left all alone in this bot side.
My thrift rewarded.
Stuck around a little bit too long there in that bottom lane.
Yeah, Stino able to farm away on this huge stack of Ancients. They gotta try and... I mean, they spot this out, but realistically speaking, I don't think there's much they can do about it. With this Vlad's complete, he's not gonna be under any threat at all.
He's a big old tanky boy, Tide Hunter, and all of a sudden, the damage that he's outputting, not too bad with the Anchor Smash.
I mean, these Chen creeps better watch their backs, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
These guys are
Hoodwink too, right?
Oh my goodness, if you think about it, she's a squirrel, she's basically a creep.
Okay, yeah, that checks out.
Poloson and Tide Hunter Vlad timing synchronized. Pork crazy.
Nice. I mean,
Nice
that's
Poloson.
pretty good, right? for someone who's not farming, that's very nice.
What would be even better is this Bob kill here. The turnaround stun, not allowing the RP to come out. Do they have any way of slowing him down? Masaros lands the connection, and this will be a huge kill for him to pick up.
Very, very good. The first RP doesn't amount to anything, but the second one, chef's kiss. You get the pretty much highest priority kill, as DK is sitting atop of the net worth right now.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that DK needed to die, and I can't help but feel like as the game goes later and later, it's just gonna get harder and harder. BKBs, Black Dragon forms, I mean, jeez, you name it. He's just... I don't know. I mean, all you really have is physical damage. The Zeus surely can contribute, but at some point, the Tide's gonna get a pipe. Maybe, who knows, maybe we will see Mage Slayer Dragonite. Why not? Best item of the patch.
That's a little crazy.
Is it?
It's a little crazy, Sneeze. I don't know if I hate it, though, but it's a little crazy.
Right, I mean, Dragonite has so much natural armor.
Yeah.
Why not just give him even more EHP? It's 40% spell, reduction. I mean, if Bob hits Mikoto even once, this man is not so much lightning, but maybe just a little static.
And the range on the dragon, like the DK form, quite good. And
Yeah.
not a lot of people be like, oh yeah, like the attack range, so good. But yeah, for applying Mage Slayer, sure, why not?
Yeah? And Jackie, still, I won't say keeping up in farm, but he has hit the Battle Fury, so his net worth is just going to start exponentially growing now. All he needs is a bit of tender loving care, right? Just some time to unbotheredly farm this side of the jungle, stay safe, not get caught out by Tino or Bob, but looks like they're angling towards top side. But wants to make use of that Arcane Rune and pops the Dragon Form straight in. Looking at this tier 2 tower. CML joining the rest of the gang as well. This is going to be a scary push if they choose to commit, but just chilling for now.
I think Execration, they're looking to use their Ravage again. Or, I guess for the first time. I don't think there's been a Ravage yet, actually.
Yeah, especially with Shanks and Shanks Blink Dagger as well as Bob's Blink Dagger coming online at the same time. You can bet your bottom dollar they'll be looking for some action in the smoke. Right now, it's DJ setting up. Nice bushwhack onto Shanks. And oh, the Hurricane pullback as well. Sharpshooter to the back of the head. Beautifully done by the bleed supports to find that little pick off.
This Dire Ward out of the tier 2 tower is one of my favorite wards in the game. It actually does so much for you.
Yeah. I mean, that basically informed them of the entire sort of pick off there, right? Like you saw the Lions sticking around, and yeah, they're just going to deward it. So very heads up play there from the Execration side. They're used to these shenanigans.
Masaros, he's not willing to make that same mistake again. Don't want to stick around too long in this bottom lane when your team's leaving.
Now, Phylactery is done for the Zeus. I'm interested to see what else his item build has in store for us here. I mean, you could just go back very traditional. Kaya, Sanch, as, oh, you might just be getting dead. No! Masaros, that is not what you wanted. You will get the turnaround to Shanks. The last touch is there, but Jackie, he's fighting away onto Bob. This poor Dragon Knight is falling low as DJ's coming in to try and deal with him. There is the Ravage, though. Tino has shown up to party, and he's ready to get a couple of kills. Jackie being locked up by the tree line, but that's what the Battle Fury is for. Cuts straight through it and makes his great escape. 11 more seconds until the blink. Bob, he's on the hunt. Jackie will be able to weasel his way out of there. Could have been disastrous if they lost the Troll Warlord. It was so close to killing Bob as well. But as the dust settles, they'll just trade 1 for 1.
Now, if only that RP connected. It was like half a second so good. Shanks!
Half a second too late. Masaros once again caught on the wrong side of the map. And he is going to go down. It has not been a good game for this Magnus. And it's not even that he's really playing bad. It's just small, little repeated instances of mildly being late, mildly being in the wrong place at the wrong time, just barely. And all these fractions, all these little inches adding up. Masaros, at this point, he's played 3 games of Magnus. 2 games of Magnus. He's seen Mikoto struggle on the Magnus. And it can't feel good.
No, it this Magnus is just falling less and less in favor in my eyes for these teams. Right, like, I don't know, like, you talked about picking up the Magnus in game number 2 earlier, and you were like, oh, you know, it must show some confidence that they're still picking the Mag, even though, like, they're recognizing the Mag isn't the problem. Maybe Mag is the problem. Maybe Masaros isn't the problem, but maybe it's the hero.
It almost seems like it. I mean, Mikoto was playing it as well, and he was trying his country best, but it just wasn't enough too. Shanks, how has he continuously found these? Just spotting on the Troll Warlord, 5 members around him, and Jackie, no friends, nowhere to go, just dead. The Execration side, they're out for blood right now. Yona's done such a great job in terms of tag teaming up with his supports to make these things happen. And Bleed are true to their name, bleeding out a couple of kills more so than they should.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And this is the strength of Execration's draft right now, is running down your towers, running down your heroes.
Trying to get the RP set up onto Yona with the Thunder God's Wrath as well as the Athos. Hold him in place and kill him off. Immediately returning 1 for 1 on the carry. The Masaros, he likely has to be the offering. Finger of Death will finish him off as Tino, still looking for more, means that the rest of the side of Bleed need to retreat. They can't afford to stay around anymore.
Radiant's middle tower
That was the
under
most
attack.
ambitious TP I've ever seen. Meg tried his best to get out of there, but no.
Nah, I mean, at this point, Masaros and Ambitious TP is name a better combo. I mean, that was him between the tier 3s as well, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It's tough Magnus game. He's still done well to find himself above his other cores in terms of net worth, but I don't know whether that's a good sign. I mean, he's sort of played a bit more of a greedy game for himself here, which I think we both like, right? Going for the Echo Saber, prioritizing a bit of his own farm. Hasn't really worked out for him yet, though. Both the Zeus and the Troll are struggling right now.
And there's just going to be more items coming up from Execration that's going to continue the struggle.
Yeah. All these conveniently placed little lane wards, little angled jungle wards, catching these stragglers on Bleed out on the map, trying to juice whatever they can. But it's just easy pickups for Execration. They just drive by, grab the kill, move on, and continue closing out on the map.
If you're Bleed, I don't know what you do to try to get back into this, because right now you're being run at with Ravage, and that's a very scary ability to fight into, and maybe I was wrong. Maybe Tidehunter was the best pick they could have gone for here.
I mean, it's looking phenomenal for them now, right? Tino has just become this monster, just like you'd want from your Tidehunter in an ideal situation, that they just can't work through. Once again, we're seeing a situation where the Magnus in the offlane has too many things that he needs to be worried about. It was vision in one game, positioning in the other, and this game, it's just the fact that he doesn't have a good target. He can't, like, as soon as he throws himself in the mix, he just dies.
And you've got to deal with these, not just abilities, but now the items coming out from Execration as well, right? Blink Dagger from Bob and Shanks. We've already seen people blink out of the RP1s. It's probably going to happen again. You've got to deal with the shield from CML, and now the Gleipnir from Nature's Prophet too. There's a lot to deal with in this Magnus. There's a lot of pressure on your shoulders.
I mean, not even just that, right? If you're looking at your other allies for some sort of support, the only winning combination that you've had so far is setting up with an RP into a full combo from DJ. But now, that's going to be nullified as long as Tino's in the picture. Full pipe completer is just going to cut that magic damage down. And if the Zeus wasn't doing much already, it's going to get even worse now.
Yeah. And that's a good point, right? Makoto, I feel like, once again, hasn't really shown up this game.
It's a little bit tough for sure on this Zeus. I mean, the Dragon Knight is just such a good laning counterpart into him and renders him, even though he's gone even, I think that kill in the mid lane really turned things around with Yona TP in. Now they are threatening the Roche, and Bleed are converging on this area, but high ground vision secured by that nice ward placed by CML. They still have Treant protectors. Lil Treant scouting this out. Oh, the instant hex onto Masaros. He doesn't stand a chance. Jackie, he has to make a choice as to whether he wants to go in or not, but dead in the water. On that Magnus, they're trying to clear it up. But take a look at the Ravage coming forward, forcing the BKB from Jackie. He's trying to melt down Bob, and he's doing a pretty good job. CML gonna go down, but locked up in the trees. Bob, he looks to be next, taking a tumble on that Dragon Knight. Meanwhile, Yona on the back line. He needs to TP out. Do you have a stun? No. Nature's Prophet will escape, but Shanks might not be quite as lucky. The Acorn finds him, and so will the Thunder. Mikoto with a double kill. And maybe a bit overzealous there from Execration. It looked a bit rough because Masaros was in a hot pickle. But Tino getting a bit too anxious with that Ravage ends up setting his team up for failure.
And I don't think they expected the Troll Warlord BKB.
Oh no.
The big BKB reveal was, I mean, well, big.
Yeah. Just like that, Aegis in his hands onto Jackie, and that's all you were waiting for. That's what he was rushing it for, right? That particular moment, the second you see Tino wind that up, just go ham. And Bob, at that point, he had blinked in. Sure, you're really, really tanky on the Dragon Knight, but the Troll has one thing called Fervor. And if you stand there and let him hit you, you can be tanky all you want, but he's gonna kill you real quick.
Yeah, Troll Warlord, quite a fervorous hero, it seems. You know, it's very hard to deal with all these tanky heroes like Tide. Sure, you're doing like the Purge with the Kraken Shell, but Troll Warlord has the potential to just, like, literally just keep netting you, even though you're purging off the first one. You can net you again and again, and all of a sudden Tidehunter's reliable Purge is not as reliable as you'd like it to be.
That fight looked so scary because Shanks had his finger on the hex onto Masaros. I'm surprised that it still ended up so favorably for Bleed. But I guess the saving grace for Execration is that Yona was able to slip out of harm's reach and continue his net worth advantage, continue his farm. And that's kind of one of the benefits of the Nature's Prophet, right? Even though you've lost out on the Aegis and Bleed are taking this map position, you can always split the map, always continue to push other side lanes and keep your net worth up that way.
Nature's Prophet, he's got a lot of work to do this game, right? We already talked about how heavy the shoulders are of Masaros this game, but I feel like the same can be said for Yona. You're your team's main damage dealer, and on a Prophet, that's going to be, it's a lot to deal with, right? When you've got Magnus, Troll Warlord, heroes that can just get on top of you and stay on top of you.
Yeah, it kind of feels like with as much as they were tanky, you know, they have their aura, stuff like that, they don't really have a lot of traditional quote-unquote troll kiting methods, right? They don't have stuns. Yeah, I guess you could say the Lion and the DK technically, but it feels like this is a fine game for the troll to run rampant, right? It's not going to be a situation where you have ghost sectors left and right and everyone's just circling around you like sharks waiting for your ult to run out. You're very much going to be enabled to just run forward, pop that with the BKB, cut down some trees with your own Battle Fury and start going ham.
See how Bleed can push this Aegis advantage right now. They took the tier 2 bottom. How many more tier 2s do you think they're going to be willing to take?
Now the execration, the map has shrank just a little bit, especially with Yona no longer feeling comfortable playing up in that top side so far. Mikoto has found a pretty decent recovery and has found Shanks as well. Peloson though seems to be realizing that he's caught in no man's land and Mikoto's gonna finish him off. Uh-oh, Tino might be in some trouble. No, sorry. Mikoto might be in some trouble if he got caught by the Dead in Water, but still had that haste rune running. Is able to just get a freebie there. Like you mentioned, going for that DPS build with the Manta style completed, now queuing up the shot.
You know, he built a Kaya Yasha, and I was like, wow, that's a little greedy when you can be building Kaya Sanj. It feels like such a good Kaya Sanj game. And then I'm like, no, you idiot, you just disassemble it to the Manta, dummy. Completely slipped my mind. I'm glad I didn't say anything. Calling myself out now, though.
Yeah, it's okay. You didn't even need to, by the way. You just exposed yourself for no damn reason. Uh-oh.
Has been killed.
Oh,
well,
no.
Well, that certainly makes things a little bit uncomfortable for the next 2.5 minutes, Bob. And Black Dragon Form will not be a part of the equation, as Bleed might take this as an opportunity to continue the pressure on to this tier 2. I'm not very sure whether Execration are comfortable with fighting, but, you know, on the flip side, Tino is still kind of a ginormous meat shield.
Yeah, especially with a shield rune. Like, how do you deal with Tidehunter? Like,
yeah,
that's so much HP to deal with.
Trying to figure out what exactly the move here is for Bleed, because I kind of understand their hesitance, right? It's not necessarily comfortable to run into this lineup at their own towers. It kind of feels like you're setting up for a perfect Tino Ravage there.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess this Aegis is just gonna peter out and nothing much else to be found. Both teams just back out and farm here.
Which I think you're kind of okay with, right? The first Aegis, there's not too much pressure to get as many things, like that many things done. Sure, ideally you're cleaning up the tier 2 towers. Yeah. But like, even in a perfect scenario, you're probably happy just getting one.
Set up there onto Shanks. He's able to just Glimmer Cape, and that blocks most of the sharpshooter damage. Just maintaining vision of their triangle, which I feel like is so important, because once you get that penetrator, it's very hard to hold the area around your tier 2s. Might just fall prey to a Masaru skewer back into the high ground that you can't deal with. But Bleed still gearing up here. That's kind of the problem, right? Execration. It feels like they have 3 targets that you don't want to skewer. Like, if you do it, you're gonna die. And Masaru's, it kind of narrows his window as to the plays that he can make here.
We do have BKB on the Magnus now too, though, so maybe you're like, okay, we can kill Ty. I don't know. I still don't think you kill Ty. You've got to pop too many BKBs at that point.
Yeah, he even has an Ogre Seal Totem to kind of fish himself out of trouble if he has any issues.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we haven't even talked about some of the defensive items like the Glimmer Cape coming out from Shanks and CML. And CML in its entirety, right? So, we'll have to see. Like you mentioned though, I doubt that Bleed are too sad about this. It's only a 2k gold lead, which isn't super significant at this stage of the game, but they are gearing up and ready for the push. They will pop the God's Wrath just to spot out where Execration are coming from here. Jumping forward, just clearing up the creeps, and Tino will be able to clear those up for free.
Bleed can still take a fight here, right? If Execration overstep their bounds, Bleed can just jump them very easily.
Like this neutral item choice from Mikoto, the Nemesis Curse, just to amplify all his damage.
Radiant are scanning.
Posturing from Bleed. They recognize that they can take an advantageous fight here.
Here comes Masaros! Easy kill onto Shanks, popping that BKB, and now CML in some trouble as well. Doesn't really seem like he stands a chance, and will force to pop the ult, but he's just gonna get infinitely rooted, all his mana burnt, and Jackie will make quick work of him. It's Pelosa to get that last. It's somehow with his Chen. Dude, I saw that auto attack fly out. That was hilarious. But now on to the tier 2s. This is what they wanted, even with the Aegis. But with this opening with the 2 supports being down, it should be pretty free.
Yeah, you still got RP on the side of Bleed. You're not willing to take a fight if you're Execration.
Dude, I love this. Take a look at what Peloson's going for. A completely forgotten item, it feels like, in this meta. The Crimson Guard. It's so good this game against the Prophet as well as the Dragon Knight.
Crimson who? Sorry, I don't know who that is.
I've never heard of that item before midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna might just protect his creeps, but probably not so much him as he gets kind of left behind. A little bit of a straggler there. Bob will just mop him up out of their triangle.
Black Dragon's online. Bob is officially online.
True.
And Manta-style Aghanim Scepter, this DK hurts.
Yeah, but arguably so is Mikoto. Lightning Hands picked
Yep.
up. Phylactery, Nemesis Curse, Yasha Kaya as well. Funny, yeah, you mentioned disassemble and go for Kaya Sanj, but he goes back into the Yasha Kaya anyway.
Radiant
So
scanning.
he's full on the
enough.
move speed and the damage, which I respect. Full on glass cannon mode.
Yeah.
You've gone green, I see.
So Yona
I
was
think
able
DJ
to.
dying there is actually like kind of okay.
Yeah, I mean at this point the support pickoffs, it's like you've already sort of bled one, bled the other. It's just a matter of what execution can get, and if they immediately waltz into Roche, that's a different story. But they seem more worried about trying to get another pickoff around this area. So we'll allow some time for Hoodwink to come back. But yeah, that second Roche is what we need to keep an eye out for, because execution, they can do it to a pretty decent degree with the minus armor from the Tide, but you don't want to set up another killer team fight with Bleed again.
Yeah, the amount of like AoE abilities they have on the side of Bleed to route you out of the Roche pit. Right, you got the Hoodwink stuns, obviously Magnus RP is king, the vision from Zeus, Chen creeps giving you vision in this small little clumped up area. And then on the other hand for Execration, all they really have is the Nature's Prophet Treants to give you vision.
It's not going to stop them from just waltzing in again and trying to contest this though. The entire side of Bleed, they are inching forward. Mikoto has the Thunder God's Wrath to spot them out if he chooses to use it. The scan available for them. Haven't popped it just yet here. They need to be careful, but they now have the Dragon Knight Illusion scouting the perimeter. I don't think this is something they can actually come into. It's a bit too late. Finishing off the Roche. It's going to be Yona with the Aegis. And was it Cheese on the DK? Didn't really catch it.
Roshan banner.
Ah, Roshan banner held up by Yona as well. Okay.
No more cheese for Roshan bottom, you silly.
Banner is kind of...
Valve also did the little swapsy with the Ags refresher just to really confuse us.
I don't do... still unconvinced about Roche banner. I think we both agree on that front, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a little bit... I mean, maybe the one hero that can use it pretty effectively is the Prophet, because you can TP to one side, plant it down, and hit back to your team kind of thing.
Well, it's global. You can like banner is globally placed.
Oh, okay, wait, I'm dumb. I literally have never used the Roshan banner before. The only time I used it was when my team used it, and like suddenly it just kind of disappeared because they walked forward and killed it, and we're like, okay, well, that was a whole load of nothing.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't know it was global till recently either, so
Yeah.
it's not not as big of an L as you'd like to, as you'd think.
I'm trying to spot out where they planted it because it seems to have
There it
gone
is.
from... Okay. There you go. There's a little
So-
stickler in the middle of the lane.
Is under attack.
I was talking to some of my high immortal friends, and we were talking about
Dire's top
Roshan banner because
tower is
I'm like we said, I'm unconvinced.
Sure.
And a lot of them are too. And we were theory crafting about different ways you could be placing the Roshan banner. And one of the things you could do is if you're pushing bottom, place it top so that
top
creep
tower
wave
is
shoves
under
in.
attack.
And you've got someone on bleed that's going to have to deal with it. Because it doesn't necessarily buff your creeps up enough, like as you're pushing, that it really makes too much of a difference.
Yeah, I can see the idea. I mean, especially with this lineup, it's so annoying, right? The fact that you have your Dragon Knight Illusions coming in, and they've caught Mikoto. Uh-oh. This is a very, very juicy one to lose, and Shanks will clean that one up. They're just kind of splitting the side of Bleed open and spreading them out across the map for these solo pickoffs. Bleed, you can't afford to be getting caught with your pants down like that.
DJ is going for ultimate
middle
greed.
tower is
Holy
under
moly,
attack.
just Daedalus on the Hoodwink.
Yeah? Rip them apart? Why don't you? I mean, get an Empower from your Magnus as well. I mean, amp that
Yeah.
damage up. Who cares? They're not
I
going to
think
expect
DJ's
it for
probably
sure.
thinking you need more damage. I think that's probably the right, because you've got so many of these tanky heroes you have to deal with.
Yeah.
Just build more damage even on your supports. Why not?
I mean, yeah, he's even gone for the Nemesis curse himself, so
Yeah.
that kind of, if that doesn't show it, I don't know what will. Tino manages to stroll up here, steal away the wisdom, and Even with this Aegis, they've got a couple of nice pickoffs and they'll finally start looking towards the tier 2. We didn't mention this a bit earlier, but Axe complete Latino is just such an annoying thing for Bleed to deal with.
Dire's bottom tower has
Now, have you heard about my new Tidehunter strategy?
Let's hear it.
Shiva's Bloodstone Ags.
Oh my
Not
god.
in that order,
shut-
just in general.
Shut up, man.
Radiant's
Have you seen the range of a Bloodstone Ravage? It's legitimately your entire screen.
Okay, and then I press BKB, now what?
Okay, well, that's fair. But it also increases the AoE of Gush as well.
Okay.
Is it good? Probably not. Is it fun in your pubs? Absolutely.
Radiant's middle
Okay,
tower
well, I
is
mean,
under attack.
we know Tino isn't gonna do
Dire's
that.
middle tower
No.
is under attack.
Well, we don't know. Probably, most likely, almost
don't-
certainly not.
We hope Tino doesn't do that.
Yeah.
This game
We
very,
can't
very
tell for sure.
Yeah, very even this game. 36 minutes in, and it still feels like it's open for consideration in terms of who's gonna win this. But as the game goes later and later, some of the initial damage problems that Execration are having are being solved by the fact that their Dragon Knight is scaling as well, right? It started with that Aghanim,
Yeah.
and now he's sort of pivoting more into some pseudo carry items as well, with the Bloodthorn and the Mage Slayer, and you know he's only gonna get up more from here.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fights breaking out though, they have the touch from the DJ who's able to get himself out of there. The Ravage, it's onto two BKB heroes who are just punching away on your Dragon Knight. Bob doesn't stand a chance, and now Tino's getting shredded as well. Who is dead in the water? It looks like it's gonna be you. Tino desperately trying to get away and gets away on a sliver of HP, but Yona not quite as lucky. Your Aegis ain't gonna do anything for you now. Surrounded by the whole team of Bleed, it started with what looked like an initiation onto DJ, but he's able to shift his way out of there, turn around with the damage, and surprise them. Execration get caught with their pants down.
And that was a great Ravage from Masaros as well. Catch 3 heroes in that. Oh, it was so good. Troll Warlord was right there too with the Battle Fury and the Empower, able to just wail in so much damage. And this is something that I was about to bring up before the fight broke out, is both of these two teams, whoever wins a fight, can just take high ground.
You might need to hold that thought. Tino's looking dead on my screen right now. In comes the Axis and in comes the Magnus, finishing him off. We were waiting for Masaros to land a killer this entire game, and he absolutely delivers there. I mean, not to mention the Troll also holding on to that neutral item, the Vindicator's Axe. If the hero is stunned, or silenced, or if you're disabled on any front, you're just doing more damage, and you throw on a little bit of a, I don't know, a Bloodthorn onto him, he's just ripping you to shreds even more. Shanks thinking forward. Is this where you want to be? Masaros too, hitting this poor guy down. And Shanks doesn't stand a chance. He has a buyback, but even if you come back into this fight right now, you don't have your Ravage. It's not an easy thing to deal with, as Jackie desperately trying to control his hero with their battle trance, but that's yeah, he's kind of working against you a little bit here. Still
He
will
was deciding whether he wanted to go more or not.
I mean, the decision's very clear here. Masaros blinking in again, forcing the buyback out. Is that enough for Bleed to feel like they should retreat? Bob looking for more, but all he's going to find is illusions. An excellent turn of events, and now 2K turned into 13 just off of that amazing team fight.
Next creation, they've got a lot of work to do now all of a sudden, and they have to wait a little bit. They've got to wait for their next Elder Dragon form. They have to wait for their next Ravage.
I'll be honest, I'm quite surprised by how fast Bob is getting disintegrated in these fights, but I guess that's what happens when you have DJ and the Zeus both going Nemesis Curse, amplifying their damage, and like 3 heroes auto-attacking you, including the Troll, who's just so strong right now.
My thrift rewarded.
And we're seeing Yona, like, you have these bodyguards in the form of DK and Tidehunter, but if Yona's just left alone to the very, like, Yona's not outputting enough damage right now to not just be left alone. Sure, you might be able to get 1 or 2 of our supports, but, you know, Makoto's not going to be in the area to be jumped on by the Nature's Prophet, or shouldn't be at least.
So,
And, like, you're not going to kill Jackie either, so you have to deal with these supports.
yeah, but Yona, he's going for a very interesting item here, the Revenant's Brooch. Maybe trying to catch them off guard with that burst of magic damage, essentially turning... It's a toggleable ability, right? Essentially kind of makes all your attacks magic damage, which could catch the Troll off guard a little bit here, but pulled back. They found the Tidehunter. They don't care if you have Ravage. Shut up! Silenced and killed! Bob, he's swooping around on the high ground, but they've already found CML. The Hex onto the troll for now. Jonas TPing into the fight to try and put up something of a resistance. The Tide Hunter even buys back as well. You need to find a Killer Ravage. You need to make something happen. Bob, he's right on top of Masaros, but he eats the RP straight into the face and he's melting. Where is the Ravage? It comes a bit too late. Tino desperately trying to close the distance. Finally, can he pop it out? It's too late. The Dragon Knight's already dead. Now you try and work down the poor Zeus though. No save for him as he goes down. But the Troll starting to rip you apart. You might BKB on Yona, but the lingering AoE damage just chops down CML.
That's good news for Execration. Both those heroes have buyback.
Bad news for Execration. 2.5k gold change. You kill the Zeus.
Yes.
So what? Big winner of this all has been Jackie. Jackie has been that guy, and you just can't stop him. There's nothing you can do to stop the Troll from just laying into your whole team.
Yeah, it's just gonna get harder too, right? Troll is one of these heroes that, outside of Faceless Void, I feel like as a late game hero, Troll is so scary, especially with this new disperser.
Yeah.
It's so much agi for Troll Warlord.
Yeah,
Paired up with Satanic, you've got so many purges now.
Yeah, and not to mention that neutral item, we didn't mention it just yet, but Aviana's Feather, right? That additional evasion, meaning that Yona, no MKB, you ain't really hitting him. He has so much mischance with the Whirling Axes. And not to mention, if you get him down to low HP and he pops his ult, he is literally Night Stalker with flying vision. Like,
Yep.
he's just gonna run after you. You can't stop me with the trees, you can't stop me with terrain. He doesn't even need the Battle Fury anymore. Right now, even though they've lost the first two Roshas, they'll finally get their hands on this Aegis. A banner and refresher going into their pockets. That'll be so useful for Masaros.
Roshan has fallen to the top.
Could be the last fight of the game here.
Still trying to gather around this area. The BKB pullback. He's found Bob. The poor Dragon Knight. He needs help and he needs it now. Broken up though. Falling a little bit low, but still quite a decent amount of HP thanks to CML. Jackie needs to watch himself dropping low on that Troll Warlord, but still has all the dispels in the world. Will get stunned up and controlled. Where's the rest of his health? He loses the first life and the RP is there as well. Refresh, second RP, but the Troll isn't back into the mix just yet. Finally, Jackie, he's gonna get a free delivery of Execration Heroes. He is feeling hungry. Mikoto versus Yona 1v1, and the Zeus will barely lose, but Jackie cleans up shop. Bob will be the only survivor along with Tino as Masaros still chasing down, but the Tide Hunter gets completely wiped out. And Execration, they have 3 members without buyback. Bob desperately trying to de-push this wave before he blinks out to safety. And I don't know. You just can't deal with this Troll.
No, he's too big of a problem right now. And honestly, I feel like Bob is one of those heroes that could have died there. He's the only hero outside of CML that has buyback. If you're going to be the hero to man up and try to save your Nature's Prophet, then would be the time to do it. But now, it just feels like it's game. What are they going to do against this Troll Magnus as two heroes?
Jackie is getting wacky up here. He's just going straight for the tier 4s. You pull in CML. Nice gulp set there, buddy. Nice ultimate. What else you gotta do? The body blocks all there. All you can do as Bob is watch. You'll stun up the Troll, but another skewer. He doesn't care. Disperser, chop you down in size. You can summon illusions. None of them even matter. It's Bob versus the world, and the world has a really angry Troll Warlord just chopping you down to size. GG is called as Execration. They're forced to tap out of this game number 1 and are 1 game away from just being knocked out of the DreamLeague qualifiers here.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Now, what a clean game from Bleed. I mean, there were a few little missteps, right? The first RP was whiffed, obviously, but it's still okay, right? Like, at the end of the day, you get the job done on the side of Bleed.
Yeah.
And Troll just, I mean, looked unstoppable. Completely unstoppable.
So I have an equation for you here. When Magnus plus Orchid equals lose, Magnus plus Echo Saber Harpoon equals win. I think we're on to something here. Now, we were sort of talking a little bit about Masaros, and I think rightfully so, right? There were a couple of moments in the early game where it felt like it wasn't really matching. They weren't connecting on these RPs. They didn't get the early action that they wanted, but the patience played off. They created space for Jackie. Mikoto was having a rough one, still hung on and believed, went into that carry-esque build. And they managed to drag things on, managed to pull out and bait out a couple of bad fights from Execration, and that's all they needed. 1 or 2 RPs around the Roche pit. Ooh, beautiful stuff. Masaros,
Yeah.
he definitely showed us why they still believe in the Magnus for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Masaros was probably my MVP, with a very close second being DJ.
Yeah, the main problem is that it's hard to feel good about giving Masaros the MVP just because his early game was so shaky. But at the same time, like, I don't... those RPs at the end, they just really crushed the game for them. I think,
did.
personally, for me, I thought Jackie was phenomenal. I think the supporting cast, DJ and Peloson, really held it down despite things getting rough. So altogether, Bleed, it feels like, despite their earlier series loss, it didn't really matter. They're still sort of coming together. They're ready to bounce back.
Yeah, they're feeling nice and refreshed after that series, hopefully. And so far, so good for them.
Yeah, and Execration, we talked about it at the start now. They are on the verge of losing their third series in a row. The downward swing, the loss of momentum, it's a very, very real thing. Let's see whether Execration can come back in a game number 2 or whether this will be their last breath in the DreamLeague Season 22 close qualifiers. We'll be back after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality.
Crash, let me tell you something very, very important, and you better write this down. Nobody beats the Bleed Magnus 3 times in a row. You understand me? They walk away with game number 3. Full belief in their pick, full belief in Masaros, and they prove all the haters wrong. Execration, they just get completely gobsmacked after what seemed like a decent start to the game, right? Execration, they had a pretty decent idea going in, playing around the Dragon Knight last pick, but they just weren't able to stand up to Jackie on the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, I was definitely on my Magnus hate train earlier, but I'm back on a train, but I don't think it's the Magnus hate train. I'm back on the Magnus love train, baby,
Okay.
and I think mostly I'm on the Orchid hate now.
Dude, Magnus, please never say the words Magnus love train to me ever again. That's wildly uncomfortable. But speaking of wildly uncomfortable, that's kind of the position that Execration are in. We already briefly talked about their whole trajectory, right? There was a smaller tournament happening regionally just yesterday, the Asia Pacific Predator League, where they actually lost 2-0 in the grand finals against Blacklist. So coming off of that, you know, just shy of making it in the top spot, and then coming into this tournament, trying to qualify for DreamLeague, it hasn't really worked out for them so far. Kind of got crushed in their first match, and it looks to be kind of a similar situation. I mean, Team Darling kind of did them dirty, and now Bleed, they're on the verge of moving forward in the lower bracket and eliminating Execration here. But let me ask you the age-old question, right? The Magnus, you know, there were moments in that game that looked a little shaky. What do you think went wrong for Execration? Was it the draft? Because I thought it was pretty decent. I don't really know where it went wrong, if I'm being honest.
I think they just kind of missed their timing, which is weird because at the same time, like, how do you deal with Troll at any given time? Like, you have to constantly be ganking him, which they did too, right? There were 2-3 times where Jackie was caught out and killed. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter, because when you compare the Troll Warlord to the Nature's Prophet, the Troll Warlord is going to win like 90% of the time.
Yeah, and I think Troll Warlock just has so many decent carry-to-carry matchups. The only real ones I can think about were all just banned out as well, in the Slark and some of these other maybe ranged heroes that can just kite him endlessly. We'll have to see what the answer is though, because it's not even like this is so out of the blue, right? The Chen Troll has been something people are running both in the Chinese region as well as the Southeast Asian region, and will immediately start things out. Execration, take that out of the equation. No Chen for you, they say.
And other Masaros heroes being banned once again, right? Being very targeted. But Bleed, what's going to stop them from first picking Magnus or this Nature's Prophet?
I
Radiant team pick.
don't know.
Well,
Dire
that
team
and-
the
pick.
band, the band of the Nature's Prophet.
There we go.
Horn of Magnus.
Magnus. Big surprise.
Crazy. Who could have seen this coming? Yeah.
Masaros, he's gonna be like, oh, wouldn't mind doing that again. I mean, after the serotonin hit that you get from landing killer ultimates, gotta be crazy.
Yeah.
Haven't done that in a hot minute. You know, those Echo Slams, those big
10
RPs, Enigma
seconds
Black Holes.
remaining.
I mean, that famously was that whole, which player was
5
it, right? He
seconds
landed this
remaining.
crazy black hole and then he stood up and started waving his hands in the air. Was it
Oh
Radiant
gosh.
was it
team back.
Dandy when he stole the black hole?
Maybe.
I don't even know. Okay, move it.
That's like a core memory from like ages ago. For
Right,
me.
right.
gotta
Like
dig very
I'm
deep
so,
for that.
dude. I'm so sure that happened, but I don't remember who it was because I know recently there were a few as well where they landed killer ultimates and they
10
actually stood up and
seconds
emoted.
remaining.
I think the biggest one that I remember as of recent times is 23 Savage kind of
5
preemptively
seconds
like getting
remaining.
hyped that he won the game and then getting ratted by Zai Broodmother. That one was.
No.
Oh, yeah, we're going there. Okay, let's move on. Hoodwink snatched up by Execration. That was brilliantly played by DJ in the previous game. And I can't help but have a feeling this Hoodwink hero is going to show increased prominence throughout this entire qualifiers here.
I mean, it definitely has already been,
Radiant
and
team ban.
like we talked about before, Hoodwink players are gonna look for any reason to play Hoodwink.
Yeah.
My only problem is if you're not a Hoodwink player, trying to play Hoodwink isn't. Oh man, how many times can I say Hoodwink in one sentence? Jesus.
Hoodwink.
If you're not a Hoodwink player, it's kind of a hard hero to play, right? There's a lot of skill shots on the Hoodwink.
I mean, more so than that, it's just one of those heroes that deceptively has a pretty high skill
10
curve as well,
seconds
right? I mean,
remaining.
everybody knows the combo. You land the bushwhack, you wind up
5
your ultimate, you
seconds
scurry through
remaining.
some trees and stuff, pretty stock standard. Everyone can play Hoodwink, but to make a good Hoodwink work and to have it effective in these games, you really need to have a sense for it, and I think that's kind of more of the tree that you're barking up for this little squirrel lady here. We'll see whether Shanks can pull it off or whether, it's going to be CML instead who pilots that up. Most likely in the position 4, though. And ban onto
Dire
Morphling.
team
They don't want to deal with that. Coming out from Yona, potentially. Definitely one of his stronger heroes. And the Centaur being taken out of picture as well.
I think the only other notable... Oh, never mind. It's gone. I was going to say, the only other notable hero for me for Yona right now is the Naga Siren, but that's out of the pool
10
now, too.
seconds
Execrations
remaining.
banned that out themselves.
Mhm.
And to be fair, not too good into Magnus, right? You get
5
RP'd and you're
seconds
kind of
remaining.
screwed.
Yeah. So the Marcy is still open for execration here. I think we briefly mentioned that this is something that they don't mind picking up. In recent Shanks games, he's also actually not played so much Hoodwink, but more so played
Radiant
some Eng,
team
played
pick.
some Marcy. It's actually going to be the Winter Wyvern instead. So we briefly talked about this as well. The quote-unquote answer that was addressing the initial Masaros Magnus execration are going to take a page out of that book.
Yeah, and it's weird
10
to say, but this
seconds
Wyvern
remaining.
is a very flexible pick nowadays, right? This could be an off lane, this could
5
be a
seconds
mid.
remaining.
Yeah.
Probably won't see it being a carry, but it could be a 5. Who knows, right? That is pretty crazy right now. Like, it's crazy to think about how Wyvern has changed over the past, month? It feels like it hasn't been too long of a time,
Radiant
and
team
I feel like he's run the same trajectory that Dazzle has, you know what I mean? Even Coddle.
Yeah, the subset of players that exist in Dota who secretly are waiting for Wyvern to become a core
Dire
again is
team pick.
deceptively high, as we've seen in
Yeah.
recent times. Techie's Koto being picked up. Bleed looks like they want to skirmish. This Magnus Techie's offlane duo is going to be terrifying, and Keeper of the Light kind of sets up for a couple of pretty interesting mid lane picks as well. You could go Ember, you could go Pango, you could go something like the Storm. And just that constant barrage of
10
mana being
seconds
resupplied
remaining.
can allow so many mid laners to just get way more active. And that's something that the
5
Wyvern's kind of
seconds
scared about, right?
remaining.
Not really the fastest hero in terms of these skirmishers.
And this is going to open up this Coddle in a weird way. It opens up a lot of the spirits, right? Void, Storm, to a lesser degree Ember, but those are the two big ones that are really rearing their head out to me right now. In Execration, they don't have the most reliable lockdown. Obviously, Hoodwink does have a stun, but you should be able to see it coming as a Storm.
Yeah, not a lot of... It's weird to say, but not a lot of lockdown outside of the Winter's Curse because everything... I mean, the Hoodwink Bushwhack, to a certain degree, it is telegraphed. Now, the one thing that I feel like is still missing from Bleed is that they are missing that little bit of vision granting hero that might be able to help them out. Sure, Kotl can sort of clear the way and loves his daylight, but I feel like last game, both Jackie and Mikoto were able to provide that service
Dire
in a
team
way because the Zeus can just ult and suddenly you see everybody. The Faceless Void, a bit of a forgotten hero in a couple of today's games, makes a reappearance, playing for the team fight and the big Chronosphere.
I'm slowly leaning towards this still being a core Wyvern.
Radiant team
Right, the
pick.
amount of damage you can output with the Faceless Void is hot and heavy. Okay, so probably not going to be a core Wyvern now. I have really fallen out of favor with the offlane Wyvern, and I don't think Execration run it either. Yeah, I don't see any Tino Wyvern
10
play.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, this Ember Spirit almost feels like a handy
5
deny as
seconds
well because
remaining.
the Ember definitely has a lot more synergy with the Magnus, getting that natural empower, boosting up a lot of the cleave. So, you know, removing that from the equation, there's still the Pango available if that's what Mikoto wants to go for, the Storm in the pool as well, and perhaps even the Puck, although those are suddenly a lot scarier picks up against this instant lockdown of the Faceless Void Wyvern. If you blink out, catch him with a curse, suddenly the rest of the setup can come in really quick. Now, what I like about the Ember is that it can roam around the map with this Hoodwink and tag team up, and that might alleviate some of the stress from whatever the Tino hero will be if it's not the Wyvern in the offlane. So that could be a very independent, self-sufficient carry-type hero, maybe something like the Visage, or even, you know, a lone Druid, perhaps, coming out just to put
Okay.
on some, you know, tower pressure. It's not the most damage into the Chrono per se, but I think you kind of get where I'm going.
Yeah, Tino is pretty much, like, from our research, known to be a micro heroes kind of player. So I feel like Lone
Yeah.
Druid is kind of right up that alley.
Yeah, I mean, his biggest, I think one of the most notable heroes for him on the offlane for me is that Visage, even though it isn't really favored in meta, something to keep an eye out for. Definitely can contribute a lot of damage into the Chrono and out of it, right? There's a couple of different ways to
Yeah.
think about Chrono where, you know, you lock in one hero, you'll let the Void and the Hoodwink deal with it, and then Wyvern controls a whole other
Radiant
subsection of the
team
fight.
back.
It's just nice coverage overall. They'll just go back for the Troll Warlock though, liking that combination, and not really worried about it up into the Faceless Void and Ember.
It actually deals with Ember quite well. Now, the Faceless Void is obviously Faceless Void. I feel like there's no real carry hero
10
that...
seconds remaining.
There's no carry hero that beats Void in a 1v1 because
5
Chronosphere
seconds
exists.
remaining.
Sure.
Right? You can't do
Dire
anything
team
at that
back.
point. And so obviously Void is the end-all be-all this game. He is going to be the big hero to get things done for the side of Execration, but he's going to need some time to get ready. And that's going to be where Bob has to really step up with both Shanks and CML. They have to
10
make some big
seconds
plays
remaining.
as Void. He might not have the easiest lane
5
going into Magnus
seconds remaining.
Techies or Magnus Coddle.
Yeah, now I'm just kind of wondering what the selection will be here from Bleed, right? In terms of the mid lane. That's kind of what it feels like is missing. Now,
Dire
Mikoto could
team
pilot
back.
this Magnus up in the mid lane, and it's a pretty decent matchup into the Ember Spirit. It doesn't necessarily win, but it trades even and gets its farm. And Masaros, I mean, the last pick being reserved for him hasn't really inspired the most confidence, especially, I think, in that game with the Death Prophet. Didn't really translate it into a meaningful advantage
10
at any point. Those
seconds remaining.
exorcism ghosts really couldn't even take down a tower. Seems like Execration are on that same boat. They
5
think that this
seconds
last pick is going to
remaining.
be a Mikoto hero and band out the Storm Spirit.
I think that's probably the scariest thing that Bleed could have ran right now is that Storm.
Mhm.
More damage inside of RP. Once again, you've got very telegraphed abilities on the side of Execration, like even the Chronosphere. You have at least a chance.
Mhm.
It's small chance, but you have a chance to react to the Chronosphere.
Yeah, also a big problem for Ember in the mid lane where you pop down a Static Remnant, suddenly his Flame Guard don't
Radiant
work so good
team
anymore.
ban.
The Dragon Knight will
Yeah.
be the final ban. And I think, I mean, you also didn't mention literally Kotl, right? Kotl Storm, kind of insane.
Yeah.
The Dragon Knight would have been a pretty good frontliner, and that's kind of what Bleed need at the moment, which is a bit awkward because you're thinking about what hero is not going to be worried so much about a
10
Winter's
seconds
Curse and a
remaining.
Hoodwink, just frequent trains, bushwhack, and be able to tank through
5
that. You have a
seconds
little bit of
remaining.
healing from the Kotl, but otherwise not a lot of save on this Bleed lineup. Let's see what they go for here, Mikoto. Pretty wide hero pool, but kind of disincentivized from picking his usuals in the Puck and the Spirits.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to see anything too wacky. Bleed, they were doing something a little crazy and playing the sniper, but I really
Nah,
don't think
no.
we're going to be seeing any of that.
Radiant team
No, not against a Faceless Void. That's a bit too
No,
scary, and
no.
especially when you have a Wyvern, anyone you're hitting just gets cold embraced up. You feel like a damn fool.
Yeah, yeah, you do.
It's like
Probably
you
look
really-
like one too with all those quacks, right? Like,
yeah, you literally have a troll. He does that. Don't double
Yeah.
up.
10 seconds
Just
remaining.
over 25 seconds left for Bleed to really settle in on what their mid hero is going to
5
look like.
seconds remaining.
Maybe he feels just like giga confident and picks the puck because it
Dire
would be pretty
team
good for
pick.
controlling the Faceless Void.
Pack.
Come
there it
on.
is.
Yeah, I mean,
You're
this
crazy.
is.
You're cracked, dude.
I'm crazy, but also this is just Mikoto showing like flexing a little bit, right? He's saying,
Yeah.
okay, you have a chrono every 2 minutes. Let's see if you can catch me. And he's
Yep.
confident that he can deal with the Ember. It's a pretty good laning matchup because the creep wave is always going to
10
get killed by the
seconds
puck.
remaining.
People have said in the past that Ember's a good matchup into the puck just because of that slight harass.
5
But we've
seconds
seen it from
remaining.
Emo, we've seen it from other prolific puck players that doesn't really bother them.
No, it's definitely more of a skill-based matchup, I feel like, than it being one-sided towards the Ember. Right? It's not like the Huskar Ember, where it's so incredibly one-sided it couldn't get any more one-sided, where, you know, the Puck Ember, it might be favored to, like, easier for the Ember Spirit, but you're not
May
playing
now
Puck because
select
you want
your
an easy hero
heroes.
to play.
Okay, Brewmaster is the last pick here. A good load of teamfight control, and crucially, I think Tino's gonna pop off on this one because you can throw out the techies. Sorry, you can throw out the troll, you can throw out the Magnus. And if they haven't popped BKB preemptively, there's really nothing they can do about it. It puts Jackie into a weird spot where he can no longer be reactive with the BKB and instead has to charge brazenly into the fight with that already activated. Even if that's the case, you're looking at a Winter Wyvern, Winter's Curse, and a Faceless Void. That really puts you in a tough spot. I like Execration's draft a lot more, and to me, it really depends on how much Tino and Shanks can get done in that early stage.
Yes, it's going to be big eyes on this off lane for Execration, right? Troll Warlord Jackie, we already seen him not have the easiest lane last time around, but was able to recover quite well.
Yeah, I mean, Tino, we'll see what he can get done here, whether he's going to go for what we consider the quote-unquote more traditional build in the Spirit Vessel this game. It's an alright item, you know, no particularly insanely tanky heroes to work down, and you have more than enough magic damage. You'd always love the solo prot on the Cinderbrew, although you have a lot of help with that. Or maybe something a little different, right? We've seen some double bracer into Blink from Sheng Yu from China. We've seen some, you know, double bracer into Vlad's immediate rush. Yeah, Tino. Options endless here. He was quite a bit of a monster for them to deal with, but it just reached the point where the BKB was too much and the Ravage. I mean, in that instance, you can't really do much.
And not even a Bloodstone will help you fix that.
Yeah, no, not a Bloodstone, not an Octarine, none of that,
No.
none of the shenanigans.
Maybe a Refresher, but that's a lot of gold.
True.
Prepare for
I mean,
battle.
Tino, all things considered, did very, very well, right? He was the one sort of
Yeah.
hero in that Execration lineup that still felt like a very big problem for them to deal with throughout all stages of the game. It's just that in the team fights, Jackie was able to roam free and kind of ignore him, which was the biggest problem.
All right, what do you hedge your bets? First blood before the horn sneeze, yes or no?
How many slices of bread are we talking about that we're betting right
The
now?
whole loaf, dude.
Whoa, whole loaf bet. That's crazy. You're starting me out like this.
Yep.
It's setting me up for failure here. 0.
0.
Yeah.
No
My
first blood shenanigans.
my bread hangs in the balance. Okay.
We'll see.
I mean, they're kind of grouped up here, and the level 1 coming out from Bleed is pretty insane. But
Yeah.
30
oh wait, I mean,
seconds to
Execration are coming over. I might just lose my whole stack of bread. That's crazy.
I believe they're not willing to give up this position here on the high ground, even though they have a inkling of where Execration is. They're gonna finally start moving their way out
Okay.
and over.
Side note to the initial bread bet. Want to get your thoughts because they pick Faceless Void. Ooh, one of the be-all end of carries. You know, he's gonna be
The
great in
battle
the later stages of the
begins.
game. Strong hero in the patch. Okay, cool. Paired up with the Wyvern in the +5, you know, great teamfight potential, great save potential. Levels 1 to 5, kinda ass for this duo. I mean, they're up against Masaros as well as the Techies. And it seems like they've swapped things around a little bit even. I'm not entirely sure actually. Is Techies gonna go to the bot side?
That looks like it.
Yeah, I mean, they're bringing the Koto up top, so that's gonna be a lot of harass that I don't think they can deal with. You can time walk off the damage coming out from the blast, but Koto alone is gonna be impossible for you to catch with his high move speed.
Yeah, and you can time walk off one shockwave, but when a second one comes riling out, you're not gonna be able to dodge that one.
Yeah. Always gonna be able to do this too. DJ, he just blasted that range creep, causes the lane to push towards Yona. That's gonna free up that sort of nearer part of the lane for Masaros and DJ to start stacking up that hard cam and blocking it, and just once some creep push shenanigans come out, CML might have to put himself in a rough position to try and contest that.
As soon as level 2, 3 comes around for this bleed lane, it could be real trouble for CML, especially if Yona gets caught without a time walk. You could always get skewered back into some big danger.
Yeah, I mean, time walk, excellent ability, but early on, those cooldowns, ooh, they could get you 24 seconds or some shit like that. It's rough. That's half a minute. That's a lot of time.
That's actually like, I feel like in Dota people forget about how big like even half a second is. Like, that is a lot of time in Dota to make a split-second decision like that.
Yeah. And a lot of decisions to be made up here in this top side as to which is the exact damage he wants to time out, because you know the second he uses that spell, the bleed off lane starts salivating at the mouth. That's exactly what's they're gonna just be like, oh, void kill potential.
Radiant's courier has been
Yeah, they're gonna look for that window every single time, right? Every single time Time Walk is off cooldown, or on cooldown rather, they're gonna go for it. Whether it be a kill or just a lot of harass, they're gonna go for something.
Oh, Tino, he looks dead on my screen right now. Turns around, one last axe is all it takes. Jackie chops him down, even in the face of a large creep wave. And Shanks, you know, he was on his little shenanigans trip, you know, bringing the entire creep wave away, but as a result, this Brewmaster suffering. We talked already about the importance of this offlane. This is not how it's supposed to go.
No, yeah, this was the lane that we were supposed to be looking out for, as the potential kill lane for Execration. And I mean, a kill lane it was, but that's not what we want. That's not the kill we were expecting.
Yeah, no, not that. One small little caveat about the Masaros DJ lane is that I kind of forgot the Chakra magic basically gives him endless shockwaves. That's a buttload of harass. I mean, the magic damage that comes out from that spell cannot be underestimated. It should be good to just kind of grab that Lotus for themselves. Yeah, I mean, Masaros having a swallow time up here, 17 and 5 on that Magnus early on.
I wonder if you even get a point in to skewer this lane. Like, you go like 2-1-0 or something like that.
You could. I mean, just full on go for the trading damage. I mean, Yona, he's gonna... Yeah, he has the time walk. He's a bit too scared.
Oh, he did get skewer. Okay. More standard Magnus, you know, nothing too crazy.
Dire's courier has been killed.
See, that time walk used equals both spells come out straight into Yona's face. Not much you can do about that. Mid lane, Puck kind of dominating his opposition here. Mikoto feeling very, very comfortable. 23 to 14 right now. Bob is suffering with a capital S.
This is kind of what we talked about, right? We've seen Puck own this matchup where a lot of people would be like, okay, maybe Ember Spirit's a little favored, but
nope.
No. Puck has just as much a possibility of being able to own this lane as the Ember does.
Yeah.
Dire's
Tried
middle
to
tower
kind of mess
is under
around with the
attack.
Ember for the water rune there, but doesn't commit to the Orc John, so now CML in some trouble, turns around, but the skewer will tag him, and Masaros and DJ grab that, what feels like a freebie, continue to dominate this lane up here.
Easy level 3 kill for this top lane, right? This is exactly the timing that I said they were going to be looking out for. And it's just a lot of damage, right? The Illuminate all of a sudden is really starting to hurt. Whether or not you get the point into Illuminate or the extra point into Blinding Light, it's going to do a lot of work in this lane.
It's a nice refill opportunity for Bob, though. CML gonna come by and grab him some resources, much needed at that. It's crazy to think that even with the water rune, he's still this low. The Puck has done an excellent job in terms of just keeping him down and harassing him.
Don't mind if I do.
This does open up a little bit of harass time as Void. He's got to pretty much stay away from the lane as long as Wyvern's not in the area.
Yeah, I mean, they saw that TP right in front of Mikoto's eyes. You can bet your bottom dollar he immediately reported it to his fellas. Beat the shit out of this Void right now, my friends. Like, this is your time. Big creep wave coming over into Masaros, though. It's a nice bit of EXP, and he'll just easily mop that one up. Now, do you think he's still going to go for that Echo Saber? Because it's been a recipe for success for him so far.
Okay, listen.
I'm listening. I'm so listening.
It's not a bad Orchid game.
Jesus Christ.
I know. I know.
That's mad
I've already
that you
talked about how much I hate it.
That's
but I feel
mad that
like
you just said that out loud.
if you're
to
gonna
me.
go for it, right? It's the Ember faces Void Brewmaster that you're gonna do it with.
Sure. Okay. So we're just conveniently forgetting the fact that the Puck has an AoE silence, so we don't care about that part.
Puck? Who? What?
Who? The guy who's dominating mid lane 41 to 26?
Oh,
I
sorry,
see.
that Puck.
Right, I mean, yeah, the Puck will just grab the shield room right from under CML's attempted deny and might just be killing him here right now. Committing the coil, it's an easy pickup. Not much you can really do as Bob as other than just watch. CML's had to come to this mid lane to help out the Ember a little bit, but given his current items, there's not much he can do to stop Mikoto in his tracks.
I wonder if Kato just kind of sits mid and refills Puck's mana a few more times. Shanks,
Shanks is
you
dead.
are a little deep.
He's gone. I mean, he continuously tries to be a little cheeky with some of these moves behind the tower, just poking around at Jackie, trying to get some small camp blocks and stuff like that. But it's gonna end up in his own death. 2k gold lead already for the side of Bleed as they are coming out of the laning stage very, very comfortable, grabbing what feels like everything they want.
They've even got stacks. DJ's been able to sit back and stack for his heroes as well. This is kind of a little dangerous for Execration.
Skewer back. Uh-oh, Masaros. You have a Lotus as well as a bit of wand charges, but gonna get bashed on this tower.
Dude.
That wasn't really part of the plan. I think Masaros got a little bit too antsy there, trying to sort of play front and mess with Yona. Ends up giving over a bit of a freebie. That's not the end of the world, but that Void, given how much he was struggling in the lane, he's gonna be very happy about that.
Yeah, it's gonna help him quite a bit. Puck. Okay, Witchblade first item for Makoto. Like to see a little bit of a gank action come out from this Puck, so around this maybe this 8-minute rune, we'll see Puck want to rotate up top.
Yeah, I mean,
You have techies down bottom securing the rune.
on this area, blast off. Unfortunately, not gonna land, but Bob basically forced to use his Remnant just to escape there. And it comes down to a 50-50, and unfortunately, Bob not in Gaben's good graces in this particular game. Loses out to that base crew. Sukoto. Oh man, don't tell me. He's gonna just AWP this repeatedly. With the help of DJ, come on. There's a lot of farm coming his way. Gonna accelerate him towards that early Witchblade. Nice. Get more? Smart.
No, he won't. No, it's fine.
He stacked it. It's only fair. You know, it's his.
That's true. That's
it's
true.
his hard work, and you're using his mana, guys. Come on.
He deserves at least half.
Yeah. At the minimum. I mean, that's a discount already. Come on. In fact, he's giving you half of it. Mikoto, you better say thanks. Give him a little kiss on the forehead.
A little bit of a tip, maybe, you know.
Yeah.
There are ways of saying thank you in Dota.
Yeah, I mean, also literally just typing it, TY. Like, I mean,
that works too.
CML has come down through these twin gates and looks like he is angling for either some sort of vision setup or a setup for a kill. I think, look, Jackie's as confused as CML is because he's like,
yeah,
what is... This Wyvern isn't here solo, right? You saw him back up a little bit and then suddenly he sees Brew on the wave just hitting him and he's like, okay, oh...
I mean, the first RP is always going to miss, right?
Does it matter? Mikoto still trying to chase him down, but Yona just a bit too tanky, and they don't want to risk the TPs coming in from Execration. And this is the second one this series, and at this point, yeah, maybe that's just kind of the case. Just get it out of the way bright and early, you know? 9 minutes isn't too bad. Just lose it. Who cares?
Yep. Okay, Tino, we were questioning what build we were going to see from this Brewmaster. It's actually just straight Radiance.
Okay. Based. I like it.
Yeah.
We talked about it being good against the Troll, and true enough, I mean, Troll doesn't really want to build MKB. Kind of messes with the Puck a little bit too if you're just kind of like, you're expecting to land some strikes after the Witchblade just to finish off a key target. Because Puck, you know, you always want to sort of calculate things down to a T, but looks like the defense is being set up by Execration up here. They have the Chronosphere available and want to put it to use, but they smell danger at this time.
It's hard. Without Tino and Bob, Execration don't have the most amount of damage.
So much slight damage coming out onto Pelosa. So aggressive too, Bob, making full use of that arcane rune to just spam these out.
Jackie, he's going to go for the Maelstrom this game, so not going to go for Battle Fury, despite having a really good lane, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. Maybe he just has a premonition that the 4 men of Execration are just going to start running at them, and he wants to be involved because realistically, the Magnus isn't going to really provide a lot of damage, right? You have the techies, you have the Kotal, but
Radiant's bottom tower
maybe you're
has
just
fallen.
looking for earlier timing.
And it could also just be the tried and true, I get cleave from Magnus equals I don't need Battle Fury.
Yeah, I mean,
Right,
Battle
that's
Fury not
also
as
a
important.
possibility.
Previously, against the Nature's Prophet, maybe so, because you want to be ripping those treants apart as well, just allowing yourself to get out of that sprout easy. It's a good build-up anyway. But, yeah, I mean, a lot of priority going over to Masaros, who will be working towards that Echo Saber. So no Orchid shenanigans, but well off that train.
Thank God.
Now, you can't say that. You were almost angry
you
for a
mean?
little bit. You were like,
That's
fishy,
true,
you're like,
that's true,
you
that's
know,
true.
maybe a good Orchid game this time after saying,
Is that what I
hate
sound like to you?
You're like, I hate Orchid, but it might be good this game. It's atrocious. Have some respect. Have some respect. Have some respect.
Alright.
It's 4-1 right now. It's relatively quiet in this early game. Not as much explosive action. I'm sure Yona would love to use this chrono, but he just hasn't found the opportunity. It's both teams trying to beat down.
Oh my God.
What
There is an Orchid, but it's gonna be on DJ.
Yeah. I mean, you said this was an Orchid game, and I mean, what else do people have like built? Normal support items, cringe.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Do
gonna be
you
DJ.
remember? Do you remember that period of time where Bet Boom's save was literally building Abyssal Blade on Kotal, running
Look.
up to people and abyssaling them? Like that was some of the most zany and cool shit I've seen in a while. Like,
I want to tell you, I did it first. I have a pub game where I did do exactly
dude,
that.
I literally, are you
Giants
trying to
are
say you
scanning.
invented it?
No, God, no.
You better not be.
It's just been on like I feel like it's actually like a reasonable thing that was on people's radar for quite a while.
No, I'm very confident it's reasonable. I just, am impressed that it works in a professional game.
Yeah.
Crash.
Yeah,
Starting to
absolutely.
get the punches out onto Shanks. Making use of the Dream Claw. I mean, it's a very quiet game, so I don't think they have any issues just throwing these ultimates out just to grab the pick off. Jackie on a killing spree right now on this Troll Warlord.
I'm so excited for this Orchid on DJ, actually.
Can you relax? What's wrong with you?
I know. It's just such an interesting item for the Coddle, right? The magic burst damage. Like, you could obviously kill the Hoodwink, the Wyvern from full. Is there any world where you get Solar Bind on Void, hit him with an Illuminate and the Orchid, and he's dead?
I mean, he's still very squishy at this point in the game. That could be a possibility. Maybe couple in 1 or 2 sort of sticky bombs from the techies and that might be the job done. I mean, he's still
I
going
don't know,
for
this,
them.
this could be incredible.
Yeah, he's like 1k HP, right? Like, if you Solar Bind Blast off, he might just be toast already.
Yep, that's true. Pair with the mines as well, the amp magic, so much amped magic damage.
Yeah, Pelosan, gonna be a real fear factor for this Faceless Void to deal with until he gets BKB, and even then, if he gets caught out before pressing it, he will melt. Things are very, very quiet between these two teams. I mean, I can understand Execration not wanting to make a misstep. At the end of the day, they do have the Faceless Void, but I'm quite surprised that they're not making use of this Primal Split a little bit more.
They haven't been making use of their Chronosphere either. Like, literally, none of the Execration ultimates have been popped this game.
Yeah? Just leveled it just for fun. Just be, hey guys, I have my ult too. Am I gonna use it? I don't know about that one.
Maybe now's the time for Execration. They just finished the Radiance on Tino.
Yeah, smoke out immediately. They're running, either connecting straight to him or running the opposite direction. Maybe they want to flush out Masaros in this top side. It's a very awkward position for the rest of Bleed to come into as well, but they're smoked up. They're right on that trajectory. Oh my goodness. Are they going to run into each other here? They might just catch CML first, which would be great.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Smoke pop, instant dead. And any type of move you're trying to make on Execration is just stopped at this point.
They're going to be syncing up their Blink Dagger timings as well on Bleed. This is very scary for Execration, right? I feel like this slower game kind of favors Bleed because Jackie's going to be available a lot sooner than this Faceless Void, at least showing him the net worth, right? This Troll being ahead means that he has the potential of just running down towers with his team.
Yeah, my main concern is that in contrast to the previous game, it doesn't really feel like this BKB on Jackie is the be-all end-all, right? I think last game when he popped that reveal, it was so scary and you're like, okay, Ravage, literally nothing does damage to him anymore. What do we do? This time around, Chrono, Winter's Curse, like we mentioned in the draft, still two very effective tools to nullify his presence. Probably a lot more weight on Masaro's and Mikoto's shoulders to pull some of the weight as well. Or pull some of the legwork in the team fights.
I mean, as it should be, though, right? Like, Dota is not a 1v5 game, so asking a little bit of your team, I mean, that's fine.
Outrageous. Outrageous.
okay, dude.
RP Masaros whiffs the second one as well. Doesn't get the connection, maybe got a little bit too scared seeing the auto attack come out from Shanks. But yeah, I mean, that's another RP. And this is kind of the feeling, right? Because funnily enough, this game still has the same cadence of the previous one, where Masaros really fumbles a little bit in the early game, comes back and lands some killers in the team fights, and it's still completely fine, and we're like, oh, maybe he's the MVP. But in moments like this, you're kind of like scratching your head like, oh, I don't know about that.
Here comes the DJ Orchid.
Crazy stuff. Does it get revealed though? Bob, he's gonna have to slide right through. They're looking at Tino. There's a primal split available, and that is the Orchid that you were talking about. All the damage coming through Magic. Is it enough? The Brewmaster goes down, and the Orchid reveals success. Jackie is dominating.
Man, Orchid is such a good item. Who could hate this?
That's crazy you say that. I know a guy. I've heard he looks like an...
I think I might too.
I heard he looks like an egg. Coming into this mid lane right now, you need to watch out for that Winter's Curse coming out from CML. But for now, Pop is able to dodge out most of that. Mage Slayer completed, so able to resist quite a bit of that damage.
You gotta respect the potential Chronosphere as well. As long as you don't have eyes on the Faceless Void, he's gonna be a danger.
Not the craziest damage of the Chronosphere at this point in time, though, as Peloton getting caught out. Shanks winding up that sharpshooter. Bushwhack gonna go wide, though, a little bit awkward. As now he'll just jump in onto Shanks, actually, and almost sacrifice his own life, essentially. That was a bit strange, to say the least, but
yeah.
They're still coming through though. Execration want to make use of this timing, like we said, aggressively chasing forward. They know Mikoto's in the area and they found DJ to start. Uh-oh, silence up onto the Ember. Turn around, you can't chrono in time. The Ember's already dead, and where's your Winter's Curse? They're still waiting for it. The Dream Coil, they're just gonna chop down Yona. CML, he's held it for far too long. You throw it out onto the troll now, but Jackie, he should still be fine. RP on the back line. They found the Cold Embraced Wyvern. Pulling back now. And CML doesn't stand a chance. Sharpshooter will come through. Tino trying to clean up on the tail end of this fight. But him and the Hoodwink are the last members remaining. Polosan, he's back into the fray as well. And Masaros, is he a bit too tanky for this Brewmaster? Trying to smack away. The crits will find him. The Sticky Bomb does connect though. And Tino, he ain't going nowhere. Mikoto will more than likely chase him down. One more orb, one more bomb. Turn around, and the Waning Rift auto attacks. It's more than enough. Bleed come out on top in that team fight despite losing their carry.
Yeah, Bleed should be happy about that. That was pretty much the first big team fight coming out from Execration, and none of their abilities really landed other than the Winter's Curse.
Yeah, I'll be honest, it felt like they didn't really discuss how that was gonna go. They're like, oh, go, Remnant forward, let's get some kills. And then as soon as they turned around and silenced the Ember, he's like, oh. And everyone just everyone kind of looked at him like, oh, what do we do now? I guess I need a Chrono to save you, but he was dead at that point. And then CML's like, do I grief this Chrono by Winter's Cursing? Couldn't really make up his mind as a 5k gold lead sets in for Bleed. 11-5, and they are once again on the trajectory for what looks to be success here. Top 2 net worth, Mikoto and the Troll. Doing very well for themselves here. Now Jackie chasing out on Tino. They are turning around for him though. The Winter's Curse does hold him in place. Koto starts to slap away, but the silence and the heal up, they're just fine. The Glimmer will only keep him covered for a little bit longer as they'll commit the call, the blast off as well. Cold Embrace can't keep you alive against the overwhelming damage that DJ can do. And CML and Shanks just have to turn tail and run.
It's time to take this tier 1 tower and then potentially the Wisdom Rune and potentially the Tormentor as well.
Or potentially the
really
Roche.
aggressive.
I mean, so many objectives on this side of the map. Why not? Just occupy it all. Masaros for now, he's going to cosplay a ward though.
Cosplay Arteezy more like.
Cosplay done. That was fastest cosplay in the entire world. Mikoto chasing down to Yona in the mid lane. The silence. He has nowhere to go. So much magic damage. He just chose a little bit of overzealousness there, just thinking he can farm the mid lane all willy-nilly, maybe expecting the side of Bleed to be in the bot side instead. Just rotate over, grab a freebie.
And then rotate back and grab some more.
Yeah. Oh, they will. Ato's up on Masaros, but he literally just blinks out. That was a whole lot of nothing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, Makoto. Okay, Execration, right?
Yeah.
They've got Chronosphere back up. They've got Winter's Curse back up. The whole kit and caboodle are up for Execration.
Yeah.
Are they feeling confident enough to take a fight? I don't think they are.
DJ has become such a factor in this game. It looks like he's building up the Aghanims as well, and for Execration, I can't help but feel like even with Bob, with this Mage Slayer, he is under such a large amount of threat. These silences coming out and just catching them off guard, and Jackie can't be touched right now, it feels like. These Chronos, Yona's been too busy running to really land a meaningful one.
Radiant are scanning.
It's a little crazy that no one is building anything to deal with this Orchid as well. I feel like there's been no respect for this Orchid whatsoever.
Yeah, DJ's just been allowed to exist in this game without any repercussions of any sort. Come through for the rune, 22-minute amplified damage. That is a scary one. Heard an RP come out. Looks like Nasaros has just casually found Shanks and casually found a kill. Bit of revenge for some of the earlier, just kind of messing around with him. Just net that one up, no problem.
Once again, I think you're fine using RP like that. Any sort of kill you can get is very valuable, especially on this greedier support like the Hoodwink.
Yeah.
Right? You could catch Hoodwink with potentially, and this isn't the case this game, but you can catch a Hoodwink with potentially most net worth as one of the supports. This time, it's going to be DJ on the Coddle, which I'm not too surprised. Imagine DJ having most net worth of all the supports. Wow, crazy.
Yeah, it's kind of janky that, you know, we've seen this Hoodwink from DJ just look so amazing, basically farm up a storm, and then right now in the hands of Shanks, it's not necessarily his fault that the map has been so small for him, but it's hard to get much done against this lineup on Bleed. The two supports on Bleed have just been so effective throughout this whole game.
I mean, what, I'm gonna keep harping on it, right? What a big timing with that Orchid. It came in, like, during the perfect fight. Masteros, he might look for more. He could also just get Chrono here.
Yeah, and it seems to be more of the latter. Yona will set this freebie up for himself. A little bit of help from the sharpshooter. Pretty good chunk of change. 500 gold in his pocket. But yeah, I mean,
it's gonna help the recovery a little bit.
No Chrono equals Roach time. Jackie straight into the mix, and Mikoto with the amplified damage, they'll feel more than comfortable working this through. They know that Execration are not in the area in the slightest.
I'm gonna scan it out, but Execration, they are quite far away.
Yeah, that honestly doesn't even matter, because I'm not sure how you fight into this one without the Chrono.
Huge Winter's Curse, and that's about it.
Yeah, you need to see them though, that's the problem.
Well, you do get flying vision on the Wyvern, you just have to get a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, you just walk up and Mikoto's like, cool, free kill.
Yeah.
Just smacks you down with the amplified damage. Troll, we've seen this story before with the Aegis gonna start mopping up some of these towers. And there is decent wave clear on the side of Execration between the Slight as well as the Winter Wyvern and Hoodwink. Although I'm not too sure how comfortable they feel about being collapsed upon. A lot of ways for Bleed Cores to just come in, fish one out, and potentially just cause such disruption that a team fight can't even be handled. Feels like a lot of work for Tino to do on this Brewmaster for sure.
And Tino, he's buying an item that is going to deal with this Orchid. Finally, Orchid is getting the respect it deserves.
Yeah, but just for him, right? I mean, it doesn't really solve the problem for this Ember, nor it does it for the supports. They're gonna have to figure something out for themselves. Manta's really only gonna help this Brew. Going a bit more for a carry build. I wonder whether he feels like he can man fight any of these cores. I'm sure he has evasion and a pretty good stance, but I'm not really sure whether the Brewmaster damage is absolutely doing it this game.
I mean, we saw a little bit earlier Brewmaster with those big crits able to bring down heroes, but as the heroes on Bleed start getting tankier and tankier, the Brewmaster damage in the early game is reasonable. As it goes a little bit later, I feel like Brewmaster's right clicks kind of fall off.
Yeah, and Kotal also has literally the will-o-wisp. So DJ, he is farmed with a capital F right now, working on the shard eventually as well for that recall so that the team can play the map a little better. But right now, any sort of team fight that you're trying to put together, you throw the will-o-wisp in the middle of that chrono or even on the back lines. Some of the follow-up spells can't really come out and connect in the same way that they used to. It's gonna be so annoying.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And right now, what do you do outside of chronoing this Troll Warlord? And even then, he's got Aegis, so who cares?
I think you do a little smoke wrap around him, but even that is being routed by a nice ward behind the tower. And Masaros is just easily able to clear up and get out of there. Suddenly the silence is there, you don't have your Manta just yet, and you're forced to just kind of move away. Will-o-wisp will clear this entire tree line as Jackie starts going to work on this Brewmaster. Nice Bushwhack buys him the time to get that primal split off as Jackie gets tossed up in the sky. This might be the opportunity that Execration are looking for here. But Yona doesn't seem like he's able to find a connection for now. He's looking for a target, but they've largely just kind of walked away already with Kotal. Coming through onto Bob, who's kind of left all alone here. Gotta watch out for Yona. Where is the chrono coming through? Looks like it was tossed out onto Masaros to finish off that Magnus. Meanwhile, Ember still chasing down to Jackie. Is this really the kill you want to commit for? Mikoto still playing interference on the back line, but the Glimmer keeping this Ember alive for now. CML might not be quite as lucky. Mikoto in some trouble. Can he get his way out of this one? Actually gets sliced down. They kite around Jackie to a satisfactory extent. And now Bob finally going down. They force the BKB pot onto this troll. And he'll at least get two. The CML goes down as well. The blast off onto the high ground, Pelosa trying to convert for more. But he needs to watch his step. Could get turned around upon. Yona is still fighting fit and might feel comfortable enough to start laying in the hurt, but not against Jackie, not into this troll. The 1v1 situation, this is not one you can win, and this is why we see the time walk going away. Jackie, the big bad, finally stops being kited. Sharpshooter gonna go wide and still keeps the Aegis intact. I'm not sure whether there's much more that the Troll Warlock can do with this. But getting Mikoto is a pretty significant kill.
I mean, Bleed, they can just go again, though. Right, Troll Warlord's going to be up, or the ultimate's going to be up in 25 seconds. You've only got a minute left on Aegis. And that's pretty much the time where Chronosphere is going to be down.
Yeah, you kind of need to bum rush it, maybe get a free pick off. CML would be a great start. Dragging that Wyvern, but Curse immediately. To be expected. The magic damage is enough though, but oh, Masaros in a little bit of trouble, forced to pop the BKB. Yona might be looking for more, but Bob can't afford to chase in. We saw what happened when he got too close to the troll. It's just gonna get obliterated there. And Bleed, it really comes down to just being able to fight around Jackie. They need to keep a tight unit around him, but not tight enough that the Chrono is gonna kill all of them. Bot side, set up onto Tino, silence up immediately, and here comes Masaros going wide on the skewer. Tino doesn't have a split just yet, though they're looking for him in the tree line. But the blast off will connect, and the Harpoon pulls him straight back in. Brewmaster split just came off cooldown, but not able to pop it in time. Tino bleeds out as well. 1 minute without your Brewmaster.
And once again, this is now a window. You've kind of staggered your deaths a little bit, and Brewmaster, he's a big part of your team fight.
Yeah, I mean, arguably one of the sort of major factors, I think, in that fight that was semi-successful for them. They were able to just toss the troll up into the sky. That was the intention of the Brewmaster thing from the get-go. Jackie, you gotta find a way to deal with this troll eventually. And I don't know whether the Chrono's gonna cut it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Jackie's gonna get the Satanic soon too, and I think you're right. At that Satanic point, I don't think the Chrono's gonna stop him. I think he's gonna be way too tanky.
Yeah. I mean, you're thinking about a world where maybe Yona also has a BKB so that he can not get stunned up routinely by the Will-o-wisp. But then the Pup's just messing with your back line, and Ember still doesn't seem to be building a BKB. Like we mentioned, no respect towards the Orchid. Is there any way of stopping the TP? Of course there is. Pelosan comes in and blasts his head off his shoulders. The Ember doesn't stand a chance. 50 seconds without Bob now. As they continue the march forward, continue to aggress. DJ just using this recall so well, pulling his allies all together with him. Meanwhile, RP in the mid lane, they found out Yona. Oh, this could be a disaster. Turns around with the BKB, but Jackie just chops him like a little piece of meat. Like purple ham for dinner, that's what you'll be getting straight onto Tino as well. They're looking for more, they're feeling confident now. They know the Void doesn't have any sort of response. Still will respect the chance for a buyback though. I'm not entirely sure where he's sitting at in the gold department. Didn't see any major pickup. But Jackie, he is so strong right now. Again, straight up to the high ground is all he needs once he gets a couple of auto attacks off. Really start making things tough. But oh, actually a lot of control coming out on the sharpshooter as well. Gonna force this troll warlord back.
You gotta respect the wing damage.
You really do. I mean, more than anything, the buyback potentially coming out from the Faceless Void, locking your whole team in place, catching you with your pants down, trying to help that troll. That could be the way you lose your 15k gold lead advantage here. Bleed. It's just some discipline is necessary. They don't want to get smacked around by the daddy misery right after this is over. Just a quick answer, just a quick, clean, disciplined game to get through the lower bracket. All the bombs left behind by Peloson will inform them that Execration are on the hunt. Immediately the 4-star center exits out.
Such a hard kill, especially without Yona. Like, on anyone, it's a hard kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they all just split up so quickly, and they've been playing really clean the past 20 minutes now, right? Haven't really taken any engagements that are a little sussy, you know? They've been able to make their way into little crevices where they found openings, caught out individual heroes farming waves. Satanic complete for the troll now. As now they'll continue to smoke up. Parasma for the Park. Jeez, Mikoto is farmed. And Roach will come back up in 50 seconds. Both these teams will make a beeline for that area. It's not looking to move anytime soon, so the fight will be firmly in this bot side. Execration have the positioning advantage and the vision set advantage, but the bombs, once again, giving advance notice that their opponents are already in this area.
Gotta respect the Chronosphere.
Here comes Jackie, looking for an angle. You'll root him up for now, but pull him back with the Will-O-Wisp. What else do you got? Yona actually sliding through, fishing for additional targets, but you got a troll starting to chase you down. Where are you gonna go? Here comes Masaros with the RP of the century! They just get flattened in an instant! And not a single hero other than the Primal Split Brewlings can survive that onslaught! Masaros Doubters, where are you at now? Show your face! None of them are left.
Right here.
I mean, they're just gonna go straight for this Roche now when it comes back up. Or not even. Jackie's gonna feel confident enough just to go straight onto this high ground. That was just perfect.
No one has buyback. And obviously, Bleed, they don't know this. But you might as well try to force something. Right? Because you can then take an advantageous Roche fight still. Your cooldowns aren't too long. The Troll Warlord's gonna have his ultimate up again in 30 seconds. And that's gonna pair up with that Void respawn time.
Oh, look at this discipline. They're just going to get the Tormentor, eke out every little juice of an advantage that they can get, and head back towards that Roche. Now, things are a little bit hairy now because you know Execration will make a beeline straight back for it. Without the RP now, and the Troll ultimate for 10 seconds, sure, you'll have it up again. Yeah, I get it, but the BKB is still down for a little bit. But has that shattered Execration's confidence here? They haven't really started a directional move towards this pit. The Raw will let them know that this is happening. But can they make it here in time?
They might try, but they're definitely not going to. This Roshan is falling quite fast.
Koto's still dancing around them, playing with them, giving the rest of the visions and smoking up right now, but Jackie's their power. He just can't cover the distance. Aegis in the hands of the Troll Warlord. Things are gonna get much harder, and Masaros talked about the RP being down. It's going to be up in a short bit. Jackie once again showing himself on the front lines, but Yona knows that this isn't the target that he can go on. He needs to hang around and wait for someone else to show himself. But the discipline there from Bleed, not revealing anybody else. Peloson still in the tree line, looking for an angle. Masaros on the backside, trying to focus down CML. Jackie finally popping the ultimate. They will skewer back the Winter Wyvern, and the Winter's Curse is not a possibility. No buyback. You pop Tino, Primal Split to try and work down Jackie. He's finally gonna lose his first life, but Bob on the sidelines starting to get threatened. Yona, where is the Chronosphere? You need to pop it out eventually, but the RP, Masaros was waiting, and Masaros will finish you off. The Void doesn't stand a chance as Mikoto just wipes him out with the amplified damage. He might have controlled the troll, but Masaros and Mikoto, they are big problems in their own right. And this carry build on the Magnus, it has worked out for Bleed in spades. 25k gold lead as the hope drains from the Execration side.
And look, Execration, I don't think you call GG because obviously this is an elimination game here in the lower bracket. You're probably not going to call GG. You're in a fight until the very end, but it's looking like it might be over here, Sneeze.
I'm starting to believe it. Shanks just getting casually picked off, cutting a creep wave in the mid lane. It's just completely disjointed from execution. You look at Yona, he's looking around, he can't see anyone. The discipline from Deep Pelosin playing in the tree line. Masaros finds a wraparound somehow. I don't even know where he was in the fight. Our observer's doing his damn best zooming out, but we didn't even see the bleed heroes. And if you imagine that from our perspective, you can think about how hard it was for execution to even spot anyone out. I mean, you'd love to get any sort of control on anyone, but you can't kill Jackie and everybody else isn't showing. They're showing now, but they're smacking down your Rex.
Are fortified.
They've got one more fight, and Bleed, they're going to respect this Faceless Void respawn, right? They recognize Void being the strong hero that he is. Chronosphere being the strong ability that is. Void's feeling a little weak right now.
Yeah. Disperser. One little component away for this Troll Warlord, and he's gonna get that much scarier. 30k gold lead, continuing to ramp and ramp. It does seem like Gaben really has a good look for this team to win on side of execution. Mikoto will get chained up. Uh-oh, in a little bit of trouble, finally landing a nice chrono. Will they be able to finish off the park? Get the last hit. Finally. But is it going to be enough? They're starting to come through here. Primal split. Committed. They silence up the Ember and toss up the Troll to the sky. Good start. Masaros is still hanging around in the vicinity looking for an RP option, but execution aren't giving it to him right now. Tino desperately hunting, trying to give his team more information. But that's the Disperser coming into play, just shrugging off all that disable and hightailing it out of there. The rest of the Bleed lineup are safe. They'll get out.
You gotta be careful walking up onto this high ground execution. Yeah, they're not willing to do that.
You will not. There's still an RP available, and you've used your chrono, you've used your BKBs. That's no longer an option.
Immediate smoke up from Bleed. I love this play.
Of course. They see the big purple bubble come out, Mikoto or not, they know this is their time to strike. Even dispersing the Magnus just to make it to this creep wave quicker. They want to catch someone on the high ground, but no one's there for now. Oh no, Yona. Yona, you can't afford to. Coming through, Masaros looking for an angle, harpoon back straight onto Tino. The Aesthetics cap will allow him to resist some of that disable. In comes Yona, but there isn't anything to respond. They will Winter's Curse up Pelosin, and unfortunately that means the Techies is gonna die. That's their pipe out of the picture. But it's not altogether too significant, as Mikoto will be rejoining them in 4 seconds. Able to just recall him thanks to DJ's shot. You'll see the puck right next to them in an instant. Back into the fray, ready to continue the pressure. No Brewmaster for 60. You do have to be careful though, because this chrono is going to be coming up in 30 seconds. I'm sure they have that timed loosely, but the last thing they want is to get caught with their pants down. I'm fighting with full force right now, but neither are execution. They'll just have to give up this lane of rags and be done with it. Oh, Masaros, look at how aggressive he is right now. Even as the BKB in the back pocket, if he needs it, turns around for the harpoon, set up on the Shanks. CML will come through with a nice cold embrace, forcing the BKB commitment from Masaros. He's pump faking that RP again. Mikoto not doing enough damage in this instance, needs to be careful. The Will-O-Wisp will tie down the Hoodwink at the very least. I say that Shanks actually managed to survive thanks to that healing. And with the chrono back up, I think you need a chill for Bleed.
Yeah, they got the Megas. They got what they came for at this point. Once again, Bobby's picked up an item that doesn't deal with this Orchid.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, I
is
mean,
under
at this
attack.
point, like, is Bob just pretending that the Orchid doesn't exist? Like, out of sight, out of mind type beat? Like,
Yeah.
it
Like,
seems that
even
way.
the puck silence, like you talked about, right? Like, I don't know. It's so weird to me.
At some point, okay, at some point, are you just like going to buy a BKB? You think like, is the Ember gonna do like a, I don't know, like 4th, 5th item BKB turnaround thing, and then it's suddenly 9 seconds to catch them off guard? Because that's the only angle I can think about. He's going like exceptionally greedy. I mean, even queuing up the eggs. I guess Bob's whole mandate is that he doesn't want to be caught, period, and that's how he's gonna play the game.
I mean, it hasn't been working out so far for him, so we'll see.
No.
As Execration, they are looking to potentially be knocked out here. Megas, it's going to be a hard comeback for Execration. 34k lead for Bleed.
Yeah, I feel like the gold lead just keeps ramping, and I don't even... The last time we checked the win probability, or at least the last time I checked, it was 1%. It's still 1%. Mr. Gay believes that there is a chance, right? Chrono always presents a chance. I just don't know if... I just don't know. Like, you're gonna have to sort of mirror that same move where you maybe catch out both Masaros and Mikoto in the chrono, kill them both off, and then there might be an angle.
Game very hard for Execration. Doable, like you said, but incredibly hard.
Yeah, it's kind of like climbing the Himalayas, like doable, but
Yeah.
I don't know, borderline impossible it feels like. I mean, especially for people who have never touched grass before, much like everybody else watching, including ourselves. I mean, they have put themselves in a really, really good position to move on here. And I mean, even apart from this game, maybe it's too soon to call it, but you know, this version of Bleed is what I hope to see moving forward, right? It inspires a lot more confidence.
Yes.
It kind of harkens back to the previous season of Bleed where it felt like they were ready to go up against international competition. If DJ's playing in this form and Masaros is able to put up this kind of performance, I mean, I'll be rooting for them for sure. Masaros, look at him, just smoked up, waiting for an angle, looking for someone to reveal themselves, but Execration, they're waiting on the far end, the other side, looking at Shanks. They hate this hoping and they want to bring him back. Masaros gonna pop that BKB and drag Shanks straight back into the depths. CML looking for a save here though, but can't find anyone. The primal split is popped, but Tino, he's just running around. They have a Will-O-Wisp over the top of their heads controlling them, and okay, nice Winter's Curse on the solo BKB Troll, who's gonna turn around and start beating you into bits here. Yona started to do a considerable amount of damage, but nice Windbreaker from Mikoto, a second RP, holds him in place, and even though you have the cold embrace, the only thing you'll be hugging is your sad, sad teammates, as you might just be losing a chance at qualifying for the DreamLeague Southeast Asia close qualifiers here. They do manage to get the troll out of this situation. Things are looking dire though. Mikoto's still in the mix, so is Masaros, and they will get the job done. Finish off Tino, a buyback is in order. Masaros 1v1ing up against Bob. This is where the stat build comes into play here, but it doesn't help you against the silence. You're still gonna get melted. Immediate buyback. That's what Execration were playing for, but the Mega Creeps starting to march in. Mikoto still dancing all around him. The Taser buying him so much time, as Masaros is just playing around with this poor Ember Spirit. Gonna come through with one more chain, but CML dies out on the back line. Another heal, another blast as Bob desperately trying to find something, anything, but all he's gonna find is his own death at the hands of Mikoto. A GG is called. They're out. Execration are dusted. Bleed will move on here in the lower bracket, as after that Asia Predator League loss, Execration just have not been the same.
It feels like Execration have not been able to find their footing pretty much this entire, not just this entire series, but this entire qualifiers.
No, they have just stumbled upon brick after brick. Every step that they take feels like it's just further down the line, and you can kind of feel the hope drain. It was a valiant attempt in both games, and you know, there were some slip-ups on the Bleed side, not completely clean, especially some of the early initiations from Masaros, but he ended up hitting them where it counts, and as always, good old reliable Jackie comes through to make it happen. Mikoto definitely a lot more of a presence in this game, number 2, and Bleed all around, excellent performance from them. What do we say? 2-0s all around, and it's no different here. Bleed will move on in the lower bracket to keep their hopes of qualifying for DreamLeague Season 22 alive. Meanwhile, Execration, unfortunately, will have to say goodbye to this major attending team from last season.
Yeah, Execration, it's not there. The
It's not.
itemization was not there. The gameplay, not quite there. The draft, hey, that's there. Good draft.
Good draft.
Good draft.
Good draft.
But just the pieces aren't quite fitting together. You can see the puzzle. You can see what they're trying to build, but you're just not putting the right pieces together. And you've got a, you mismatch. You've got like a foot on a head. It just doesn't look right.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of one of those amateur, I guess, visual illusions, right? Where someone's pretending to draw one picture, but in reality it's something else. He's like, nah, that's a... you're like, oh, you know, that's a guy at a vegetable stand, and he's like, no, I drew a duck, and you're like, what? Where's the duck? Like, yeah, I don't see what you're seeing, and that's kind of what it feels like watching Execration, honestly, because they have this Faceless Void, they have the Ember, the components are there, like you mentioned, and then you're like, okay, you're gonna do this, right? Like, surely it's gonna play out this way, and then they just kind of flip the script, and you're like, I don't know what I'm watching, but this isn't what we expected. It's unfortunate because, like we mentioned, Faceless Void, it's one of the top meta heroes, and as a carry player, you need to have a strong Faceless Void. But it felt like this game, especially if the lane setup with the Wyvern from the very get-go. CML, we already mentioned, it's not going to be the best laning partner. Struggled a little up against Basaros in that lane, and it felt like from there, never really came back.
Now, Sneeze, I want to inform you, there's actually more Dota happening still.
No.
Among Us versus Talon Esports is still happening. It's 1-1.
No way, no way. Okay, look, okay, so, of course, for those of you who don't know, there's qualifiers happening literally everywhere. DreamLeague, all the different regions happening right now. We're not the only stream. Surprise, I'm sure you guys knew that already, though. And of course, they are on, let me just check which stream they're on. Are they on Storm?
They're on Mango. So ESL_Dota2_Mango.
Yeah. ESL_Dota2 Mango is where you'll find the rest of the Southeast Asia action. There's also OG versus KZ playing, a whole bunch of Western Europe, Eastern Europe games going on as well. Just need to search ESL_Dota2 and I'm sure you'll find all the channels. And yeah, I mean, for us though, that does wrap up today. We're going to go even deeper into the Southeast Asia qualifiers tomorrow. We'll be right back here at 12 p.m. Singapore time. Be sure to be here, because you don't want to miss a single bit of this action. But for today, that's it from us. It's been Purposneeze and Crasheroni, and we'll see you tomorrow. Ta-ta!
Creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I